Hey, party people. It has been a minute. I'm not sure if I'm going to actually get this up on the YouTube because YouTube's doing a madness, guys. We'll talk about it when we get into it, but let's just get this show on the road for the most part, right? Let's get the countdown going and let's get started.
Staring at herself in the mirror on the restroom door. Voices in her head that mirror what she's heard before.
Party people. Oh my days. 2024, guys. This is my first time in the room. They've been working a girl like a dog. How's everybody doing, y'all? The Leo full moon brought me back into a full rotation. The Leo full moon was like, I don't care if you tired, girl. You need to be in here. But the Capricorn new moon was doing the most. Okay, because that's my moon sign. So, yeah, I was all out of whack. I've been working like crazy, guys. Even this week coming, I'm working like crazy. So it's all a bit touch and go. Forgive me, your girl has been in the dungeon. Not really. I'm just a bit melodramatic. I get it from my mama. Smara, I can imagine. Okay, life has been out here lifing. I am doing good. I'm doing good. I'm loving being on these 2024 timelines. Intense, okay? Let's just say very intense. But nice. It's nice to finally be over here because we're in like the prerequisite to what's to come. Let's say, let's call that what's happening for this timeline. So I'm expecting some good things over this side, you know? Lots of shifts going to be taking place. So I'm doing good. I'm just tired. I literally spent most of the day sleeping so I could be here ready for y'all. Okay, clearing all of my hard drives because I have been in work mode like non-stop. The downloads have been downloading and they won't give you girl a break. I'm like, I'm at work. And they're like, and you chose that, which I did, actually. They told me to just chill at my mama's, do what I'm doing, get my assignments and everything. And I was like, nope, I need to be outside. So here I am outside. These are outside problems. They're like, nope, the assignment's still coming. So your girl's just navigating Smara. How have you been? How's everybody been? Let me know, guys. How was the Capricorn new moon for you guys? And how is the Leo full moon treating you guys? Because it's coming back hardcore. All those creative projects, you know, we're releasing anything that's stagnating the process, the timeline at the minute. So hopefully it's forcing you guys in the right directions. I'm glad to sort of be in this space with you guys. I was like starting to forget who I was, y'all. Okay, that's what happens when I'm like out of whack with this stuff. I'm like, oh my God, when I get into the corporate world, I get lost in there. And the metrics of that dynamic will have you just thinking you as a whole different person. Okay. 2024 has been shady. Trust and believe. Okay. Girl. I feel like spirits out here doing the most in 2024. And, you know, like I feel like 2020 onwards, like they were kind of like petting us, you know, being nice. And now it's just like hardcore. That energy that we feel like, oh, I'm not going to be doing this. It's permeating everywhere in all the realms. Okay. No, things are good. Things are going to get sorry. My light's flickering because They concur. They have been chatty as well. I've been out here like 2023 was more shady. 2023 was like the tip of shade coming into 2024. 2024 has only just started, Ari. Okay? 2024 has only just started. Give it some time to write because there's some stuff to come for us this year. But spirits definitely. Hey, Alex, let's see who we got in the room, guys. Hey to everybody. Love Ma, how you doing? Ari, Queen Minya. I think Ash was in earlier. Gypsy was around. I think we've got a list as well. Lady T was here. Okay. We got a list situation going. This is the list that we have, y'all. Okay. Um, let's see. Okay, it stops there. Okay, amazing. Amazing. At least it saved the list. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. We are going to prerequisite, guys. I'm just giving you guys a heads up. We are going to be doing the list when we go live. Because they just let me know even just then, like, yeah, we saved it, but that's because you didn't get to tell everyone. So what happened with my YouTube? For some reason it was asking me to like verify who I am on my phone. It's not showing any of our previous community chats, nothing. So I don't even know. Like, luckily I scheduled this through StreamYard because that's what I usually do. It's in the description, Alex, as far as the donations. Oh, because you missed the free list. Okay. Yeah, the stuff's in the description, my love. But yeah, that happened with YouTube, and then I didn't know if I could actually go live from StreamYard to have it actually stream through there. So it was all a bit weird, but I did manage to update whatever it is that they felt like they needed ID proof and all that stuff. You know, they just be taking all your data, basically, is what that is. I'm writing the tea, girl, besides my question. Thank you, because I was going to ask Smara. Thank you. Hey, Scenario Girl, how you doing? How is 2024 treating you, babe? I'm telling you, we were all just kind of like having a little bit of a catch up. No light in my bedroom, y'all. Okay, there was some stuff going down. I've got like a couple of ring lights. So there's a ring light in there. I'm like, listen, no demons and shadows are slowing your girl down today. These dark forces have been trying to get my energy, but I really don't want to be the calf. Like, I'm really not trying to be the main meal. So your girl's just been navigating for the most part, and they think that they can catch a little piece, especially because I'm overworked with my work situation. I'm working like a good 12-hour shifts these days. Got 3 of those coming this week as well, and then I'm back onto like my normal rhythm. But yeah. Oh, Smara, I see you're first on the list. So on the list, we've got Smara, Ari, Gypsy, Lovema, Lalima, Rika, K, Ash 13, User Master. Okay, and then we've got MK closing out the space. MK, is that Mina? Because I spoke to Mina. She said, yes, the guys concur. That's Mina. Oh, they are so funny. They've been the most chatty, which is why, because obviously, like, they come with a sidebar of shadow, okay, where they don't tell you when you sort of like get into the space. That's why a lot of people, when they activate, they kind of come back out and then they go back into like their different religious sects, because the spirituality is like real deep on the spiriting, okay, but every light comes with its own shadow. So got an activation to a 7th generation ancestor, and she came with a big shadow, and that shadow basically took all the light from my room in terms of like taking all the energy in this space. So and flight attendant training, I failed my first test today by 1 question. Oh, dang, girl. But I retake early tomorrow morning. That part. Nice to see you too, girl. Thank you. I shall. Self-care this week. It's my nephew's birthday, so I'm going to get some of that in the mix there. I'm going to have some auntie time as well, but definitely going to put a prayer out there for you on the, guys, can we hook up Scenario? Okay, she's like there for a situation tomorrow as well. We spoke with G during her, oh, Samara's giving me the tea. Okay, let me just dive into everything here because there is so much going on. So Smara's first. This is Smara's question, y'all, but she's gonna give me the tea on the sidebar. So I'm gonna dive into that. Okay, and then I'm gonna come back to the question. Okay, Smara. Scenario said yes, please. Yes, girl. Okay, keep that crowd open. Okay, just flow into the space. The answers, you already got him. Okay, downloads coming. We spoke with G during holidays. I told him that I will be in his city for some months. I really want to save our friendship. Okay. Okay, we're calling him G. We're going there. Okay. Love question has a space between me and Journey. Okay, that's why you're kind of diving into it. Okay, good. He told me, I think that's supposed to say, he told me that he had things to do, but we can hang out if you find time. Still with the ish, not even emotionally available in a friendship dynamic, but we go work, we go work, we go work. Okay. Scenario said period. Yes, Dave. Yes. Okay. Um, and I should know that he has a relationship now with another girl and he is committed and doesn't flirt around or want something sexual with any other. Good for him. Okay. At least he finally learned that lesson. We've been talking about that. Okay. But it's all talk. It sounds nice. I think he also has FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. So at the same time, he also shooketh of being tempted. So that's what the I'm not available type situation is, you know? So people, oh, girl, I lost my shit when he told me and I attacked him verbally. There's a lot of that in the air. When I say 2024 Ari has only just begun, let it ripen. Okay. Listen, shadows ain't playing, period. It's like, you've been messing with me, you've been playing with me. I've been out here being nice to you. I've been trying to activate my Godhead and stay in that right mind and keep my conscience right. And you out here playing with me and playing with me. I got something for you. Okay? I got something for you. So there's a lot of that energy to unfold this year. It's going to be interesting, guys. I'm like, it's going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting. So, yeah, girl, don't feel too bad. You know, I guess it's one of those things where it was a delayed karma. I'm laughing because I can see how you went in. I can see how you went in and how he responded and shots fired. That's why he blocked your ass. It's like, ow, ow. Smara. I tell you what, the lesson there is that your tongue is powerful, beautiful. The lesson there is definitely that your tongue is powerful. But yeah, it's safe to see you got him hot and bothered, girl. Okay, I literally got overheated. I actually had my little heat on. I've got my actual heater on in the place, and I just had to like, because that was a lot, I guess. You offloaded everything, I guess. Not everything, because I'm sure that there was more in the hard drive that he could have gone, but for the most part, you got what you could and needed to through. I waited him for months, and he committed finally to someone else. Yeah, you're sparing yourself there as well. He says it sounds nice, but that was him prerequisite, mind you, that he was basically willing to still meet you, actually, until you weren't able to manage your space emotionally in navigating through that situation. Listen, the guys are speaking, they've been doing this, like we've started to get real interactive. I'm going to have to go deal with my alarm, okay? Because that's one of the places that they've stopped with just my lights now, because I'm like, okay, you guys, you can take free reign. Now going off with my alarm, so I'm gonna go and sort that out. Okay. So that your girl can focus on the channels. Okay. Oh dang. Scenario, hold that thought. I'm coming back, babe. We're gonna do some stuff. Yes, tomorrow I'll be with you. Guys, okay, y'all. Let's hope that we can resume. Right. Let's hope that we can resume. Oh, Aisha, free list is closed, my love. You can stick around and see if anybody misses their spot. But otherwise, the donation list is open, so you can try that way. But yeah. Yes. Okay. So I'm going to confirm your donation scenario, and we'll need to sort of add you to the list. Oh. Okay. And let's see here. Yep, we've got a donation. Got you. Tomorrow? What's tomorrow? No. Oh, sorry, Aisha. Yeah, stick around. Now, back to your space, Mara. I am going to unpack that for you. Definitely feel why you felt, like that was, but honestly, the door wasn't entirely closed, but the door was ajar, okay, because though he says that he's still very susceptible to temptation. He actually learned that lesson through you. We spoke about that. That was a situation that he was going to be sort of like attempting to do. The fact that he still had the door open was because no, not tomorrow, girl. I got you tonight. Technically, we go to the window tomorrow. We'll see how quick I can get through tomorrow's reading. But no, that situation with him was just him trying to be able to let you know where he's at in terms of what he's trying to do, because he's trying to show you that he's changed somewhat, right? But in the process of showing you that he changed, he was going to be reverting back to old ways, right? Oh girl, that was really what that was. That was him basically trying to be what you wanted from him then, to let it seem like he's there now, right? But because the homegirl was like, what? After all the work I done put into this? You crazy. So he got all that woman crazy. Noted. Got it. Understood. Let's see how the situation is going to play out. But I just want to give you that that background, see on the situation. Yeah, it wasn't he was just trying. So basically what happened, and it's one of those things where he's trying to see if he can be that person. I'm not gonna lie, he's trying to see that if he can be that person, but he's challenged. And especially because there's kind of like a girl, sorry. I'm still seeing like the way that you kind of like came for him in the communication and stuff like that. It's like a tornado effect. It's very torrential. So okay. With the situation being what it is, we're gonna go and unpack it a little bit. Just I'm really laughing because I can see that yeah, like, so I think what happened, there's lots of, I guess, aspects to the lesson here that he's learning in terms of the dynamic between you guys. Um where you kind of triggered that, oh, I'm not a good person. I couldn't even commit to somebody that was so nice. So he's now hung up in a situation like, oh, that's how I need to show up the next time I get into a situation or get an opportunity to. He was trying to. Girl, I know you do. I can feel it. Feel it. I'm telling you, he actually blocked you as a way to be able to protect himself because you was cutting up his whole chest, like his whole, okay, his whole chest on some Zorro-ish. But yeah, just you were just with the sword. Um, yeah, very, very powerful. But I think we'll kind of go and see how that situation is kind of panning out at the minute. Safe to say, he's definitely like, he did for a minute. I'm gonna tell you that much. Okay. Yeah. Right. Let's go and dive into it now that we've gotten all that good stuff out the way. And thank you. I'm an aqua. I cut with my words, girl. You we both, okay? And I got no time for the lies. I'm just gonna tell you the truth, okay? That's how that's gonna work. Because I don't have time to make stuff up. I'm just gonna read you and tell you what's going on for real, for real. So you did that. And I think why I kept laughing is because as you kept doing it, you kept like unmasking him at the same time to himself. So I think that was like the, hey, spiritual journey, Tara. It has been so long, girl. I know. It's my first time live, like the whole of 2024 thus far. It's safe to say I was under the winds of it all. But the storm, we've been having a storm all week here in the UK. The storm brought your girl back. Okay, thanks to the Leo full moon. The Capricorn new moon had me in the dungeon. Leo full moon's like, no, let's give her some time. Okay, so now I'm finally able to balance. But yeah, we're gonna go and unpack your stuff with Gianni, babe, and see where he is with the situation. Yeah, no, it's all good, beautiful. Definitely will catch you soon. I'm actually going to start going live this year. It's on the agenda, guys. TikTok is on the agenda. So I'm going to be doing readings over there as well, one day of the week that I can find, because your girl's going to be busy. Okay. So that's going to be a thing as well. For those of y'all who miss the opportunities here for the free lists and stuff, I'm going to be doing some stuff over in TikTok soon enough. I just need to figure out how to work the space. I haven't even actually, I'm going to be over on TikTok. Yep. Getting in there. Getting into the space, okay? Because they got content that they want me to kind of like put out there as well. And the TikTok spaces where they want to be able to animate me, I guess. So yeah, we're going to do that, but let's go and dive into it. Smara. Oh, listen, that's if you can manage to stick around, use a master, but we're looking forward to seeing what we can get for you. Don't worry, I'm glad that you made the list too, my love. Right, guys, let's dive into Smara's reading so that we can really unpack what's going on with Gianni, because, yeah, it's already doing the mostest. Okay, so how's the space between her and Gianni? Oh, okay. Let's see. We want to understand, yeah, what's the space like at the minute? Just to sort of really thank you for the background too, girl, because I would have gone into that and been like, whoa, what the hell is this? So thank you for the background, okay? Because yeah, when I say that there was shots fired and there was a lot in there, yeah, I want the tea, girl, but I believe that it ended for good. We pretty close. That's why I like the fact that you started the question with what's the space like between y'all, so that we can unpack that first, because I think the question might be answered there. Okay, so let's dive into it. Okay, what is the space like between Smara and Gianni at the minute, guys? For real. Like, what do you see in the space there between them at the minute? Thank you. Okay. 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 So interesting. They're saying that there's a lack of closure situation, I guess, that they're sort of seeing. That's the undertone of what's going on in this space. The investment that you put out there has actually left room for things that are still unsaid, because now he has, again, it's so funny because last time you didn't give him all of what you gave him this time. I think you went light on him last time. That's probably why you reloaded and was like, you sprayed him up, girl. You sprayed him up. Al Pacino style. Okay. So with that, I think with the situation, he's got a little bit of, oh, am I doing the wrong thing? So again, you're literally, it's so funny because like you're guiding him into manhood. That's probably the best way that I can put it. You're actually guiding him into manhood because of the way that he obviously mishandled you in the process. He then went and he's trying a situation, but he's still, like I said, susceptible to temptation, right? And with you, there was an emotional attachment, especially because he took this pivot in his journey based on the dynamic with you. So in coming back into this space, I think he wanted to be able to present himself that way. But it was so funny because that work that he was, I guess, trying to convince himself that he was doing, I guess could have come back to you karmically, babe. It could have come back to you karmically, but we're going to continue to unpack it and see what's going to be sort of like taking place and how things are going to play out. Hey, Ash. How you doing, girl? Right, guys. How do you see things kind of playing out then moving forward with this undertone of lack of closure with the situation? Okay. Oh, okay. It's a process. Definitely. Oh, I'm good. I am good, my love. I am good. Oh, Mina. I did. I was like asking, it's MK Mina. And they literally like the lights flickered, so they confirmed earlier as well. So yeah, nice to have you in this space, beautiful. Smara, girl, I'm laughing because this is what we've got at the bottom of the deck. Okay, when I said that he was dead. Yeah, they did. They all flickered the lights and everything, like just to confirm. I have a lot to, girl, I can imagine. Okay, there's been so much going on. So I can only imagine. I'm grateful for the Leo full moon. It's kind of brought me back into the space. But it's so funny. It is so funny. Okay, so it's in reverse because there's an undertone of like recovery, I guess, with the situation. But it's just funny because right now he's in that energy, right? The undertone is that like eventually it will kind of get to that place of a level of recovery. Not necessarily, definitely not anything I think that this is why he was challenged in terms of being able to work in the dynamic with you romantically. I'm gonna tell you this: his ego is very fragile, and for someone like yourself, as fiery as you are, Mama, okay, um, romantically speaking, his ego gets very depleted very easily because it's very fragile. right? So I think that those were some of the challenges that he basically faced in terms of dealing with the dynamic when it comes to you in terms of a romantic situation. And that was always one of the things that basically put him in a state of confusion when trying to figure out exactly what he wanted to do with that situation. Because he likes you for the most part, he likes your vibe, but that fiery nature, I think he struggled to be able to manage, I guess, himself in this space, right? He kind of prefers a more passive female because he's quite passive himself, you see. It's the way that he actually deals with situation, which is to be quite passive on certain things and not directly kind of deal with certain things. So that was always going to be a bit of a challenge. But in terms of the space and things playing out, romance side dynamic situation is definitely sort of like off the cards right now as it stands. In the realms of probability, very low probability, 36% to be precise. Not gonna lie to you, my love. And most of that is probably on your end, to be fair, bringing that up. You're probably 20% of that, and he's probably a 16% of that because he's all the way depleted, right? And even that 20% for you is really questionable because you're like, oh, I don't even know if I want the trouble and the drama. So really, really interesting. Okay, let me go and unpack it a little bit more to sort of like see. Sorry, let me move these around so I can make some space. So clarify this dynamic that we've got going on here then, guys. Talk to me about it. Yeah, definitely no flirting. I gathered that much. I get that he's gonna stay withdrawn for a little while. Yeah, get that. Okay, talk to me though. Put it into perspective in terms of how things are going to be playing out. Thank you. Okay. You did take his words as a rejection. And I know that that's what triggered you to that place. But it really was actually because, girl, that's why I attacked him. I know that that's why you attacked him. I know that that's and it was uncontrollable for you. It was the demon that you was basically nurturing for a minute. Like every time that demon would rise, when he would do some shit, some shady stuff. Oh, don't worry, girl. I'm diving into it. Don't worry. I got you, girl. I got you. Okay. So in the balance of things, because I'm for the most part, I'll like tell people, look, my demon's plotting for you. This is a situation that's going on, yada, yada, yada. I'll be straight. I don't know if you guys can see like that little spirit orb that's like literally right there by my mouth. My face isn't distorted. That's just a spirit orb right there, basically, so that they can appropriate the channel. And they're going to be coming out here, like moving into 2025, because they're going to be out here. The light beings are definitely going to be showing up a lot more on technology as well, right? There's going to be a whole little situation going on. Guys, come on, chill out. Sorry. We're all like navigating this space. So, I don't know if you guys can see it. It distorts my mouth. Peace. But it's literally just right there. Anywho, with the situation, it was because you was kind of like giving him a lot of grace, basically. Your shadow was giving him a lot of grace. And when he said that to you, because he was basically giving you an insight that he was basically manifesting what you wanted elsewhere. So naturally that triggered you because you're like, what? That's my manifesting. I put the energy in, I put the time in, I put the effort into you. How dare you go and give that to somebody else naturally, right? And I get that. However, that was actually the best way that I can put it, because your demon, okay, and I know the words that I'm using for people might feel uncomfortable, but this is literally how we manifest, okay? Light and darkness. We're not all of one or the other, we're both, okay? So your demons when it comes to that situation, right? All of the areas that you basically overlooked your own desires and your own needs to be able to show up and cater to whatever he needed because he navigates through situations quite passively. You was irritated, and naturally your shadow was just like, I'm not doing this, he's going to get all of this. And it felt a little bit like rejection because it was something that you was already manifesting, and it could have been yours again, right? And this is what I'm like trying to explain in the space and the situation, because it was your demon that basically conjured that version of him, because that's how manifesting works. It's either a light conjures or a shadow conjures. Either way, the conjuring and manifestation shall occur, right? Because of what you put out there last time, he flourished a guilty conscience. That guilty conscience flourished his desire to then become that, and he was trying that out because you weren't necessarily there as such, and there was still some dealt with tension between you guys. So that situation felt a little bit more challenging, but I guess he felt like it would have been easier for him to figure out how to become that in a space where there isn't as much contention, right? And he was trying that out in that space with that person, but because again, your shadow was one that conjured that, you're its master. That's probably the best way that I can put it to you. You were its master, that version of him. You were essentially its master, which is why when you asked, could you see him? There was still room, even though he was in a relationship, and it could only be a friendship situation, just to hear you out. Do you see what I'm saying? And with that situation now, once you would have gone through with hearing him out, because there is an emotional attachment, okay, because that guilty conscience that was flourished created this version of him, it would have been easier for him to be able to actually come back into alignment with said path. But then Samara was like, what? Oh, Samara. Oh, babe. I know that it sounded believable in terms of what he was saying because he genuinely wants to believe it, but really and truly, like, though, that was really pretty much your opening, basically. That was your room to realign. And I'm saying was because right now the space is like contentious. You're back into the space that you guys were, basically, in terms of him being shooketh, feeling like he can't deal with your mouth, he can't handle the situation with your fiery element, like, because he's just very passive. That's just the way that he is in general. Like, he just doesn't deal with things. He's just like, that's just the way he is. So yeah, babe. Where he is, because I elaborated back on that space, where he is, he's not even necessarily open to friendship at the minute. It's going to take a good 8 weeks, I feel like, for this energy to really kind of clear out in his hard drive as well, because he took some shots, girl. He was going in. Dang. Okay, let's see how things are going to sort of like, I guess, unfold in that case, moving forward. Because right now he's in the phase of basically releasing his ex, right? Clearing his energy. That's the space that he's in. You would be said ex, my love. Okay. He's releasing his ex. Yeah, wow. We're gonna see how the dynamic kind of played out. Damn, Smara. Okay, let's see. Because most of the time we can manifest what we want. Sometimes we just counter manifest what it is that we're manifesting, because no manifestation is perfect. And then the resistances that comes with it is complications. We're like, I don't even want it like this. I want it perfect. So that's where we kind of give up on our own manifestation and then start a different manifesting of timeline. But I wouldn't like to see him with another girl. It was too much. And I get that, beautiful. I get that. I don't think it would have been a situation like that. I think, and this is one of the situations, that's why I even said to you, we had this talk prior to. I told you he was going to get with somebody. He was going to try to do the whole, oh, I'm a changed man now situation. But he's not. Yeah, and I hear you on that, beautiful. I hear you on that, but that was really like the opening. We had that conversation before. Um, I hear you. It does hurt, and it's one of those things. I think because we love quite and I get because obviously monogamy is a thing here in this timeline. Because in many other timelines, there's a completely different dynamic, which is why polygamy is kind of making a wave back into the process. Like I said, Islam has been the best religious teacher of how to navigate that space, realistically. But I get that it does hurt. I think that previous trauma of the situation kind of clouded your judgment in this space, because if you were going into the space just to sort of see it out as a friend, right? Unselfishly, unbiased, with your own agenda, your own motive as to wanting to basically share space and time. It's a different situation. Do you see what I'm saying? So I guess because obviously you were going into it with your own expectations in terms of what you were hoping could be. But we had this conversation. He literally was going to be trying to convince that that's what the opening was when he was still open to seeing you. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's why I said to you, he was going to be trying with you what was done when he had you eventually in that space, and you would get to see and realize that he's still the same person. That was the playing out of. Do you see what I'm saying? He is trying, like I said, because of the guilty conscience that you flourished with your words previously, right? You conjured this version of him, which, you know, yeah, you kind of also then, what's it called? Demolished said version at the same time as well. So yeah, that's the whole situation. But let's see. How do you see things kind of unfolding overall between Smara and G? Because we need to go and move on, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 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 They're saying it's not yes. It's not a yes situation. In terms of anything to do with friendship, anything to do with romance. It's not a yes situation, like until potentially a year from now. I don't know what the timeline was in terms of you guys even being disconnected and coming back into alignment this time. But they're saying, yeah, within the next few weeks, like I said to you, it's going to take him about 8 weeks to recover from the that you put out there. So yeah, it's definitely going to cause him some insecurities. It's going to cause him to kind of like second guess, because his same master who basically summoned him, the version of him that is existing, also demolished and assassinated said ego that you created in essence, right? So yeah, it's definitely, oh yeah. Oh, sorry to hear, Sammy. I didn't realize you didn't make the list. Let me see where the list is. Oh no, you didn't make the list. Okay. Well, somebody might miss their turn. I don't know if Rika's going to show up as well. Mina, you might want to sort of check in with her as well, because she's a little bit far off on the list, but I don't know where she's at. With the other girl, is he happy? She's a little bit more passive than you are, girl. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the reasons why he can convince himself that he's changing at the minute, and potentially he might just be able to, if he can navigate through his tests. Because I think you were probably one of the bigger tests, but you at the same time, he was also your test, and you kind of didn't do so great on your paper. But if it's any consolation, he would have flunked his paper as well. Yeah, he would have gotten back into old behavior. Sorry. I'm just saying though, like he's doing okay at the minute. I'm not taking anything away from him, but again, because there was an emotional attachment and you were the person to basically conjure the version of him, you pretty much had a bit of in terms of his psyche, because you created that version of him, you pretty much could have swayed that situation very, I wouldn't say effortlessly, because he would still want to try and convince you that he is what he's trying to convince himself that he is, in order for you to be able to kind of like be able to see a future in the space. And then he could have potentially actually like tried to be that person rectifying the karma, because this is kind of like, that's why he was open, right? Because he was trying to rectify the damage of said karma that was caused in that space. That's how he got into this situation anyways. But yeah, in the next few weeks he's going to be navigating through the situation. A year from now you guys will kind of like reconvene, I guess. A year from now, though, it's a good little length of time before you guys have any. It's going to take him a while. That relationship isn't going to last. No, no one says relationship, okay? It's not necessarily going to last. He's going to do it for a good little period of time, and he's going to learn some stuff, and he's going to grow whilst he's in this space. However, it's not necessarily going to last. So a year from now, you guys will reconvene. He's going to be recovering from your tongue in the next few weeks. So yeah, that's how that situation, spoiler alert, that's how that situation pans out. And the next time, girl, okay, to be fair, I wasn't out here, so that was my bad, y'all. I left y'all out here in these streets like that. But we did talk about this prior to Smira in terms of the dynamic. Just be mindful next time, right? And when you find yourself getting emotionally rattled, maybe do some breathing and decide whether or not you want that demon to handle the situation. Because sometimes I know that it's my demon about to like handle a situation. I'm like, do you know what? I've warned them several times. Have at it. That's it. It's just one of those things. I won't talk to him again. Yeah, well, there may be a situation that shows up once that situation ends. Well, once that situation ends, we'll see. Stick a pin in that. We'll see how that actually unfolds. A year from now, I guess that situation's got a lot of time to basically decompress so that it can breathe again, because it got real tight on the ego. The ego definitely contracted for both of you guys, so you guys both need some time. Yeah. I think because you felt rejected, you actually rejected him. Then in turn, it actually manifested the experience of actual rejection, because that wasn't actually what was taking place in the moment. He was giving you a boundary, but the boundary was very flaky for him too. So it really wasn't anything to be bothered about, to be honest. I know it triggered past trauma, like we spoke about, but it really wasn't anything to be bothered about. He was going to revert back to old ways. So, yeah. But Auntie here will go and dive into Ari's situation as well. Ari, I don't know if you're still here after all of that, because it took us a good little minute to dive into all that. Actually, Scenario donated. Scenario donated. So Scenario is next on the list. If you want to throw your question out there, can we add Scenario on the donation list, please, Mina? And I think we've got about 2 more slots available on the donation list. Yeah. Hey, Lorato. Well, good, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for putting out, like, you know, the call out there as well, a couple of days as well, because I've been trying to get in here, but in juggling everything, I'm like, do I have the capacity? And pray for me, y'all. I actually need to finish up my assignment this weekend so I can actually just get that out of the way, so I can have more time to do more for you guys. Because like I said, the assignment this year is definitely to get over there on TikTok and start doing some stuff and creating a little community there as well. Scenario girl, where is you at? So we've got Scenario next. And then we're going to go, thank you, Mina. Thank you. That's what's up. Oh, dang. There's been so much going on. I can imagine everybody's got so many updates to just download into the space because it's been such a interesting start to the 2024 for me felt like a repeat of 2019 where I thought, yes, like 2019 is gonna be bomb, like activate it again, like properly awakened in 2018, right? Like on assignment awakened. And then 2019 happened and I was like, shit, this isn't what I thought it was gonna be. So, it just kind of got what it got to. Um, Ari and Scenaria, are you guys both here? Then we've got Gypsy, we've got Lovema, we've got Lalima, Rika. Oh, User Master, you're like towards the end. Girl, I hope you're able to sort of like stick around. Oh, yeah, the 2024 energies are doing that. Beautiful. The 2024 energies are definitely doing that. Kay's here. Pretty please. Oh, you're too cute. I don't think so as well. That's what I'm saying. I don't think either of them are here. I think Ari's probably like stepped out of this. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, they said no. They said no. They said no. Guys, you lot are just in the whole tea in it. Sorry. I don't know if you guys saw that, but yeah, the lights are flashing over here. I think that was your guys, Ari, letting it be known that you're here. Sonaria, she done a donation. Sorry, I know that my thingy was long with Smara, but her stuff was like diving deep. Look at that little spirit orb just like distorting my mouthpiece. It's so thin. Okay. Yeah, the free list is closed, unfortunately. Donation list is open, but if you stick around, there may be someone who misses their spot on the donation list. I haven't seen Lalima in a minute. Love More, I haven't seen. I know Gypsy, I've seen. Yes, Gypsy, I've seen you, girl. Okay. Um, but I haven't seen Love More and Lalima since I started. Kay, I know is here. Ash 13, I know is here. User Master. Yeah, so stick around maybe, and if somebody misses their slot, then you can get added basically. Not necessarily in their place, I'm not going to lie, you get added to the end of the list at that point, because obviously there's people that are already on the list, so we'd want to sort of like get through them first and you'll kind of basically be added on. But yeah, you can sort of, stick around and see. Hopefully Sonaria comes back into the space because she was a donation, so she needs to get her reading. I don't know where she sort of popped off to, but I was a little bit long with yeah, I know. Thank you, Mina. I was a little bit long with Smara. But yes, let's dive into it, Ari. Okay. That's okay, my love. That's okay. We got a little system going on over here to some degree, you know. Okay. So if I just happen to move to Chicago and meet my person, will they have black or brown hair and blue eyes? If not, what will they look like and be like? Brunette, not necessarily like a full-on black hair. Um, More like a greeny blue, actually. Not actually. I wouldn't say it's blue. It's more like a greeny blue. And they're more of a brunette tone because they have a nice olive tan. Um, I hope to meet a white guy or Latino that I find cute, that is staying single but also wanting a relationship and waiting for the right person, aka moi. Love that for you, girl. Love that for you. Girl, if that was your question, we did already put it all together. Okay. Definitely. Brunette's fine. Yeah, he's a brunette. His eyes are more sort of like a greeny sort of blue tone to it. Almost seems grey as well, depending at what light you're kind of like looking at him from. Um, Strong features, high cheekbones, strong jawline, doesn't necessarily have too much facial hair. He's a little bit metrosexual, I guess. Yeah, I know. Yeah, yeah. A little bit like there isn't really like much facial hair or anything like that. But I don't think that is that something that you're into, because I don't think that that's the way that you like him anyways, because yeah, he doesn't have that. I don't know if it's something that grows. Mind you, you guys are still quite young as well. I guess he he still needs some time to grow a proper, like, you know, situation there. Um, maybe they get a little tan during the summer, but I don't like pale guys. Yeah, he's definitely a little olive toned. He's definitely a little olive toned. Or guys that still look white during the summer, even though they have a bit of a tan. Yeah, I don't like too much facial hair. Yeah, he doesn't have much, girl. He doesn't have much. He's cute. He's cute. I say cute, but you know, he's very well groomed, basically, well taken care of. Either clean shaven or some stubble, and that's precisely it. He's mostly clean shaven. Very rarely does he have stubble. That's the situation that I was kind of seeing for the most part. His face, when you meet him, he's clean shaven. Occasionally you'll find him with a stubble. It's not really a situation. He generally likes to take care of himself as well. It's kind of like a part of his personal self-care stuff. He takes pride in his appearance. But yeah, nice guy. Nice guy. I think he can be somewhat a little bit he can be reserved in some cases, but he also actually is very much like a networker, very much the life of the party. I think it depends on the situation with him. He's just pretty laid back. I wonder what age are you picking up on? When you go into that space, because we're talking about you being in Chicago and meeting a potential in Chicago, when you're in that space, it's like a 7 months timeline. Damn, girl. I was like, I wonder what scenario is. I'm glad you came back into the space. We actually ended up moving on to Ari, but we're gonna come right back to you, girl. Don't worry. We literally just put it out there in the space because we did a roll call a minute ago, not too long ago. But we're wrapping up because Ari's thing is pretty. We're diving into this stuff a little bit, but yeah. In moving there, you kind of it's a situation where this person is somebody you sort of like meet within a 7 8 month span of sort of being in the space. So it's more a case of once you make that decision, basically, I guess there's a journey. There's a 7 8 months journey once you get onto that, I guess, timeline of Chicago. There's a 7 8 months journey of meeting said person, but he's nice. He's a cute guy. I think you guys complement each other well, because I guess for the most part, like the fact that he can sometimes be a little bit reserved because you talk, you're the chatter, right? When it comes to you guys' one-to-one time, that's where oh girl, I can imagine, like, I mean, I slept all day today, okay, practically. I got up, fed myself, slept, and woke up and fed myself again and got my ass in here. Okay, that's about all I got the capacity to do at the minute. I was like, wow, I have a whole day. I was supposed to be doing stuff like that. His age is about 23. His age is 23, the person that you meet. It's more so a case of when you get your ass down to Chicago, and you guys actually sort of like align. But his age is 23 because he's like literally kind of figuring out where he is in terms of career stuff. And, he's just kind of finished up with his study situation not too long ago as well. No, nobody said he was dating somebody at 35 even, girl. He was 23. Just finished up his little situation with with college and stuff. So he's cool. He's cool. He's a nice one. You guys are able to sort of like have conversations because you're the chatty one. Like when you guys are together, just generally speaking, he just sits back and let you do your thing. That's why I say that he's reserved, because he's reserved in that setting. But when he's in a social setting and you guys are out and about together, like you guys are both the life of the party. So you guys complement each other well actually in this space. So you good. You good. And he compliments you well as well. I think he blends well with all your curves. And I'm not talking body, I mean just random curves in personality. He adapts to them really well. So yeah, that part. That part, babe. But I hope that answers. When are you planning to sort of get out there to Chicago? Because yeah, there's a lot of timeline development there in terms of being able to come into alignment. A good 7-8 months. That is sweet, right? A good 7-8 months for you guys to be able to sort of like come together. He's nice. You like his jokes as well. His jokes are a little bit corny and cheesy, but you like nonetheless. You get it. You guys are cool. I think that's one of the things that he likes about you actually. When people ask like, "Would you like?" She laughs at my jokes. I'd like to move between May and August. Okay. Okay, that's a good little timing for you. That's a good little timing. Because the space and setting that I kind of like see you guys as kind of like a winter setting. Move it like just on the edge of winter, moving into like a spring experience. I see you guys like out and about more so in the springtime and stuff like that. So that's a good time. That's a good time. But yeah, when he shows up, okay, um, let us know. Definitely keep us posted on that little situation. You guys seem cool together, so it's all good. And I think he like proper shows you the ropes as well, like in the area and just figuring out how to navigate this space as well. So a lot of stuff actually sort of like comes together. I think you start making friendship groups, and that somehow is how the connections actually make. So yeah. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful. You ask and you shall receive that part. Okay. Definitely keep me posted. You know I'm invested in this. Y'all know. Snap. That's why I was like trying to even get back in here. I'm like, dang, it's been almost a whole month. I couldn't let January end and I not get in here. Scenario, my love. Hit me with it. Okay. It's your go, and then we're gonna get back to the free list as well. Oh, I didn't even like start the other list. My bad. Let me go and look for it and start it. Yes, girl. Thank you, Ari. Okay. Thank you for stopping in and sharing. Sorry, I just had to start the list. Thank you, Mina. Much appreciate. Oh, thank you. Look at you. Just popped it right back up. Okay, new list. As far as the free list, we're moving. We're making some strides. We're making some strides. Let's go and dive into it. Okay. Well, scenario is kind of like getting her, yeah, she's getting her question together. I can see she's getting her question together, and then we're gonna get on to Gypsy. Gypsy, we missed you a couple of times. There was like I think in last year you were supposed to get readings and we weren't able to. So I'm glad that you made it at a good spot on the list this time. Yeah, scenario paid for 2 questions, so we're gonna start with question number 1. What you laughing at, girl? Okay. Can I get some insight into this flight attendant journey, like potential challenges financially, etc.? The tea is I had some haters in training be sent home, not because of me. Yeah. That's why you laughing. I see why you laughing now. Okay, because you're out here like, not. I think they got cut. That was some instant karma. Okay, that's another thing as well. You know how 2023, like the karma was coming a little bit quicker. Now the karma is almost instantaneous. Like the shadows aren't as passive as they used to be as well. So yeah, I just had front seat row. Front row seats. My bad. No, definitely instant karma. Because we're in a time of spiritual reparations, right? So things are moving like so much different in comparison to what they had used to be. So it's definitely interesting. But let's go and dive into a few. Let's see. I'm glad that you got front row seats to the show. Okay, the shit show that they didn't realize was going on. Listen, I'm telling you. Okay. Um, right. Can we talk about the flight attendant journey for scenario? Like, how do you see things unfolding ahead for her when it comes to that situation? Okay. Oh, that's nice. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's unpack it. Exactly. Exactly. Well, that was precisely it. That was why it was like, shut up. And I'm not laughing at them. Okay, I don't mean to laugh, but it is funny because, yeah, people being held accountable. I don't know if nobody realized the theme of 2023, which was accountability. Okay, we was in serious accountability class, and now we're in how can I put it? Consequences. We're in the class of consequences this year. Going to be very interesting. Okay, last year we was learning how to take accountability to be prepared for the consequential damages of not doing exactly that. So this year we're going to see what we learned last year. Because the whole point of the accountability class was to show us how we're actually manifesting things. So yeah, that's what we're doing this year. Because girl, oh, one of the girls stared at me so hard leaving. And that's another thing as well for people who are protected, like for people who are protected, like the light beings that are really sort of like out here activated and doing their work and stuff and moving to that next level of stuff, like instant karma. When I say instant karma, okay, they're gonna be getting all that instant karma. Anybody that sort of comes up against stuff. So God's definitely putting in a covering for his troops at the minute. But yes, with the situation, let's sort of unpack it because we've got some stuff going on here. Okay. Okay, learning how to juggle the dynamics of everything. Being able to be emotionally cool, calm, and collected. This is why you've been chosen for this position, girl. Okay, this is why you've been chosen for this position because they're sort of like showing me some of the qualities that you've actually got to be able to navigate through the process of the situation. Um, okay, let me just sort of have a little look at it and put it all into dynamics. Wow, girl. Your masculine energy is going to be like Yeah, the main aspects of this situation that's going to be challenged. So um let's talk about it, beautiful. Let's talk about it. So your masculine aspects are the main qualities that are going to be sort of like a challenge for you when it comes to the situation. So one of the things that you're going to sort of like find, not oh Lord, we're just gonna go and dive into it, babe. We're gonna unpack it. So what I'm seeing with the situation, right? Um, Okay, so a couple of factors that's going to be challenging for you with the situation is the okay, management dynamic is going to be something that you navigate through, right? Because you've got a strong personality, and your personality actually, for some reason, because of the presence that you carry, they'll be intimidated. So it's kind of like they're overcompensating, like overdoing it, basically, like just to kind of like stroke their ego type thing, like, oh, she might be like this big and powerful because they can sense and feel your energy, your spirit, right? That's what that really is. So that's what's really intimidating them, because you're there on assignment. They're there on assignment too, but it's not necessarily like a conscious knowing of. And a lot of the times they fall asleep on the job. Okay, and when I say fall asleep on the job, I mean they come out of conscious awareness of being on assignment, right? um so with that situation, this is where your masculinity is going to be a little bit challenged when it comes to being in that space. Again, they find you to be quite okay. So the things that they're sort of like challenged by you in the space is that you're likable. Those are some of the qualities that um they love and appreciate about you being able to do the job, but it's also something that intimidates them as well, because within the social setting, within the collective group space, you're somebody that also stands out. So, like, it starts off nice. I'm not gonna lie. It starts off nice on your first airline situation. We're going to talk about the build up to the airline situation as well, though, because there's a little bit of stuff there as well that I want to clarify with you. But the first airline situation that you get into with that space, you're there for a little bit. You're there for a little bit. Not gonna lie, you're there for a couple of years if you get to that. Because I see it like being challenging just after like the 15 to 18 months mark, where you've kind of like made yourself known, I guess, in this space, and in the colleague group setting. That's where it starts to, I guess that's where the shadow starts to infiltrate your dynamic in that space. Basically, is the best way that I can put it. That's when um the okay, why the first airline remind me of my dream business in a way is so crazy, girl. I don't know. I don't know, literally. So with it might be a psychological process of something that you're actually sort of playing out as well. Interesting, because there's a lot of those dynamics. I literally, even with this Capricorn new moon, went all the way back to a past life to realize what is still playing out in this life. I'm like, damn, I need to update that drive. Got to get the software in there, update it. But yeah, there may be some psycholatry stuff that you're kind of like processing in that case, but peep it. Let me continue to sort of like unpack it, and then you can kind of like give me a little bit of insight there in terms of like the previous business situation, right? Sorry, there's like I'm getting the channeling clear sentient. It's tickling my nose. But the situation, right? So with the it's like it might be a cycle that you have. Actually, this is funny because we're talking about, oh, when you said to me about the business situation, it might be a cycle that you have with this, because there's a shadow, basically a shadow. He's it's not Leviathan, but he's a descendant of Leviathan. So Leviathan is like a demon of like ultimate demise and destruction. Like he loves to basically just play demise in people's relationships and stuff like that. Like that's his thing. It's not Leviathan, but it's one of his troops. Like one of his soldiers, basically. That's kind of like in the space between the two of you guys, which is why I guess at that point you kind of start to move your way out or around. You might have a situation where you and Leviathans kind of cross paths in previous experiences, bro. Because, yeah, the little minion that's basically been sent in that space to come and manipulate and play confusion in that space, basically. They creep in, that spirit creeps in through her insecurity, basically, her intimidation of your light. And because you're able to sort of like make friends and you're able to, people just gravitate towards you. Do you see what I'm saying? You're naturally a leader, basically. Your leadership qualities intimidates her. It's almost like she feels like you're somehow a threat to her job, even though you don't want it. Like you're not even thinking about anything to do with that. But that's what sets her off, basically. That's what this agent of Leviathan has been able to put into her mind to be able to start using her, basically. So that's how she's able to like start moving like a frenemy, like just outright frenemy situations. Um, yeah, yeah. But you out here, like you're on being protected. You're being protected throughout the process of it, but you're on being protective in terms of protecting your own energy, protecting your own space. And when you start to like withdrawing stuff, that then also further, because she's being a frenemy, not realizing that she's being a frenemy. I mean, she does and she doesn't. Hear me out when I say this, because it's happening unconsciously, and this agent of Leviathan's using her to do a little bit of these manipulative things. She thinks that she's still being good to you because she thinks that she's still basically like really all she's doing is actually utilizing your light, basically, to be able to elevate her in her position that she's in, right? Because you make it look good for the team type situation. But yeah, like, yeah, you have faced agents of Leviathan before. They've shown up in like three previous relationships or three previous situations, um, creating conflicts and tensions in your relationships before. So that may be like why this feels familiar, because the cycle of how they play, yeah, the cycle of how they play is, yeah, like they just play vile, because the person as well, for the most part, is convinced, basically they're convinced that they're doing um what they thought that their intention was, and clearly they're not aligned with their intentions because they had shadows in those spaces that they're not aware of it. A lot of the times those shadows are insecurities, unfortunately, and then these little dark forces attach themselves and start to use that person unconsciously, to the point where they start to gaslight you and tell you that what you think and what you're experiencing isn't real, because they are convinced of another reality, because they're unaware. Unfortunately, they're sleeping. All the good books tells you about the sleeping and how the susceptibility of those who are asleep. That's why all the books speak about people freeing people from slavery, mental enslavement, and captivity and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, the situation there, you move on to a better space. So you move on to your next situation's a little bit better. You actually have a better position in that situation, actually, because of all the work that you were able to do there. So you move up fairly quickly, right? That is so wild to me, though, lol. Cause why, girl? Cause you is a light. I'm telling you, these little shadows are just miserable. Like, I'm not saying that to be rude, because like they get offended when I like tell the truth about them, but they really are just miserable. They just can't help themselves. Okay. And also like they'll go wherever a person will let them basically. If a person's heart has the ability to have them housed, then they'll go there. You know what I mean? It's just one of those situations. So a lot of the times your light just intimidates people. So like they're actually being shown what they have the potential to be themselves, but a lot of the times their lack of belief in self is why it comes in as intimidation as opposed to admiration and aspiration, something for them to aspire to. You know what I'm saying? um, and again, as well, the way that society has basically set things up where we're in a basically dog eat dog world and it's like crabs in a barrel and stuff, like all of those factors play into the situation as well, unfortunately. But yeah, so that's the thing with first job, right? And it's nice to say that it does obviously materialize for you when it comes to the situation. Now, leading up to the actual getting there, right? Getting it to be approved and all of that stuff. There's definitely breakthroughs that's going to come with that situation, and you'll kind of find yourself in a position where it's going to take a lot out of you to the point where you feel completely overwhelmed, basically. But as you do, which is why you've been assigned for the role, you're pretty cool, calm, and collected. You know, you navigate the space, you strategically analyze how you're going to be able to move through this space, and you do it without a sweat, really. I mean, on the inside, it's so funny because on the inside, it's there's like panic, there's a little bit of like chaos and stuff going on here, but you contain it really well, okay, like really really well. So that's exactly why you got assigned this role. When I say you, I'm like speaking like about the soul that exists right within this avatar that you're carrying. Like you wear it so well, basically. Yeah, I know. Your avatar gets spiked. Cortisol levels get crazy in your avatar because she's very powerful. So I know as soon as anything shifts in the physiology and she picks up on what's going on. But yeah, the soul that's basically captaining that ship. Yeah. Um, it's used to levels of work. That's why you got that one. So that's why you got that ship in essence to be able to sort of like navigate the space. But yeah, I think for the most part with the situation, you kind of find yourself in leading up to the space towards getting there, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to have to basically clarify to people just in terms of like false perception. There's a distortion basically of how you show up in certain spaces when it comes to you leading up to where you're trying to get to. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is, babe. I don't know what to tell you about it either. Because it seems like there's a little bit of a distortion in terms of okay, it's because obviously you're balancing the chaos that's going on internally. You're very good at managing the ship, right? But again, like obviously manifesting happens on so many different planes and because of so many different factors. When the physiology in our body shifts as well, it also kind of like puts us on that radio frequency essentially. So that's probably why there's a little bit of distortion to your imagery actually. Okay, noted. I think I gathered that now. Okay, cool. Cool. I think with the situation in leading up to everything, you're going to have some very direct conversations. Basically, there'll be points where it kind of like feels like being a little bit stuck. And I think for yourself, in breaking through some of those things, utilizing your team, babe, utilizing your team, because you're going to have to be direct as well, not just I guess with people but also with the universe out loud. So some of that stuff is going to be necessary on the way leading up to getting in position for the job, basically. Right. That's why I said to you, I'm going to come back to that because that was like a shorter story. But yeah, there will be little situations that may be a little bit of disruptions that causes some delays, but you have to be a little bit more affirmative. Basically, you have to assert your power because you're very powerful. But it's a case of also managing it in this space because once you speak it into being, what happens is that your human is then reactive to the quick shift in the timeline, basically. And your human would ideally, as much as you think that you're ready, your human's wanting to prepare a little bit more for some of these things. So it throws off the physiology. A lot of the times, the quickness of how you manifest some of these timelines, and I think that that's one of the things that you're going to have to like learn how to work with her with, basically. You're going to have to learn to work with your human on, it's just a quickness of your manifesting ability that she gets freaked out about. So sometimes you just kind of need, yeah, you got to assist her with her breathing. That's how you help her to kind of just make sure that you stay anchored in her, basically. And I'm speaking to your soul. I guess that's, you know, captaining the ship. Um, but yeah, take her through breathing sequences that will allow for you to grow. Because sometimes, basically, what's happening is that when you're manifesting what you're manifesting, because the soul is really what's manifesting, right? And it's manifesting through the human. And when you're manifesting some of the stuff that you're manifesting, it's like when she then is reactive to the environment, because obviously she has to go through all of these things and she's still building her belief in herself in some of these ways, in some of these areas, because obviously life has life. Do you know what I mean? Society's knocked certain stuff out, and navigating through just situations with our parents where we start to think, oh, what is, like, what did I come here for? Because we come here with our own assignment and then they give us another assignment that we need to do. And I'm like, but I thought I was going to be doing this. And they're like, no, this is what I need you to do right now. And then it's a whole thing. Right. And in letting a lot of that go, and finding our own path and stuff, like for yourself, in being able to, um, oh, that's on the donation list, my YouTube account. But stick around. There may be somebody that misses their slot as well. We're still sort of like navigating it. Yes, exactly. Beautiful. Exactly that. Right. So now that you're kind of like back on assignment in terms of like what you're here to do, as far as like your assignment, your soul contracts, and the stuff that you're here fulfilling for the people that you're here assigned to, for the things that you're here to do for you. Right. When you start to kind of like peel back on some of those layers as well, like what's happening is that she's building belief in herself. Your human's building belief in the reality that she's able to achieve and manifest these things, because obviously she thought otherwise, because there was a whole different belief system that was obviously built, and she's unraveled those things. So the belief in what you actually came here to do gets dwindled away in the process of that. So she's still navigating through her own anxieties, her own places where she's like still not confident, and she's still learning basically about the power that she occupies as the soul in this vessel, right? So when her physiology shifts, it's, and I won't say it's even not even because she don't believe in herself. It's just that like sometimes it because it's happening so quick, it's like that's really the thing that she doesn't necessarily fully believe, like, can I do it that quickly? So I think that's probably some of the things to just kind of like talk yourself through when you're navigating through some of those physiological shifts, like when your humans kind of like responding to the timeline jumps, because obviously you're quantum leaping very, very quickly onto these timelines of the stuff that you're manifesting, right? But yeah, like it's a case of actually just letting her kind of like have the time, because basically when you don't give her the time to be able to process this, she leans into procrastination as a clutch. Okay, so to alleviate that psycholatry process, right? That's probably why Leviathan sends his agents as well, actually, because when you're in procrastination, it delays and detours the purpose. Okay, I see, my love. Sorry, we're unraveling some, we're putting some things into context. But yes, that's probably why Leviathan sends his agents, because procrastination is a window that they could potentially then get an opportunity to feed off a light of your quality, because your light is fairly bright, right? Exactly that, exactly that. So I tell you what to do in navigating through that situation. When you're human, it's literally just because of the time. It's because of how quick it's happening, because it's a tornado effect on her. And she's like, oh my God, am I going to survive this? She just needs some reassurance. Like, give her quick fire reassurance, in letting her know that this is literally exactly what you came here to do. Just executing your assignment, and like, you're designed for this, and she's got this. Exercising certain breathing exercises with her as well, because there'll be agents, they will come and they will try, because they're obviously trying to basically like, they're trying to be able to obviously feed off yourself, because that's a nice meal. You know what I mean? Like, other people vibrating at lower frequencies, it's like going out for burgers, but you really want steak, you know? It's one of those types of situations. You would be said steak. Okay. So a lot of the times they'll move through people that they can do, in order to be able to see how they can lower your own vibration, so that they can have an opportunity to be able to feed. But that's literally exactly why you go into the situation. When she starts to freak out on the inside, tell her she's excited. Tell her she's excited about like the magic that she's about to create in this space. And throw that shadow off, because what's happening in the space, with her being rattled by the movement of the quick quantum leap, and it's causing some anxieties. Like, you being able to let her know basically, that she ain't got nothing to be shook about. Like, literally, she's designed for this, and you're just basically assisting her in being able to do what she's here to do. It should be able to sort of like help to anchor her onto that timeline, with a sense of knowing, so that her confidence, and again, even as I say this to you and you go out there and practice it, I need to give you warning, okay? Obviously, as you continue to radiate on frequencies of confidence, your light's going to shine brighter, which means shadows are going to be intimidated. Like, you're basically going to trigger people's spirit, and their insecurities, I guess, will be, you'll pick up on it anyways, because they'll show their real face, and it won't take them long either, right? Because your light's so bright, it's almost automatic. When you enter into the room, you'll be able to sort of see who the light is basically touching, and how they're responding or reacting to it. But yeah, that's kind of like what you've got coming in that space, my love, in all of its fullness. But yeah, I hope that you was like with me on all that, because I know that we're here. I know that we're here, babe. But yeah, there's a lot to come with that situation. But you're being used, because even then, like, there's people basically that are in flight that you're going to touch, basically, because Spirit's going to be like taking people to certain places, and there's people that are going to basically need your like, yeah, they're just going to need your light, even in that space where you wouldn't even think that that's being facilitated for you. But yes, and that also leads you onto different things, because this isn't just the one thing that you'd be doing, because you know how you do, okay? You out here juggling, okay? That burger, mutable out here. Facts, it's kind of annoying picking up on others' insecurities. The states are so annoying, girl. Trust me. Yeah, it's a whole lot. It's a whole lot. Your bougie ass. It's all good. Okay. It's designed that way. That's because obviously your light is of a certain quality. So your light is just like standards. That's all that is, girl. Standards. Like, and your light's like, I've worked lifetimes to even be able to be on this level of bougie. Okay. Worked on it. I literally just had Iggy in my mind. Work, working on my shit. I had to finish it. It came out. I had to let it go. But yes, you've worked for it. So you deserve to be like in this body that you've got with this experience that you have that you're navigating through. But yeah, like whenever you sort of like see those situations, whenever you see those situations show up, I guess, and you know, the spirits of confusion and well, exactly. Like, so with Leviathan, the troops that he sends out is a spirit of confusion. He then basically draws people in with their anger, and then he uses that against them to attack you. And usually, in most cases, as you see, it backfires on them, particularly in this year where we're dealing with instantaneous karma. It's like a microwavable karma at the minute. So people be mindful what you do. Okay. It's that kind of energy that we're living in. But yeah, I hope that that was useful for you on that aspect of stuff. Let me just close out the space there in terms of like what's the advice for you on it, and then you can give me your second question, girl. Because the girl that got sent home, we gonna call her Lashes. Let's okay. She would stare at me across the room. I'm like, girl, pay attention. I noticed since she's gotten less anxiety, yeah, because it was hers. It was her anxiety. You were triggering her anxiety. You're picking up on her stuff, and it's coming into your space. And you're like, you don't even need to be like that. You're like, damn, I was over here all rested and ish, you know. But yeah. Because you're like, you go into the room, your light shining, and then all of a sudden it's like triggering their stuff, and you're like, oh, bugger, you know? Doesn't mean you're going to dim for anyone, though. Right. What's the advice for a girl scenario navigating this situation? Because you see all the stuff. Thank you. That's your advice, girl. Take action, okay? Within the next few months, they're saying just continue to listen to your intuition. Don't let go. A year from now, you'll definitely be in a network of like those helpful people. That's what I was saying to you before. Like there are people even that are going to be traveling, people that are going to be grieving. Like your light is really going to be touching people, even in that space. Hello, PJ SE Kid. I don't know how you even say that, but hey. um, but yes, beautiful. Okay. Just take action, continue doing what you're doing. You're going to be used as you were intended to and as you were designed for, in essence. So yeah, just take action and keep doing what you're doing. That's the advice. Okay. I hope that that's useful for you there. Let's move on to question number 2 and unpack it. Let's unpack it. Also, I'd say relinquishing, you know, any, I'll put a prayer out there for you. I was going to say, when it comes to playing with Leviathan's minions, I wouldn't necessarily just recommend. So I'll put a prayer out there for you, and I'm going to do a little bit of an Expelliarmus. Okay, I'm going to do a bit of an expulsion, if you will. But nothing too intense, because then they'll just come up basically from all over the place to be expelled. So yeah. Oh, my daughter's account. That's cute. Okay, so we've got question number 2. And then, guys, we're going to go back to the free list. And we're going to go straight to Gypsy. And we're going to make our way through the list. Okay. Okay. I'm annoyed because I'm at, okay. So let's see. Question number 2 is, so for this content creating, I really want to grow. Oh. So far, I've been doing the flight attendant training and beauty content to grow, but my page is still slowly growing. Lol. I'm annoyed because I don't know if I'm actually being productive. Don't worry about it. Okay. First of all, you don't have the capacity right now for the level of growth that you anticipate. The level of growth that you want is there. This just isn't necessarily the timeline for it. It's a case of taking things in stages. Continue to do what you're doing. A lot of it actually comes when you start doing the travel content. You'll be doing blog contents as well. Well, vlogging, I should say, not even blogging. You'll be doing vlog content based sort of stuff as well. More so when you actually start doing a lot of the traveling, and you'll be basically creating educational value in terms of like research on different countries, and what are some of the need to knows, and you'll be bringing in that content from different aspects of need to know about medical healthcare systems, other dynamic of factors like where you can go to get the best sort of beauty products and all of these types of stuff. So it all gels together once you actually like this. That's what I'm saying, like that. So it's funny because this life has been a nice little one for you, right? Because the way in which you've designed it for yourself is pretty okay, because the flight attendant aspect of the situation is basically the assignment, so you still get to touch the people that you're here to basically serve, right? And then outside of that, you get to do some of the fun things that your human wants to be able to obviously experience here, being able to be on this timeline, because we're in the timeline where we're actually going to be experiencing the age of Aquarius as of next year, right? So, like, it's like, oh, if I'm going to be there and technology is going to be here and this level, like, I definitely need to be doing that. So, I love the fact that you've got that nice little compromise where you've got purpose and you've got like creative expression. Do you see what I'm saying? And that eventually becomes something that is something that leads into your own process. You eventually do your own beauty brand stuff as well. You also do branding for other beauty, um, places and stuff. Like when you go to places like you, the influencing thing definitely develops within the next 5 years. Okay. I know you'd probably like a shorter timeline than that, but to the capacity of you being able to juggle both, as well as some of the other things that will develop, that's the right. I want to be like my girl Jackie Aina. Okay, that part. Okay, and that's what the situation like, because with the timelines that were sort of like manifested on, like a lot of these things can be very easily materialized because we're in the social media era, right? So yeah, just give everything some time to write. I think what's happening right now is that the content that you're actually going to be producing isn't actually produced just yet. So once you get there, like those levels, that's like for me, I can tell, girl, I tell my guys all the time, where's this, where's that? They're like, where's this, where's that, where? Okay, that part. Don't worry, you gonna get paid, girl. You gonna get paid. You gonna get paid, but you ain't got the content yet. Same here. Okay, I'm like, why can't I monetize? They're like, where is the evergreen content? You come into the space and you do readings. That's how you get subscribers. Like they so true. That's why I come in here and I'm so true with y'all. I just keep it real. But yeah, you haven't released the content yet. Okay, to be able to get the level of audience that you're looking for, but you're building towards that because you're putting all the pieces together to be able to consistently build on that content creation that you want to be able to obviously put across. But when I say that, you, girl, listen, don't worry. Okay, eventually I've got some stuff that will be happening. So definitely would love your brand ambassador experience. Okay, don't worry, you're definitely going to be able to do what it is that you're doing, because I want to build passive income with a good audience, unless I should just do that now. Well, this is the thing. It is happening. Um, it's happening. It's more a case of you being able to build the construct bit by bit. So the audience that you're building, those are the very people that you're going to be able to sort of like sell back to as well. And with the situation, like once you get to a certain point, that's what I'm trying to explain as well. Once you get to a certain point, you have other brands contacting you for certain things. Do you see what I'm saying? Other brands will basically be making you brand ambassador. You make passive income basically by posting and all of that kind of stuff. So right now, you haven't necessarily got the type of content just yet, because you're still going through the air hostess situation, right? Because that's what gives you access to then all of these different places where you're going to basically be picking up your audience, right? Because you're going to be creating and producing content. Need to know about this place, about this location, about this is how your hair reacts or responds to this weather cloud. Like it's a whole educational sort of like value situation. Do you see what I'm saying? So you get known for that essentially. But give yourself some time. Give yourself some time. When I say like 5 years you're doing good, it doesn't mean it's going to take you a good 5 years. Like within 3 years you'll be where you want to be, and within 5 years you'll be superseding where you thought you could be with this situation. So just let it build, because it's slowly sort of like moving you into the right direction, and you'll be figuring out how to be able to relay and produce your content as well. I think that that's the other aspect of the situation, right? How you're going to be sort of like producing the content to be able to appeal to your audience as well. And by the time you start like producing certain things, there's different stuff in different languages and everything like that. So yeah. I mean, 5 years, I'll be 30, so I think that's pretty dope, to be honest, Lord. But of course, I want what I want now. Exactly, naturally. And I think that's the thing. You're actually manifesting it now. You're manifesting it in the stages that it's being manifested now. Do you see what I'm saying? You haven't yet produced the content that is basically going to connect you to the audience that you're here for. Just feel like I'm missing something. Yeah, that's precisely it. You're finishing up the air hostess stuff to be able to get access to these locations. And this is what's so dope about that, because you get to be paid for that whilst you do what you're doing to produce your content. Do you see what I'm saying? It's so funny because my sister chose exactly the same sort of like life construct. And I said to her, that's so dope. So it's funny for you guys with these dynamics and situations, because then you get to fulfill your purpose-driven assignment, as well as like getting to be able to tap into this 2024 well, these I was saying 2023 humans last year, but you know, these 2020 human situations that we have going on, and I mean like the 2020 scope. You guys get to experience some of the benefits of that, because literally reality shifted after 2020 when basically Earth got into detention. Okay, it's a whole different world. So yeah, I think the thing that you're missing is exactly that. Once you've got access to basically getting to all of these locations, to be able to produce all of this content. And I'm going to tell you this, it's going to take you a minute to be able to, I think that's probably why your first manager is a little bit like envious as well, probably, because like once you get into that space, it takes you a minute to be able to like get into a rhythm of actually like not being too exhausted. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like the jet lag is real, right? Because you're obviously in flight and doing stuff at the same time as well. But once you're able to optimize to being in that space and what comes along with the job outside of that, and you're able to start producing content, you get like a proper zest, like for the whole gig of actually like doing the air hostess stuff. And I think that that's what, again, even like allows for your light to radiate even more so. And I think that's probably why she gets irritated, because again, that produces, like, you get to these locations to be able to produce your content. Like, before you go to a location, I see you researching, trying to understand, okay, what are some of the medical implications for some of these zones, because like where you're going, you know where you're going. If it's if it's a developed country or not, and you're basically giving information on these locations. Like, that's what you get known for, essentially. Like, spoiler alert, sorry. Okay. um but yeah, you basically like produce content like that. You kind of like do your research, let them know, okay, these are some of the best spots to hit up for this is what you can expect, and all of these different things. And you give them like an actual read, basically, on whatever subject matter that you choose to speak about for said country, destination, location, whatever. And that's what you become known for, in essence, right? And you build a significant audience from that as well. So, yeah, like, just let yourself take the time that you need to be able to obviously do the things that you're doing, because it has to happen in stages, I guess. That's just the way it is. In the words of Tupac, that's just the way it is. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm gonna come out with the songs. It's gonna be a whole thing because they've just been going mad with the muscle memory for me with the music these days. But yes, beautiful. So take your time with it. Like, you're still doing a lot of good stuff. Like, you're still doing a lot of good stuff at the minute. You're going through the little different like stages of everything, and you'll actually be there before you know it. Girl, that's probably why the channel came through, right? Okay. But yeah, um, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's just gonna take some time to ripe. Do you see what I'm saying? You're still like seeding a lot of things, but the seeds are like growing already. Like, the air hostess part of the seed is growing. Then the next part you'll be seeding is the content in these locations and getting yourself known as an expert, essentially, like, on a lot of these things, because you do actually take your time to do your research, and you're able to like provide people content that is relevant, basically, to some of the information that people would actually want to know. Like, all the things that you're kind of curious about, you start producing content for those things, in these locations that you're going to. And that's what essentially kind of like you get known for. And then you actually start having brand deals. Eventually you actually transition out of the air hostess stuff, to be fair. Like, you're there for like a good period of time, don't get me wrong. Like, that's like the gig that you generally do for like a good 7 to 8 years. But like I said, you actually like have your own beauty brand. Eventually you have like you've got lots of different stuff that you actually do you see what I'm saying? So eventually you actually transition out of that, because you build your businesses as you actually go. Yes, girl. Yeah, spas, hairstylists, water caves, nature related. Girl, 100%. Okay, to the point where that's what I'm saying. Like, when you travel to certain locations, so this is some of the stuff. Okay, peep this, right? One of the things that I see you doing in your timeline when you start doing stuff, when you get like the name and stuff for yourself or whatever, you come, you let people you let people know, I've got this many, subscribers on my content. I was thinking about coming to your spa to be able to film. Is it okay? Da, 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 da. And you start to basically discuss like deals that way. So you start to get a lot of shit for free, girl. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Just by you being able to kind of like show, okay, cool. For instance, one of the things that you said there, spa, that's one of the areas where you do this a lot, actually. You get free spa treatments a lot, on the 2 year timeline, between 2 to 3 years timeline from now, right? Where when you're venturing out into a place, because you're known for this as well, you let them know that you're coming to review their spa experience, yada, 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 and they provide it to you for free. So you get a lot of stuff for free as well. So yeah, it's a whole like process of situations that's kind of like going down, and you get to like have so many beautiful experiences. And you obviously, because you want to be able to, eventually the air hostess stuff does get a little bit tiring, like into your early 30s and stuff, where you want to be able to kind of like focus on family dynamics and situations. It's not like serving you like it was basically like for now, like it's serving you to go and get into what you want to get into. So eventually you do transition out of there, not gonna lie. But you also build your own business construct in that process of doing that, basically, because you get known for all of these different things. You actually can produce products, that you then sell back to the audience that you accumulate in that 7 to 8 year time span, basically. And you'll continue to grow the audience because now you're basically utilizing your own, um, your own funds to be able to do what it is that you're doing, and you're utilizing your own, self as your own marketing, essentially. And what you used to do for other people, you become to do for yourself. You start to do that for yourself, basically. And you still travel at least 3 4 times a year with the family, however. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can still do what it is that you do then, just in a different format as well. Okay. So yeah, that's everything. I hope that that was useful for you. They're like, move on to the next person. We got stuff to do tonight. I hope that that was useful for you, though, beautiful. Um, so yeah, I'm just like giving the whole spoiler alert and everything. But listen, I'm sure the experience of the experience is completely different to all the little spoilers that I just gave you. Okay, that was just a little bit of a prerequisite so you know what to expect from the movie. Call it the trailer. Dude, and half the time I really like, as much as I want to share with people and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, I don't really want to give everything, but half the time I have nothing on some people's files, because they have to live out the whole thing, and be in a certain place. So if I do have like a trailer, I'm going to share. You know, I've seen the trailer, girl. You get to live the actual life, right? But I've just seen the trailer. So the trailer looks good. You gonna love it. My lights just flicked. Very good. All right, we're gonna move on. We are going to move on. We're gonna go back to the list, y'all. So that we can kind of like move through some stuff tonight. We've got Gypsy, Love More, I haven't seen in the space. I don't know if Love More's here. Lalima, I haven't seen. I don't know if you want to get hold of Rika. I mean, oh, Love More's here. My bad, Love More. Love More. Good, good, good. Nope, you haven't overslept, girl. We got Gypsy before you, and then it's your go. So stay right there. Okay, if you are going to go somewhere, don't be more than 20 minutes, because the readings, as much as they're long, they're also quick in terms of the amount of information that's being condensed in that space. So don't be more than 20 minutes if you do find yourself going away, because you might just miss your spot. Lalima, I haven't seen. Mina, you might want to check in with Rika, and see if she's going to be able to sort of like get into the space. And then Kay, I've seen a few times. Ash is here, and User Master, I'm sure, is probably still around somewhere. That's okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, that was nice. Thank you for allowing me to like watch the trailer. That was dope. um, Okay, yes, Ash, I know that you're here as well, girl, because I know you're gonna come. Are you gonna come? I think Ash is gonna be coming on. I don't even share the thingies with you guys. I don't know why I don't. But it's like I come into these spaces and I just get straight into some stuff. But for anyone who wants to be able to come in on the live, that is a live stream link. Okay. Listen, I'm telling you, it's all good though. Thank you for coming back into the space, after your little nap as well. I'm telling you, 2024, there's gonna be lots of napping. We're gonna be like China, y'all. Okay, because they got the right mind about it. Um, Okay. Gypsy, where are you, Gypsy? It's your question next. I'm gonna start Love Mars question, and I'm going to go on to that. Where's Gypsy? Gypsy was here as well. When was the last time Gypsy mentioned something? I think it was a while ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a while ago. 11:49. That was about 20 minutes ago. That's why I say don't go anywhere, because we seem to be navigating through these 20-minute cycles when it comes to the readings. But yeah, girl, prep yourself, because I have a lot to unfold. Oh, girl, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Yeah, she was here a while ago. I'm going to go on to Love Mars question. If Gypsy comes back in by the time I finish Love Mars question, then we can go back to her. If not, unfortunately, we're going to have to miss her again, because unfortunately, she's been navigating through some of those cycles in the last 3 times, I guess, she's been on, where she's missed her spot. So hopefully that's not the case for her tonight, and she's able to come back into the space in time. But we're going to go and get into Love Mars reading, and then we can go and dive into it. Okay. Right, so let me get Love Mars question up, because I started. Here we go. Right. Okay, so Love Mars said, can we see if I enter in a relationship in 2024 and any tea about it? Okay, let's dive into it. What do we see happening for Love Mars in terms of romance class this year? Do we see a relationship, guys? Let's talk about it. What's going on for Love Mars? Okay. Interesting. One of the things that they say is that you're guarded. So that's a part of the challenge when it comes to manifesting a person to you. Hey, my love, how you doing, girl? Oh, there we go. Let's talk about it, guys. Romance. What do you see for Love More this year? As quickly as you can. And as clearly as you can. Thank you. No. Oh, do you know what? I don't know if my Cashapp is actually working this year. The Cashapp has been down for a minute. Do you know what? Let me check and see if the Cashapp is working. I do have the Cashapp. It's in the thingy, but I don't know why the Cashapp wasn't working. But the Cashapp should be fine, beautiful. Try it and see if it works. Yeah, try it and see if it works for you. Oh, the PayPal's not working. It's okay. Try and see if the Cash App works for you. I don't know if it is going to work, but the Cash App is the name Counsciouslyconetted. Yeah, it's the name. I don't know if that's working, but let me know if it is working. I know, girl. I know. Let me know if it is working or not for you. I might have to uninstall and reinstall and see if that. Let me go to Play Store actually and see if it's all the way up to date as well, because that might be a reason as to why it's not working. I learned that recently. On other stuff, it might not be updated because I'm okay. Look at that. They're like, go to Play Store. It might need updating. I'm updating it, girl. I am updating it. I should be able to. Hopefully, I should be able to. That might have been the issue all along. So try the Cash App for me, and see if that works. I've just updated it, so hopefully that allows for you guys to kind of be able to get access, because it ain't been working since June, y'all. Dang. But yeah, because when you put your phone for the software update, I don't do it like all the time. I actually just like I put it on for 2 o'clock in the mornings, and sometimes it doesn't actually do it. So that's what that is. But let me know how you get on with that. I'm okay to try it out if you get something for. Okay, thank you. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you for letting me know what name it is as well. And thank you for actually challenging me straight off the bat to sort out my Cashapp straight off the bat for 2024, because that was something that I was supposed to have resolved from 2023. And here we are. But they just told me go and see if you can update it on Play Store. So hopefully that worked. I didn't realize it needed updating. I sense that they want sex, and I do not want to deal with that energy. Yeah, because that's for the most part, that's how a man knows if he loves someone or not. As unfortunate as that is, like it usually happens for them, a lot of them, after the moment of intimacy, where they're like, okay, I still want to sort of like engage. I still want to spend time with her. I still want to see her. Basically, that's how they know if they love you or not, or if it was just like infatuation. It's sad, but because sometimes it's their little head, okay, that's kind of like forcing something along, just so that they can get a sense of relief. And sometimes it can be an incubus that's attached to them, that is basically harnessing their energy to be able to feed, essentially. So yeah, that's just unfortunately how a lot of them know if they do actually like have feelings for the person that they think that they have feelings for, because a lot of the times their head confuses them. I mean, that head, this head gets confused by that head, basically. So once they go through the acts, they're like, oh, okay, I don't really feel the way that I thought I felt. This is just a sex thing. But yeah. Okay, let me consciously connected. I think is what it's. Oh no hyphen. Sorry, my bad, No hyphen, babe. No hyphen. I couldn't put the hyphen in there. That's probably why it's not coming up. Yeah, it's just consciously connected. Capital C. Yeah, capital C. That's how it is. Maybe I should change it in the thing, because I don't know if I've got it down properly in the thing as well. But yeah, we're gonna go and dive into it though. So one of the things that I was seeing with your situation, so this is probably why I was saying that, why they were saying that you're guarded then. This is probably why. Okay, so that's interesting. One of the things that I sort of like picked up in sort of coming into the reading, one of the things that they're showing when it comes to the romance. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let me know if it's working for you. One of the things that I'm seeing on this year for the romance space for yourself, Love Mom, is that there are some insecurities, I guess, that you'll kind of be navigating through when it comes to that situation. And when I say some insecurity, it's kind of like, how can I put it? So, bear with me, I'm getting the download. Okay, so with the situation here, because we've got the Queen of Cups, basically, when I asked the question in terms of like your 2024, what's sort of coming in terms of romance for you, they're sort of letting me know. There's some insecurities that are going to sort of like show up, and those insecurities, are you generally in quite codependent relationships as well, Lovemore? I have to ask you that question, because one of the things that they're showing me with the situation in terms of the insecurity thing, is why that's potentially why the relationships that you manifest may have a tendency to be codependent. And I think where you have been trying to move away from that, that's probably why. Okay, sorry, I'm like understanding all the formatting of this situation because there's layers to it. First, I'm understanding that you're a little bit guarded. Um, okay, okay, I don't trust easily. Okay, that's the not guard, the little bit guarded situation. Okay, okay. That's probably some of the insecurities that they're sort of talking about. What is it going to take for you to trust? What are some of the factors that you need to see from a person in order to be able to trust them? Because you just spoke about the sex thing, and I get that. Obviously, females are stimulated in a different way. Men are just, like I said, that's how they know if they like a person, through sex, unfortunately. Um, sounds like a bit harsh and stuff, but that is unfortunately the reality because a lot of them aren't necessarily as emotionally connected to themselves as they need to be to really understand what's going on for them in this space. Okay, sorry. Mm, sorry, I'm trying to. Okay. Yeah, to act as they say, not only words, and not to mess around with other females. Yeah. I really hate to be the bearer of bad news on that situation with the females thing. I know every time when I actually say this, I don't know if I become, every time I say, I don't know if I become an enemy of the female population. But honestly, the monogamy thing is actually being, it's being transitioned out, to be honest with you. So that's why we're experiencing this epidemic of what we perceive to be infidelity. But monogamy was a concept that was created by man, actually. But because obviously people have their different assignments, basically different souls are coming through different people and stuff like that, so that's what that is. But I do understand, I do understand that where we are currently, that is a desire and a requirement, in essence, to some degree. I'm just saying that's why men struggle with that formatting, because that's not the natural law, unfortunately. Um, it's just not. Oh yeah, you said. Let me see if I can send a request to you, Sumer22. Okay. Do you want to do one question, right? Sorry, Mina. I'm just saying it really actually is. It's man-made. It's a concept that man-made. And this is why like I get so like, oh, I don't want to like, you know, sorry. Sumo 22. Oh, I can't see you either, beautiful. Yeah, monogamy is a man-made concept, I'm afraid, because souls are coming through whatever genetic predisposition they need, and sometimes because men are planters and women are the soil, they come through the soil that they need. That's just how that works, unfortunately. So yeah, Sumo 22. I can't find you either. Oh, have you paid through Cashapp before? No, you haven't, I don't think, because I can't see you. Yeah, I can't see you. You might need to stick around, beautiful, and see if the sorry. Oh, sorry. I'm like trying to find you, my love. I'm trying to help out and see what I can do to find you. I've just got, okay, Sumer. Okay, so my bad, girl, my bad. Okay, let me try that again. Sumer 2. Yeah, I've got like Sumer. Yeah, I've got Sumer 2061 and Sumer 2323. It's not coming up even, girl. My bad. Dang. All right, try my one again, which is this properly consciously connected. Because I can't find you for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I did. I tried to put it on Sumo too, but it's not letting me. I can't find it. Sumo too cold? Because I literally just have like a few different Sumo 2 here. But yeah, try that one again for me. Not that I remember, and it's oh no, it's not. I'm trying to find it with the Sumo 2, but there's nothing that's coming up specifically as Sumo 2. I've got all of these are coming up as pound actually. The pound sign. I tried to use a dollar sign as well, and it wasn't showing me any options for those. Yeah. No, I am trying to find the one too, but it's not showing me any options. All of the sumo options that I've got, I guess, are like pound sign ones. So it won't let me send a request. I'm sorry, my love. I don't know what to do there. But yeah, stick around. We might just be able to get you in, I guess, because I don't know what's going on with the Cashapp. I don't know why it's not letting me be found and stuff. Yeah, it's up to date now. So I don't know, if I didn't have a thingy from you previously, it's going to be a challenge for me to get one. But I definitely need to fix that out for this year. You just highlighted that I really still actually do need to get that fixed and sorted out. I'm going to go back into the space with love more. Sorry, Ajaz, but stick around. I think we've got some people that may not actually be here for their reading, so there might be an opportunity. I think Lalima's not actually here. Yeah, I know, girl, I know. But it's all good. It's all good. We'll figure it out nonetheless, right? Yeah, try mine again. Yes, back into the space for what we were discussing, Lovemore. Okay, so one of the things that I was kind of like seeing with the situation with you, kind of like having a difficulty with the trusting thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. The only reason I'm not saying that you should lower your standards. I'm just being honest with you guys about what the actual situation is. That's why men continue to like what we call cheat, but it's just not the natural laws of things. People need to come wherever they need to come, and these are the planters of the seed who has that designated task. So they must plant the seed wherever the soil is permitted, basically, for them to be able to go and produce that life. Even for babies that don't actually get born, babies that actually like get aborted, or babies that miscarry and stuff like that, their souls have that soul contract to navigate through that process. And they have to go through that rite of passage to basically move into transition of their next lives and stuff. So this whole concept of monogamy is actually a man-made thing, and it's I guess, work to some degree, because we've been able to sort of like follow a pattern in essence. But yeah, that's why we have more men than more females, sorry, than men in society, because that's just the way that that situation was set up as well. And if it was an equal situation for the masculine population to be just as much, like we would have a lot more shadows basically. If we were to level the playing field of men and women, there'll be a lot more shadows for us to navigate through. But yeah, it's a process of alchemy. The Yeah, it's a whole long thing. But that insecurity there, I'm not saying to kind of like lower your standards or anything like that. I'm just saying you might want to manage that a little bit, in terms of how you react to that situation, because whatever happens in that dynamic actually has nothing to do with like you as a person and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, in most cases, it's situations. That's all good. In most cases, it's a situation where they try to be able to accommodate, and a lot of the times when they don't meet certain expectations and they're driven into other spaces to do other things and find themselves in other dynamics of stuff basically. This is why I said Islam has actually been the best teacher on how to be able to navigate through essentially what is polygamy, like what it's supposed to actually be. Because now what they're practicing is just infidelity, really, to be honest with you. But it's an agreed infidelity concept. But yes, right, I digress. With the situation, you are going to be navigating through some insecurities as you go through the process. I see the potential of something coming in just around about like the 4-month mark. So I want to say like towards the end of April, early May times. But whether or not it manifests itself into a relationship, this is why I was being very specific in terms of the question that you asked, and being able to really unpack based on the question that you asked, because you were asking about whether or not you were going to be able to be in a relationship as such. I think you start off the process of basically being there in that dynamic. But 3 months in, things get very, very like intense, and there's a lot. I don't know if it basically manifests itself into a long-term relationship as such. Basically, I feel like the first 3 months, they come in around about end of April, early May time. The way that you guys kind of like navigate by August, there's a reevaluation on that relationship already. So that's why I said to you that I don't know if you, and then after that, again, you go back into withdrawal, you go back into processing. I think the way in which what I would say to you is that the way in which you manage what people do and what that says about you in situations, that's something that you're going to be navigating through this year. Particularly romance class you're going to be experiencing this all over. I'm not going to lie, you're going to experience it in family dynamics. But romance class will be able to be another area that you'll be able to play this out, to be able to get an understanding of how you're basically like, for lack of a better way of putting it, where you're giving your power away in certain situations, because I have to just keep it true with you, beautiful. Because what's happening is the way in which like certain people's actions, like actions that they have chosen to take or not take in certain situations, the way in which you process that is something that's going to be shifting. That's something that's going to be updating in your software this year. And when I say that, the way in which you process that, so if a person basically doesn't show up for you as they said that they would, that doesn't say anything about you. It says a lot about their inability to show up for themselves, and that's how they choose to love themselves. And you are simply showing up in that situation as a mirror for them to see and understand that. And your lesson in that space is understanding what your values are in certain situations, and potentially where you may be selling said value short. So you may be picking in the wrong places, basically. People that doesn't necessarily have a vibrational resonance to produce the thing that you would like from them, right? The thing that you're trying to manifest for yourself, they're not necessarily a vibrational frequency to those things. But because you have trust issues, right? This is another thing. This is where you're manifesting them from. Because you have trust issues, you're manifesting people that are basically going to continue to cause you to be in a place of distrust. And they will continue to basically show you all the reasons why you shouldn't trust them and why men are this. And they'll just continue to perpetuate certain thought processes, basically, that you're having, certain internal dialogues that you're having on an unconscious level, some of the things that your shadows are saying, some of the things that your demons basically want to have as self-fulfilling prophecies, basically, like, because the demons only come from hurt feelings, right? That's where they're birthed. That's where they attach themselves. That's where they start to be able to sort of take life, basically, and take host of the vessel, albeit for like nanoseconds in some cases. Some instances it's for a good, like, long period of time. Okay. You have to deal with the trust issue situation. And I think that you get one particular opportunity that I'm seeing, like I said, between May to August, that relationship. You have a situationship that happens between May to August, but you are the reason, basically, why you don't trust being in a relation. I don't know how else to put it to you, my love. I don't know that you actually want a relationship. That's me being completely honest with you. I know you say that you want a relationship, and hear me out. But because you can't get what it is that you want in a relationship, you don't actually want a relationship. And a relationship, so we talk about a relationship requires work. It requires basically waking up and choosing that person, even when you don't necessarily like them. But the love that you have for them needs to be strong enough to still be able to respect yourself and them in the space to be able to navigate through whatever challenge that you're navigating through in said moment. Because of your trust issues, first few signs of red flags, basically red flag alerts, you're gone. So I don't know that you actually want a relationship. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think what you want is an ideal ship, something that appears to be a little bit more ideal when it comes to certain situations, which is why I cannot deal with insecurity. That's why I let them go. And I hear you on that. I hear you on that. Honestly, most humans are insecure. So I don't know where you're going to find this very small pool. Even people who think, oh, I'm perfectly fine, I'm great, I have no insecurities, they're lying, mostly to themselves. And you'll find out all the places that they're lying to themselves about that situation. But most humans have insecurities. It's just the way that this type of humans are designed, because we're so emotionally messed up and we're dealing with generational prerequisite as far as like traumas and stuff. So we come in and we're already insecure. No, they put me in insecurity because of the trust issues, the speaking to people, okay, so what I would say, the guy that's coming in, because you are going to get somebody coming in, and this is why I say that you have to go through an evaluation period in August, right? I tried to deal with this in the past, and it went really wrong. Wrong how? How did it go wrong? Because this is some of the stuff that I was seeing in that situation with that person, right? The person that you're going to basically get to come in to be able to work with you between May to August. And I think third party. Okay. Yeah, I understand that. I do understand that, because that's where the insecurity comes up. But honestly, that really is just a man-made concept, and we're moving out of it. That's why polygamy is coming back. Okay, so, and by the time we're finished with the transition of it, it's not going to be polygamy is what it looks like right now. It's actually going to be polygamy in terms of how Islam dictates polygamy is supposed to be. So Because now it's a case of like fighting for the man and all that kind of stuff. Like in when we were connected to the spirituality of knowing what we came here to do and knowing how sister wives concept actually worked, it was actually a lot better, and we didn't have shadows of jealousy and insecurity and all that kind of stuff. So I know we're in a different time, we're working through a different phase of where the avatar is in this timeline. The person that's coming in, he is a flirt. I'm not going to lie to you, right? That's one of the issues that he's had in every relationship. The fact that he basically he likes to get his ego stroked. That's probably why I guess they're designed the way that they're designed. But he likes to get his ego stroked, and I think that this is one of the things that you're going to find a challenge, basically. Did you get it? Okay, you got your PayPal. So that's what's up. I'm gonna need to figure out what is going on with my Cash App. Happy for you, beautiful. Um, but yeah, when you kind of like get into the space with him, I think one of the things is that he's like, "Don't you trust me?" Because for the most part, he actually doesn't. Not to say that he doesn't really have any intention of doing anything. He's actually pretty faithful in relationships for the most part. But because of the way that he looks aesthetically, he's easy on the eyes. He's very nice to look at, basically. So he does get a lot of female attention, and he likes it. He likes how it makes him feel because he himself was actually very insecure growing up and stuff like that. So that's why it feeds that part of his ego. Um, but you get a little bit, I guess, defensive in terms of like seeing how he handles the situation, because initially, like for the first, I want to say 6 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks, like a month and a half to 2 months, for the first month and a half to 2 months, he's like very passive with it. He's not really as engaging. He's not really like, you know, basking in it, if you will. He's just like, oh, it's just one of those things, because you actually see how he gets, how can I put it? You see how he gets treated like a piece of meat, for lack of a better way of putting it, literally. Because you see how like other females look at him and interact with him, but that's because he's leveled up. His confidence is emanating at a really high frequency. His charisma is emanating at a really good balance. So he's radiating, and the females are basically gravitating towards him in essence. So you sort of like seeing some of those things initially. He's kind of like, no, no, no type thing. He seems like unbothered about it, but that's really just kind of like what he plays for you. It's just something that he does so that you can see. But eventually, he actually isn't necessarily that way. Like 3 months in, or by 3 months in, a month later, you start to see that he's responding differently to these types of situations. He's basking in it. He's allowing for his ego to be stroked by him being in the situations where he's just flattered, basically. He's just flattered, and he's friendly. And I think that's when you have a reevaluation aspect of the situation as to what you want to do with it. I don't necessarily think that he wants to act on anything per se, but I do think that there's very, very firm boundaries that would need to be set in place. So that's why I said to you that I don't know if it actually manifests into a relationship, because I don't know that what is required for a relationship, because most people just want companions. Really, they want somebody to be able to go through some of the things that they navigate through in life, and that's what they think a relationship is. But being in a and I'm not putting this on you, I'm just saying in general, that's kind of like the doctrine that we have been fed. But a relationship, in terms of when we come here to actually do relationships, it's basically to test the strength of love. And that love will be tested on so many different magnitudes depending on the level of love within the relationship. The bigger the test, basically. So that's why I said what I said earlier about not necessarily wanting a relationship, because love is going to be tested. Some of these things are some of the factors that makes up love: trust, and being able to build on the foundations of that, and all of these factors. But yeah, you go through a reevaluation season by August as to whether or not you actually want to be in the situation. So I don't know that you end up sticking it out at all, and then after that, I see you kind of shutting that down again. To be honest, so that's honestly what I was speaking about in that process. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had better news for you because I think we're still going through a software update when it comes to like the whole like monogamy thing. Um, and I know that like particularly in sort of like traditional Western civilization, that's kind of like the understanding or general consensus. So I do get it. Surgery causes us to love very selfishly, and love unconditionally cannot exist in a selfish state, which is why they do that. But outside of it, um, yeah, you'll get an opportunity to go through the class with someone and decide whether or not you actually do want to put yourself in a position to maybe test um, whether or not you're willing to move past some of your own barriers. They would be willing to work with you on some of your boundaries when it comes to certain situations, because I think for the most part, like I said, the only reason why he likes his ego stroke after the fact is because he was just playing like he was dimming basically so that you can feel comfortable initially, so that you'd be able to let him in to your heart space. And the moment he gets in there, then you're triggered, because he starts to change his behavior, um, like after the 2 months mark, and then 3 months in, you're starting to have questions about the relationship dynamic and whether or not you want to engage in it. So I think for yourself, at that point, you have to determine what some of your boundaries would be in that situation. Because yeah, respectfully, he's here living his own life too. And I think with that situation, obviously, he's kind of trying to outgrow some of his own insecurities, and the only reason why he likes to basically get these compliments from females is because the little boy in him that didn't have that experience is basically compensating as the man that he is today. So that's what that situation is. But let's see what the advice actually is for you on it, because I don't know that I've given you any information that you want to hear, but I've given you the truth per what you need to know for what's to come with the situation. So hopefully that's enough in this space. But let's see what the overall advice is for you in terms of navigating through the space. What is the advice for Love More in navigating through the situation? What is the advice? As clearly as you can, please. Oh. Okay. There's something better. Meditation brings the answers. Can you elaborate on that for us, guys? Elaborate. Something better in what context? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to go and check it out for you. Give me a sec. Let me just finish up Love Ma. And then if anything, because we'll probably need to come to you. I don't know. Gypsy didn't come back in the room, did they? That's been happening to Gypsy the last few readings. This is why I tell people to sort of stick around as well. Elaborate for me on this dynamic here, because you're saying there's something better, and a year from now, in terms of listening to her intuition and taking action according to her intuition, how do you see things playing out? Thank you. Okay. 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 It's interesting. Sorry, I'm really not laughing at yourself, Love Ma. I'm speaking about the situation they're showing me. Basically, the thing that you're basically going to be navigating through, because why I'm laughing is because they're literally answering the question that we're speaking about. They're speaking about third-party situations. They're saying there's something better. You'll be able to relinquish your confusion when it comes to third party dynamics and third party situations, that chaos and that lack of clarity that you're dealing with when it comes to third party situations. You'll take the necessary and appropriate actions in situations to be able to navigate through certain things, right? Yeah, they're saying there's something better for you when it comes to the situation. I guess as you navigate through this year and setting your boundaries, there are still, I'm going to say this as well, there are still some guys, it's a very small, very, very small population that is still aligned with the doctrine of the monogamy context or concept, if you will. And when I say that, because even though it seems like, you know, the dream is to be able to like get married and have kids and all that kind of situation, a lot of the times when the challenge shows up basically, and men are kind of like they're led astray even though they're in a marriage, full-blown marriage situation. And I'm speaking about men because we're speaking about your particular situation, but this can happen with either counterpart in the marriage. A lot of the times when they sort of like are led astray in those types of situations and they kind of find themselves elsewhere, that's just their natural like urges basically. With yourself, what they're showing me in terms of the situation, they're still, guys, no, well, this situation, basically what happens is that you set your boundary in this situation, and this situation that you go through, by you staying firm, I guess, again, in this situation, it's not until next year that you find your guy, basically. I went all around the world to be able to tell you that. But yeah, it's not until next year that you find your guy. This year, you basically navigate through, the universe is like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Basically asking you if you're sure basically about what it is that you want in terms of the partnership, because there's a lot of guys. So because you have trust issues, like I said, you're manifesting guys that are not necessarily aligned with your monogamy concept. Okay. So I guess for yourself, after that person that comes in between April, May, don't worry, not for long. The lights just flickered. They're like, don't worry, not for long. Okay. The situation that you go through this year basically confirms to the universe that you're definitely not necessarily sort of like looking for anybody who even dabbles in getting their ego stroked, because you actually do shut down for the rest of the year from that situation, until some idiots put me through this. Well, next year is a better situation for you, a better timeline management when it comes to relationship. This year, you get one particular class to go through with one person who you get to hang out with between May, June, April, May, June, April, end of April to May, June, July, and then August, you guys go through a reevaluation season. And I don't think that anything materializes strongly from there because I see you withdrawing. But a year after, not like a year after August, but next year, February, is really where I see something that's a little bit more stable and aligned to what it is that you would like to see in a partnership. They still have their own sort of like areas. So I'll tell you, that person is a downgrade. All right. When I say downgrade, it's not a downgrade in terms of like their personality. They have lots of amazing qualities. It's just there's a certain physical aesthetic that you usually go for. He's a downgrade in that basically. He's not what you would naturally normally go for, but he has a lot of the qualities that you would like in a partner, and he alleviates some of your concerns basically when it comes to trust. He's not ugly, he's just not your usual aesthetic. He's okay. You know, he's like I'd say a 6 or a 7. Okay. Whereas you probably would like naturally like an 8 and above. Okay. I'd say 6.5 to a 7. Yeah. So yeah, that's all that is. But you go through the motions this year to be able to kind of find Mr. Right next year. Okay. I hope that that is useful for you, though. Beautiful. That part. Sorry. Let me go and see. I won't you. Oh no, I know you won't, babe. Y'all are gonna navigate through a little situation for a little. Give him his time because you have to sit your class. This wasn't here for you to be able to thing. Like once you sit your class, so it's a whole sort of like a destiny helping sort of situation where you get to navigate through the space once he's used basically as a lesson for you to be able to confirm to the universe that that's exactly what you want. Then the next, he's like a catalyst basically for the next phase of what it is that you're manifesting. So just at your class is cool. Sorry, I'm like going in because I hadn't gotten an email. So now I'm having to go in to the PayPal to just go and confirm your donation as well, Ajaz. And Gypsy didn't come back, and Lalima isn't necessarily here. So I don't know what's going on with that situation. Oh, I didn't have it. I didn't get it, Thingy. Ajaz. I didn't get it. Yeah. I didn't get it because I didn't get a notification come through and I just went directly into the PayPal. Yeah, you might need to update the list as well, Mina. That's what I was just thinking, because the situation is getting a little bit, it might need to take a minute as well to sort of come over. I know they're usually automatic, but yeah, I know, beautiful. I honestly, so basically, this isn't you. I'm basically having like, there's a money demon that's on, like, I'm breaking attachments to that demon. It's like from 7 generations back. It's the ancestor that basically recently got activated, and she comes with a money demon. So he's just been doing the most at the minute. Like, it's not you, it's my shadows, basically. Don't worry. It is probably going to sort of come up and show up. So we'll just go ahead because I trust and believe you, my love. It's just a little thing that's like out here trying to like, it's a little gremlin that's out here trying to do what it does. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So we've got from the Rika isn't here either, I guess. No. I don't know if you checked in with her to be able to come into the space, so we might need to update that as well. Kay was here earlier. I don't know if she's here. Yeah. Oh, we had Ash 13, and then we've got User Master and MK. Yeah, send me a screenshot on IG. Send me a screenshot on IG. Just so that again, I can basically use that to call from the money demon that's basically trying to play this little game with us, using you as a bit of a lesson. They've been doing the most at the minute, just trying to get my attention, but I'm really not for it. I'm just like, look, it is what it is. Okay, I'm just not playing with y'all no more. I don't like y'all's games. I'm not with it. But yeah, it's not you, beautiful, it's me. This is why your girl has been like just taking her time to come back into the space. When I tell y'all that I've been under demonic attack, like I've been under demonic attack. Okay, spirits be knocking my door and everything. Like literally, like my letterbox. They be coming to knock my letterbox. There was a demon that like an incubus demon that was basically trying to attach itself to me. It kept trying to open my door at nighttime while I sleep. So I had to like literally sleep with my door, like with a rope tied to my door handle that's connected to my heater that's by the door just to keep my door closed. Like it's serious shit out here, you guys. I'm telling you. And I burnt out my house already with like frankincense resin and stuff like that because the spirit of depression had come, like tried to like take me and see if they can like basically distract me so that I don't like manifest all the things that are coming this year, basically. So it's really not you, it's me. I'm good, Mina. I'm good. They do this all the time. Like literally, they do this all the time. I am okay. It's just one of those things like when I say it to people, because obviously these are spirits, so like they don't have a physical body. So half the time, like when I say certain things, even like now my partner as well, he's really actually like listening in and um you know, waking up to the reality of some of the things that I'm saying because they tried to attack him the other day because he's a part of my money journey that I'm basically like breaking this money demon that has been attached to my generation for like the last 7 years, 7 generations. And prior to that, she had attachments, but it got a certain level of power basically over the lineage again from her dynamic. She was basically like in slavery. Um, so he's had the opportunity to feed off the lineage for a really long time, but his time is up basically, and he's a little bit panicked, so he's trying to draw me into other contracts. But he literally tried to take out my partner the other day because he's a part of the process. Like my partner was sleeping, luckily the angels went to him in his sleep just before they tried to take him out, because they usually try and take us out with fire. And it's not the first time either. But yeah, like literally he woke up, like the angels told him to wake up, and literally 2 minutes before he woke up, 2 minutes after he woke up, the plug on the heater basically like sparked and went up in flames, and it literally was what's it called? The place was about to burn basically, and the demon was trying to burn him whilst he sleeps so that when he wakes up, obviously it would have already been like a big situation. But these things happen. And I have to tell the people around me like what's going on, and I try and explain to exactly Ajaz exactly that, right? I try and explain to the people around me because I need to let them know like, yo, be on watch. I'm putting out prayers out there for you. That's why I'm even in church, because I'm like, look, you guys need to understand, I need these people's spiritual prayers over me when they pray for me, because of their, like, you know, they keep their vessel pure for the most part, right? They don't harbor certain spirits and they don't let certain things fester. So there are certain body of light that I need praying for me, and once I get them praying for me as well, I'm praying for y'all, because this is what's going on, this is what I'm battling, which means this is what they can come through any, because they come through different people in my family as well that may be a little bit more susceptible. So I have to tell them what's going on because of the work that I choose to do, because I choose to practice, and this is what comes along with practicing. So it's a lot. Literally almost took out my partner the other day in his sleep. Luckily, the angels went to him before and told him about what the shadow was planning, basically. So he was able to wake up in time, but he got scarred though, like, because he was able to dab out the fire, because it literally broke out into fire, but he got scarred on his belly in putting it out. But yeah, Sammy can get on the free list actually, because we've had a couple of spots that had basically gotten taken, to be fair. So we had Gypsy, we had Laliman, we had Rika, so there was about 3 spots available. But she'd have to obviously get added onto the now list from where it is. So check with her, right? I saw your DM as well, beautiful. Don't worry, I got you. Multitasking. But yeah, it can be dangerous, to say the least. And half the time when I'm talking to people, I think they think I'm joking, but I'm like, no, bro. This I'm being so for real. You don't even know the levels. Okay, sorry, let me go and get into it. Okay, my messages. Okay. Let's see. We got it. We got it. We got it. Okay, we got you. We got you, girl. That's for 2 questions then. We're good. We're going to go and dive into Jazz's stuff and get that done. Okay, because they trying me out here. But we are not going to be tried. Right? Okay. We're going to figure it out. That's what they need to know. Listen, there's ways around these things. This is what they hate the most as well because of what's going on with technology. Technology is actually going to out a lot of this stuff. So they're a little bit, but thankfully we were able to navigate through that situation. Ash, check with Sammy if she wants to get added onto the list and she can come back in and get added onto the list after Mina. And Mina, we actually have 2 spots available on the free list. I don't know if there's anybody here that wants to be able to or not. And then we still also have 1 spot now available on the donation list. Yeah. Oh, yay, Sammy. That's what's up, girl. Yay. We got you on the list. Okay. Lalima and Gypsy, I don't know. They've been navigating through this whole situation for the last few months where they just keep missing their actual space on the list. But don't worry. For you, Sammy, they created some space. Oh, let's go and dive into it, girl. Let us go and dive into it. Okay. What do we see happening in the love space for Jazz? Okay. What do we see happening in the love space for Jazz this year? So, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. Don't be nervous, girl. You're good. You're good. You're in good hands. I got you. Okay. Interesting. Elaborate on this for me. It's not anything major, so that's good. It's always nice when I see. Oh, yes, please, Mina. Thank you. Please and thank you, guys. Okay, so elaborate for me. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Choo Choo. How you doing, girl? Oh. Okay. Something does come in, right? Oh, no, I know, girl. Don't worry. Something does come in for you this year. But I wanted to unpack it. That's why I was clarifying some stuff, right? Okay, so what I was seeing is that something does come in. But one of the things that I was like trying to understand about it was the undertone of this situation. That's why I was like, elaborate for me, right? Um, so something does come in, but there's a little bit of workings with the situation, right? The main factor when it comes down to it, the main factor when it comes down to it, when it with the situation, is a little bit of like, oh, yeah, sorry, it's coming in with somebody that may be in a complicated situation. And when I say they may be in a complicated situation, I mean it's ended, but it's not really ended, basically, right? Hey, Thai goddess, I is good. How are you, my love? So yeah, it's okay. So it's finished, but it's not. How do I? Here we go. That's precisely it. They mask for a little bit. They mask for a little bit, right, to avoid conflict because they don't want to be in the situation. Like, I'll say this much to you. They are done with their person, but their person isn't done with them, basically. One last spot available on the donation list, my love. So yes, it is still open. But yes, they're finished with their person, but their person isn't necessarily finished with them. Because they were the ones, like the person, their person, because they were the one who messed up the situation, they still have some guilt, they have some residual, like, guilty conscience that's kind of flourishing. And they almost want to basically make it right with the person, but the person's like, you don't need to make it right. We're good. I'm over it. I'm over you. I just want to move on. Right. That's the dynamic of the situation. So that's really more or less what that dynamic actually is. And for the most part, they're very open with you. They're very vocal about the situation. They're pretty transparent. They don't necessarily hide anything, and they don't really sort of like keep anything. Um, if anything, they're a bit of an oversharer, which is why you guys complement each other really well, actually. That part. Okay. Because it saves you the bother, because you're such a curious mind, it saves you the bother of a lot of the questions that your mind is like, they kind of answer the questions that you're exactly right, which is why you're so curious about a lot of things. That's why you actually sort of like share. But they're the same. So they're very open with themselves, they're very transparent. They actually are in a place where they're looking for a particular type of relationship dynamic when it comes to like the friendship stuff that they're doing, right? Um, with the because I think that that's the main thing. Like they're like, oh, if the friendship isn't able to be right, like I really don't feel the time to like waste my time, basically trying to like build a relationship with a person if we can't even like manage to fester up like a friendship together. So that aspect of the situation is definitely going to be something that's going to be trying, I guess, for them. That it's like a trial and error situation, because they're kind of learning you in the process of them being able to do that. But they like what they see. They like what they sort of like experience of you. You guys have a lot of like mutual grounds of understanding, actually. And I think that that's where you guys are really able to sort of like come together. I think the most challenging part of their situation would be the unresolved feelings from the other person that needs to yeah, well, that's the thing, like for you guys with the situation together, like you guys can talk about most things as well, and because of like their situation, so I think the situation with the other person isn't necessarily like they're not like recently out of it, but it's a good few months, right, since they got out of it. And they are in a place where they can see light at the end of the tunnel, basically, which is why they're now open to dating, right? Which is why they were able to sort of like manifest yourself, because they're looking for something, you know, that can grow into something really serious. And that's kind of like where they're at. But they're still navigating through, like I said, the person's feelings about how they basically fumbled the situation, because now they're going to have to start over. So basically, that person's fear is actually like fear of starting over. The person that they've left behind, because they have a lot of like their own personal issues, to be honest with you. So the fact that like the person that comes into your orbit put up with them the way that they did and was able to actually navigate the situation, that's why they're scared of moving forward, because they don't know that anybody else would be able to basically be as patient, because they have a lot of really nice qualities. That's why I say that you guys complement each other really well as well. Like, they're really patient. I think the thing is, like, with that situation, they learned a lot about being firm with their boundaries as well, which is why they're like very clear about like, okay, if I go into a situation, I need to sort of learn this person that I'm in a situation with through friendship first, because there were a little bit of like red flags when they were getting to know each other in that past relationship. And she didn't give herself enough time basically to really be able to kind of process some of those things, because she is patient and she was passive. And I'm going to say was passive because by the time she gets to you, she's not as passive. She may be reserved, but she may be reserved, but she does actually speak up for herself now. Now she's more assertive, whereas before she was just like passive, completely passive. She just won't necessarily say anything, and she would just leave the situation to be what it is and let it play out however it does, type thing. But she's not that person anymore. Like, that relationship taught her that she can't basically manifest her situations like that anymore. And I think for both of you guys, that's why when you guys come together, that mutual understanding that you guys actually sort of like have is a great foundation for you guys to kind of like build on, basically. Yeah. Yeah. It comes from a broken home situation, basically. The love, the person that comes in comes from a broken home situation, because that person didn't necessarily appreciate them when they had them, basically. That's the lesson that they've come off of, learning how to be appreciated. So when they come into the space with you, that's the dynamic that they're basically going to be sort of like experiencing, because that's what they were manifesting, and the person that they were with wasn't a vibrational match to that. So they had to shift out of their reality, hence made space for you. Okay. So that's the situation on that dynamic. But you know me, girl, I want to go deep. Do we have a timeline on this, guys? Because I'm not sensing a direct timeline per se for this individual. So can you provide me with a timeline on the situation? Thank you. I get it. I know that there's a helpful network of people. How soon do you see it manifesting itself? Okay. Okay, there's not much on likely air. Okay. So in context, what are we talking? A quick turnaround? What is it? Sorry, I don't know if you guys can see, but cards are like jumping and flying all over the place here. Okay. Okay. Recovery from romance. It's not necessarily up to one. Peaceful resolution. What's the timeline that we're looking at? Okay, it takes a while for them. Okay. Okay, so when do you see the relationship development situation? Make it clear. Okay. Trying to get a timeline for you, girl. I'm doing my best. Okay. They said I ain't getting no more information, girl. I just need to know it's a yes. They said I just need to know it's a yes. Okay. It's so funny because I was like trying, guys. Okay. Can we just get? I know that it's okay. I get that it's complicated because in terms of when they actually get into a relationship, from start to a friendship to actual relationship, is a little bit complicated. I get that, but can we just get a timeline in terms of like when that person will be entering them? Can we just get that, please? Please, pretty please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we've got a timeline. Girl. So it's within the next few months. So it's interesting because it's going to be happening between 3 to 5 months. It's like I'm telling you, literally, I feel no shame to beg, girl. Okay, I do that ish all the time. I'm just like, please, guys, please, if you got any information. But yes, so we're dealing with a timeline between 3 to 5 months, and why that is because I think you guys kind of like meet within the 3 months time mark. Um, Girl, I'm telling you, no shame in my game, okay? Like begging, I am not against begging where I need to. But yeah, so 3 to 5 months because the 3 months I guess is when you guys kind of like meet like towards the end. So 3.5, so 3 months, 2 weeks to 3 weeks, right? The initial sort of like alignment, I guess, happens in terms of meeting. Girl, I'm definitely over here for all the hot topics, okay? I'll tell you that much. But 3 months and 2 weeks to 3 weeks, right, is when you guys connect, and there's an engagement to start basically making plans, and you guys start to engage and everything like that. So it takes about 5 months basically before there's a actual engaging with each other in terms of wanting to like actually meeting up and being able to start taking things progressively further from there, right? Girl, listen. So you guys meet 3 months, 2 weeks to 3 weeks in. You kind of get to know each other for a little bit. And then after there, it's really where you start to actually build on like romantically getting to know each other. 5 months in, basically, that's really when it shifts. That's why they were saying that it's complicated, basically, because even though like both of you guys want a relationship, it's quite kind of like this, right? Like y'all are just dipping your toe in the water. You're like, let me see if I like it. It's one of those types of situations. So I think that's why. It's one of those things where it's like you guys meet, you're figuring each other out, and then it takes a little while, right? I think this is why I was like, exactly, girl, exactly. Okay, a little bit of a sample and taster, and I think it's one of those things. I don't think it's somebody that you've met just yet. but I think you guys actually currently are in some of there's some sort of connection, basically. There's some sort of social connection. And it's not until you guys actually start to engage with each other that you actually find out that that social connection's been there all along, basically. So, yeah. But that's interesting. That's good. Finally got a timeline on that, girl. Yes. So, this is the thing. Um, the situation as far as like the social settings between you guys, it seems like you guys have some sort of like mutual connection in the social setting. It's just a case of being able to just clarify um who, because it turns out that there may be even 2 or 3 people that you guys have in common. When the more you speak about it, like you'll see how the universe had basically been aligning this whole situation, even though it doesn't necessarily come through how you would think that it would if you guys had that many like connections that was already like built leading up to you guys being able to actually come together. So that's pretty interesting. They ask you to be patient with their situation with the thingy, and they're very transparent, like I said, because they're like, look, I have no feelings invested, but I'm really not a horrible person. So even though I'm not emotionally invested in that space or anything like that, I don't necessarily want to be like a complete bitch or anything to that person or that individual. For the sake of me being the type of person that I am. That's like basically them speaking to you, explaining to you about their situation with that person. And from what I see, it actually is really well and truly over. It's just that person needs to be able to let them out of their hard drive. So that's that situation. Okay. Um, so I hope that that was useful for you in essence, because we actually unpacked the stuff, for the most part. But they're asking me, I can be a hoe sometimes, but a sweet one. Listen, okay, it's all good. It's all good. That part, you know, that's me too. Depends on what time you catch the personality, right? Let me know if you got another question for me as well. So I think you paid for 2 questions. Yeah, I'm gonna go and check Thai Goddess's donation as well. In the meantime, I did see your question, my love. I'm just navigating the space. Oh, she is cute, babe. She is definitely a cutie. Definitely a cutie. You guys vibe really well. Um, she's definitely somebody that's into her own personal appearance as well. Like she kind of like she doesn't dress like your traditional sexy. Her sexy is a little bit more eccentric, I guess. But it's like she carries this very big energy, and I think that that's what you like about her, actually. So yeah. Hey, Jazz. I don't know why your thingy didn't come through, but I literally, I got yours, Thai Goddess. I got your donation. I don't know why your thingy didn't like Erica Badu, that type of vibe, like definitely deeply spiritual into her stuff. It was like boho chic, basically, is what I was seeing with her thing. Very, very eccentric. And she's sexy and appealing in her own little way. So yeah, yeah, you guys vibe, good vibes together. And she's very like confident and strong in herself as well. That's why she's so careful with that person's heart as well. Because even though she's not there, she's like, yeah, I'm not the type of person to like feed somebody to their own insecurities. You know, I'm gonna be straight and let them know, like, you know, your time with me is up, but I have no more grace to give. But I don't want you to like be in a place of harm nonetheless. So she just, yeah, she's really nice like that. And she's very clear about what it is that she's manifesting and sure about her intentions and stuff like that. So you guys actually, yeah, you guys complement each other really well. It's a cute little situation. I like it for y'all. Yeah, I like it for you guys. Because at least you know that like that's the same level of care that she would take with you as well when it comes to your heart. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think as you continue to get to know her, you really actually like what you see because she continues to maintain stance as to who she is. She doesn't come into it as wearing a mask or anything. She comes into it as authentically who she is in that space and time there and then. But yeah, we have got your donation, Thai Goddess. So we're gonna go and dive into your stuff as well. If that is all for you, Ajas, I can't wait for you to meet her either, girl. Like, keep us posted as well. I think the timeline dictates what I say 3 months, 2 weeks. Where are we now? We're at the end of Jan. Thank you, beautiful. Let me see when this person's coming in. Sorry, I'm like going about to do the maths. We're like looking at about 14 weeks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so we're looking at the first week of May, literally. Well, the first week of May is basically when they were sort of like coming in. Because when I first started doing the reading, I got May for you as well. It seems like there's a lot that we're doing in romance class between the spring season, clearly, because Love Mars person's sort of end of April, early May, but your situation's around about a similar timeline. First week of May is what I was seeing, first or second week of May. So yeah, that's why I wanted to go back and like do the maths on it. As far as like when they come in, when they're presented, and you guys basically start vibing and all of that stuff, and then obviously it takes a minute to be able to unfold and unravel itself into romantic relationship space type dynamics. So yeah, girl, keep us posted. Right. I think we've got a new list. Girl, listen, I'm trying to get to the gym so I can get some thick back. Okay. I've been so busy out here. I'm just not even no time to eat. I can barely feed my human. Okay. So I feel you on that. Snaps for you on that one, girl. Okay. Kay's still here. Okay, so we're gonna go to Kay quickly. Ty, we're gonna go to Kay quickly. Because we're going to sort of like revert back to someone on the free list, and then we're going to get back onto the donation list. Okay. So yeah. Oh, the free list got back closed, did it? Okay, so we're closed back on the free list again. Thank you, Mina. Okay, this poop is going to look healthy, girl. Okay, that part. I get with you. Hi, girl. Okay. All right, Kay's still here. I think I had starred Kay's question. Did I star Kay's question? Okay, I did. Here we are. Here we are with Kay's question. I know you did. I know you did, Kay. I did. Yeah, she did. She posted a while ago. Oh, much love to you too, beautiful. Much love to you too. Okay, let's go and dive into the situation. Let me go and grab a little, you know, I'm like 3 hours into my shift. Let me grab a little snack. I've been okay. As you've been hearing, I've been navigating through, activations, shadows, all of the above. It's been quite interesting. It's been a kickoff. 2024 has come with a bang, and I'm just navigating it. Yeah, I've got party rings. I've got party rings. Love them. These are like some of the little snacks and stuff that I get from my nephews when they're around. my mum went to a Jamaican shop today to go and get some snacks. So I've got some new Jamaican snacks that I grew up on because I'm going to have one of my nephews next weekend because it's my other nephew's birthday. So we're going to go and like celebrate him. So I'm going to introduce him to like some little Jamaican snacks. I'm like super, super excited. We're all going to hang out. It's going to be a whole vibe. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, definitely. I'm a snacker. If I was living with mom, I'd be an eater. When I live on my own, I'm a snacker. It's hard to balance everything and juggle everything. Okay. Oh, you're making coconut rice. Oh, girl. Love me. Sorry. I'm like out here, mouth watering. I just drilled a bit. And love me some coconut rice. Okay. I was actually supposed to be making today. I was supposed to be making coconut rice with some Thai sweet chili wings, but I'm gonna be doing that tomorrow. Because you girl, all I could manage today was sleep. Oh, I tried doubles. Listen. I'm excited. My mom went down there today, and literally she went down there for herself, but she ended up going down there for me because my dad, it was so funny. I swear my dad was the one who, because he's in spirit, right? He was asking me a couple of days ago, he's like, can't you get me some syrup? I was like, I don't know where I can get you syrup, Dad. Like, there isn't really any Jamaican shops around here. I don't know when I'm going to be in a place to be able to get any Jamaican syrup because I'm not really because I live in a predominantly white area, hence my little racist neighbor, Martin. I was like, it's tricky, but literally 2 days later, they've been going on this 2-day manifesting thing with me when we be having conversations. But yeah, 2 days later, my mom's like, yeah, I'm gonna go down to this shop. I was like, yeah, get me some syrup. Daddy's been asking me for some syrup, so I'm gonna do some syrup when I go and get it. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm sure he's excited too. Okay. But yes, let's go and dive into it. And then we're going to come back to Thai. Goddess, don't worry. I got you. We just get sidetracked every now and then. Okay. But I'm still here. Okay. Reading about whatever I need to know. I'm looking for a new financial situation and wanting to change my physical environment. Okay. Good question. Guys, you heard Kay. She's trying to figure out what she needs to know. What does she need to know? You know where she's at in terms of some of the stuff that she's manifesting. So what do you guys sort of see in the realm of probability in the things that she's manifesting? Talk me through that. Thank you. That was quick. Okay. Interesting. Elaborate for me on this. Okay. Elaborate. Thank you. As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay. They said the wealth is coming. Your biggest challenges that you're navigating through is your planning process. But I think what's going on with the planning process, you struggling with procrastination, girl? Let me ask you that question, because one of the things that they're saying to me is that when it comes to the planning process of it all, you're kind of distracting yourself, basically. So I'm seeing this spirit of procrastination where you're not basically like acting on the impulses that are actually coming through for some reason. The thought processes on certain things are there. Yeah. The thought processes on certain things are there, but okay. But I finished one project. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Because they're saying that the situations all coming together. I think it's more a case of how everything's actually culminating at the minute. There's a culmination. This is your culmination season, they're saying. Like this quarter of the year is your culmination season. You're having to sort of like be methodical in the process of what it is that you're doing. Okay. Talk to me about what she needs to know then. Okay. What they're saying as well is that um, there are certain lost opportunities that you'll basically be revisiting as well during this first quarter. This is why it's a culmination season for you as well, because basically everything wasn't in place previously, as far as like all of pretty much as time has gone on, like there's been certain resources that has become available now in order for you to be able to go and revisit. There's about two previous opportunities or previous situations that you were looking into before, where now is a much better time. It's kind of like the unlikely air is cleared. So the unlikely air was there because there wasn't the right resources, or there wasn't necessarily access to the right resources to be able to allow for those two particular sort of projects. But those are some of the things that are you're going to be getting downloads basically about those two things during this first quarter of the year. And okay, let's dive into it. What about the physical environment? Thank you. Okay. Oh, that's a major arcana for you. So spiritual environment. We have the high priest. Okay, so you're going to be unlocking codes and keys there. But with that situation, what I'm seeing is that your focus on that is kind of like a short-term focus. So you're going to be doing that bit by bit when it comes to the physical environment. They're letting you know that that's a cleanup job that you're going to have to basically do regularly, even once you kind of like get into the process. Okay, so there's some domestic chores that comes with the shifting of the physical environment as well that they're speaking about. That's why they're sort of like, yeah, that's something that's psycholatry, and it's a continuous sort of like process in essence. Yeah, you're definitely unlocking some keys there as well. Talk to me about that. Sorry, I literally just felt my crown open there to receive the download on that one. Talk to me about that. Like, give me. Okay, thank you. Okay, interesting. Okay. Do you have some discouraging people around you in terms of some of the stuff that you're doing projects wise? Answer me that little question now. Yeah. Those are the cleanup jobs basically that they're speaking about. That's why I wanted to clarify the environment in particular, because those are some of the things that they were sort of like speaking to me about. They're like, the people that are basically um the naysayers, you're going to be taking dominion and authority over those people. Those are some of the access codes that basically, once you get rid of some of these people, you access certain timelines. Basically, you're able to quantum leap, because the more that they continue to project doubt at the timeline that you're basically optimizing yourself for, the further that basically delays your process. So whilst you're manifesting some of the things that you're manifesting, if you can withdraw yourself from some of those people who are the naysayers, maybe seeing is believing for them. So they need to see it in order to be able to believe it, and that's fine. It's just not your problem, because you don't need that energy right now in terms of you being able to sort of like get to what you have, like, I guess, God's vision for you, basically, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? And with that situation, that's pretty much going to be like, with you doing that mainly, like, you'll see how you'll go through a recovery period basically automatically, by removing certain people. I see at least two people, basically one or two people that I was seeing in particular that needs immediate removal, basically, because they're not a part of the timeline that you're basically trying to manifest until you get over there, and you can then potentially make a decision as to whether or not you want to re-engage with them now that you're on the other side of the timeline, basically. But yeah, they just, respectfully, you need to persevere them, which means you need to overcome them, basically. So by removing them from your immediate environment, or access to you, basically, whilst you're in the process of manifesting, it's not necessarily going to be for long. You just need them out of the space for at least a good 6 months, basically. Yeah. There's two that I'm seeing that are definitely immediate. They need to be gone, like, for at least the next 6 months, so that you can actually, like, optimize onto the timeline, basically. And I'm not gonna lie, like, as you continue to do what it is that you're doing, you may actually see betrayal come from said two people, because they may start to be utilized as agents of darkness, unfortunately, because their abandonment is going to be triggered, their fear of abandonment is going to be triggered, because you're going to be leaving them behind on this now timeline. So they may be infiltrated by agents of darkness, I'm not going to lie, because they're going to be vibrating so low that they will be so susceptible, which is why they're kind of like giving you a little bit of a warning that you don't basically need to keep them around you on the timeline that you're trying to manifest. Basically, they need to be gone, like, pretty much yesterday, respectfully. And I'm not saying that to be rude. I'm just saying that to be very matter of fact, guys. You guys know how it is. I know, like, obviously as humans, we get in our feelings about certain things, but it's just what it is. They're not a vibrational match to the timeline that you're manifesting. So the longer that they stay lingering basically in your orbit, the further delays that they're going to basically, exactly that, babe, exactly that. You're just weeding the garden, fine-tuning everything, bringing everything back to the beautiful paradise that it is, right? And sometimes those weeds needs to be eradicated, right? But sorry, I'm like getting the downloads. It's like coming through, girl. It's coming through for you. I can feel the thoughts coming in. But yes, with the my YouTube account, I forgot about you. I know that you came in at one point and asked for a reading, and there was other people that came in as well. I don't know if Sister Girl's still here, but they might not be. So stick around. You might be able to get a reading. But yes, beautiful. Get rid of those two immediately. You need them out of this space at least for the next 6 months, so that you can focus on what it is that you're doing. You may get to reevaluate that situation in Leo season. Okay, Sister Girl still here. My bad, girl. See you still here. Okay, you on the list. You're sticking around. We'll see my YouTube account, how the situation actually pans out as well, right? Because I know you did come in at one point asking for a reading. We do also usually have like a novelty spot, so we may be able to sort of like put that out there for you as well, but I'll have to see how I feel in terms of like my energy. I also have Bible studies first thing tomorrow at 11, so I'm trying to get up early as well, to be able to sort of like prep myself for that. So just bear with me, guys. Bear with me. I know it's the first time I'm back in, so I've got like lots to sort of like give to you guys, but good to know that you are still here, sister girl. But yes, Kay, out of the spot immediately, right? And then that will create room. Basically, as you're kind of like like moving your now reality. Oh no, sister girl is not until like end on the list. You're good. After I finish up, Kay, I'm gonna come back to you, Thai goddess. But thank you for your patience. That's so nice of you. Ash 13 is actually going to come on, and when Ash comes on, she's coming on the actual like live. So we're gonna be in for a little minute, basically. Yes, I also feel it's a male and a female. I also feel it's a male and a female. And it's interesting because the female is more likely to basically betray like directly to your face, whereas the male is going to betray directly behind your back because he's more passive. And that's how the agent of darkness is basically going to utilize them. Um, yeah, yeah. I think with the situation, it's so funny with that as well, because that's literally what we got here in terms of the dynamics of the situation unfolding. But yeah, they are some of, I've been noticing that I posted more about travel and relationships. Yeah, yeah, this season that you're sort of like navigating through, like some of the relationships are basically weighing down your current. So as you're kind of quantum leaping and taking your current reality onto the timeline that you're trying to experience, like your new reality, some of those people, they're too heavy. They're vibrating, like their density is just all sorts of messed up. And they don't necessarily believe that you can actually acquire said reality as well. So that's why they have to be left on this timeline. Like I said, because of the whole seeing is believing thing for them, I guess it's just one of those things where a good 6 months you get to reevaluate whether or not you want to be back in alignment with them. Like I said, female's going to betray to your face, male is going to potentially be deceptive behind your back. And you're going to have to kind of like navigate the situation 6 months from now to basically decide whether or not they can even come back from what it is that they do, actually. So yeah, those are some of the challenges ahead when it comes to what you're doing in terms of the financial situations. They are a part of what is causing certain resistances when it comes to mm-hmm, mm-hmm, yep. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. They're basically it's kind of because of their fear of abandonment, because of their fear of basically being left behind, FOMO. Because of that, they get susceptible to basically being used for darkness, unfortunately. Entities, I don't know if you guys see the light just flashing, but again, that's kind of what they do to concur whenever I'm talking. They love to do that a lot. But yeah, they get used as agents of darkness at that point. The demon basically that attaches to them is their fear of abandonment demon that flares up. And then through that, then it starts to flare up stuff like, how can I put it? Stuff like jealousy then starts to get infiltrated, particularly for the female, because once that demon attaches itself, it's easy for it to then basically turn on the switch of jealousy in a female as well, especially because it's dealing with a female to female interaction. So we deal with a lot of that in the feminine community. So it's going to switch on jealousy, and that's where you're basically going to start to get some of the betrayal like feeding into your space and situation. But yeah, let them go. Let them go. You know, the two people that we're speaking about, remove them from the space. They're the naysayers. They're not coming with you where you're going anyways. And once you get over there, you can evaluate if they need to be over there anyways. To be fair, right now, they're probably just placeholders for people who are actually able to be on the timeline, meeting your expectations, as opposed to these people that are here presently, just kind of basically being placeholders, essentially, right? They're going to be replaced on the other timeline, essentially. Yeah. Just saying. Definitely selfish vibes. That's why I said it's more a case of him doing it behind your back, and not directly to your face, because you are a relationship of convenience for him. He wants to be able to obviously use you when he can for whatever he feels that he can use you for, which is why he goes behind your back. Whereas the girl, if you are observant, she does her betrayal directly to your face and tells on herself as well. And you get to see it play out. But yeah, let them do what they need to do. Remove them directly from the space. You need at least a good 6 months with them out of your orbit to be able to elevate into this new paradigm that you're trying to jump onto, as far as the timeline that you're quantum leaping onto. Right? What is the advice for a girl K in navigating all of this wholesomeness? Because it's a lot. Parting message for a girl K. As clearly as you can, guys. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay. Their parting messages: don't communicate clearly with these people. They're romanticizing certain things. So basically, it's kind of like love bombing, is what they're sort of like explaining. Like I said, the guy is a relationship of convenience. And the girl, she's also a user, but it's also like a different sort of dynamic or situation with her, where it's not necessarily a case of her using you in the same way that the guy basically uses you. The guy uses you for his own whatever. It's like, oh, I need to keep this one sweet just in case I need them later down the line for this. Whereas the girl, it's more of a case of like, her thing is companionship. Basically, that's why she is the way that she is with the situation. It's more a companionship situation with her. The need for companionship. So she's a little bit codependent, basically, is really her problem. But the guy is more relationship of convenience. So yeah, they're saying don't communicate clearly with these people, is a parting message. You don't necessarily have to let it go entirely, but there isn't necessarily anything better when it comes to these people. This is who they are. And as long as you're continuing to navigate with them, what you're trying to manifest, there will be no success. Release them, and you will be able to get your opportunity of tapping into the realms of abundance that's there waiting for you. Okay, that part, beautiful. I hope that that was useful for you, though. That part. Okay, girl. I'm going to go and dive into. I really hope that that was useful for you, because it seems like this is a prerequisite and this is a warning, my love. And the reason why I'm giving you the warning, I guess, is because if they're around when they do the situation, when they like reveal who they are, like actually around and in the space of what it is that you're doing, it impacts what you're manifesting even greater. So they just kind of need to be left out of the loop for at least the next 6 months. Leo season, you can reevaluate that decision, but they'll show you who they are in the process anyways. He said, if it's who I think, someone mentioned he was unreliable, flaky. Yeah, because it's relationships of convenience for him. He does things basically that are going to be convenient for him, however it serves him. Ah, I didn't even realize that you were sending it. My PayPal's doing like its own little thing these days, girl. Okay. It's doing its own little thing these days. Sorry, let me show. Okay. All good. Got your donation. All good. All good. Sorry, I'm like He left someone hanging, I heard. Yeah, because he's just that way. Most of the times, if it doesn't necessarily align with what he's, even when he like does things that are like good, sometimes a lot of the times it's actually for the sake of image. He most of the times he doesn't really do anything really genuinely from the kindness of his heart. It's more for his image and how it's going to look, actually, which is funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny to some degree, that part. Okay, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've got your donation. All good. All good. So, what's gonna be? Yes, definitely. Definitely beautiful. Okay. Oh, I left a job situation. Okay. Tell me more. Is the second question gonna be around the job situation? Ah, my bad. Snap. Oh, look at that. I didn't realize it was Smara's birthday. Damn. It was Smara's birthday, y'all. I'm gonna put something out on the community tab for her to say happy birthday. My bad. Happy belated birthday, anyways. Sorry, I got distracted, y'all. Right. After I finish up with Kay and Ty, I'm gonna just have a quick little break to go to the loo and get myself back prepped. Okay, so okay. So let me read what Kay's saying. I left a job situation. I'm being contacted about similar jobs. I asked for something more. I noticed that guy hasn't been communicating, but most likely observing the other guy. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So what's the question in terms of the situation? Because you've left the job and you're being contacted for similar, because you've got the skill sets already, so naturally. Oh, I visited my father. How was that? How was the visit? Was it good? Oh, look at you guys. You guys are so cool. Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad that you guys shared a nice little space. I'm doing her donation reading. What's happening to cause delays? Cause delays about what aspect? Because I think I'm a little bit confused now. Are you talking about the job situation? Because I am ready with the cards. Okay. With him. Okay. Career. Thought so. Okay. So let me get back to that. I left a job situation. I'm being contacted about similar jobs. Got the skill sets, so it's easy when people are looking for what they're looking for you to be called because you're good at what you do. Well, for something more, I've noticed that guy hasn't been communicating, but most likely observing the other guy. Okay. Okay. I met people there that remind me of him for some reason. Okay. Okay. So this is your second question. Let's dive into it. Career stuff, guys. What's causing the delays on that? We want to break through some of those barriers and some of those strongholds. What's the delay? What's the T? Okay, thank you. Okay. 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 Interestingly enough, they're saying that they're kind of like giving you the space to be able to obviously put some of your creative projects and plans in place. What can she then do to kind of like get herself like to eliminate the delays? It may be a case of her juggling both. Does she have to get better, I guess, at juggling both? Because if you guys are basically giving her undivided time to be able to put her attention into the creative space, can she do both? Because she's saying she wants to sort of like get that situation in development. Okay. Okay. They're saying that in that situation you kind of have some blocked energy actually. Yeah, they're saying in terms of that situation you'd have some blocked energy. Basically your focus would be off, so it would kind of like cause a little bit of confusion in terms of receiving some of the insights and the downloads on certain things. Look, she submitted a project, guys. She submitted a project, so can we sort of like move the timeline up on that situation? Because she's doing okay. Like, she's still getting stuff done. Yes, I get it. That's because she doesn't have any distractions, and I get that, but she's willing to basically do both. She's saying she's willing to do both. This isn't me speaking for her. She's saying she's willing to do both. Okay. Like, thank you. Thank you. Okay. 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 Let's see. Okay, she'll be self-sufficient and recognized as such. It's more a case of her kind of like navigating through what she's sort of like breaking free from in the dynamic. Okay. Okay. Well, she's saying that she wants to be able to sort of do both. When do you guys see a timeline of the breakthrough? Let's talk about that. When do you guys see a timeline of the breakthrough? When it comes to the career stuff. She said she wants to do both and she can do both, and she's going to continue to focus on the situation. I get it. The information that she'll be able to receive will be limited capacity because her bandwidth won't be able to obviously have full attention in the space. But when can we get this situation situated? Please and thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sorry. They're also saying that obviously they're bringing in options, I guess, for yourself. They said that they're bringing in options for yourself, but you don't want it. Would that be the other jobs, I guess, that are similar that you're asking, that you're being contacted about? Like, are you just completely done with the field? Just so that I can understand how to like move on with the reading to be able to sort of get some context of things for you. Are you done with like that type of job altogether completely? Or are you trying to sort of like manifest a completely different dynamic with that situation? Because they're like, she's got options. You know, she's, if anything, kind of, they're saying, if anything, you're kind of picky. So I'm trying to understand, like, what do they mean by that? Pretty much. Okay, said I'm moving brand new, girl. Good for you. Okay. 2024 energy out here. Oh my days, you're too funny. Okay, so what are some of the options that you need them to present you whilst we're having this conversation? You say you're brand new now. Okay. What do they need to bring in for you in this space? Let's talk about it. Let's put it out there. Guys, listen. Because yeah, we need to find the right compromise so that the manifesting can manifest. She's going to put it out there. Don't worry. She's typing it. They're like, what is it? What is it? What does she want? Because I think your guys have been like having a little bit of difficulty with that situation, which is why they've just been, you know, giving you the room and space to be able to focus on like I said, the creative projects and ventures and stuff like that. But as we're talking about you being able to do, girl, I'm telling you, I am telling you, guys, pronto. Let's get onto this pronto, because I'm not lying to you. That's my situation, and I'm telling you, it makes life easier to be able to do both. So with you saying that you want remote, because it works. Okay, guys, so we need something remote. Okay. Skill sets and capabilities within the remit of her current skill sets and capabilities, but the main criteria is for it to be remote. So you guys are already bringing in channels of like similar situations to what she's previously done. Okay, how about we take some of the direct skill sets from those situations that can be applied to remote dynamics, right? And let's just package that up in a nice little timeline bow for Agarake. Okay, let's do that. Do you guys have any guidance for her on you guys being able to bring that in? Let's talk about that. Any guidance for her on that? Because she can do both in that kind of setting. You guys can agree. I do it. And literally, girl, I'll be here and I'm like, guys, I'm literally trying to do the people them work. Can you guys chill? And it's like, no. You said you was capable of doing both. Gotta do both. You're on assignment. I will give you that little disclaimer, okay? Because once you put it out there, they come with the downloads as and when. They don't care about your day job, but it does make it a little bit better for you to be in the comfort of like your own space, to be able to obviously receive your downloads and do what it is that you need to do as well. And to be fair, that's what they should have been looking into in the first place, right? There you go. Right, guys. What do you guys advise for her in being able to kind of like ground that experience? Okay. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Okay. 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 Comes with its own anxieties. Okay. Okay. And she's okay to deal with that. Let her be the judge of that situation herself, please. Sorry, because they're saying that the situation can very quickly turn into Nightmare on Elm Street type experience, where it can get quite overwhelming, and being in your own space, it can feel like the walls caving in. So I'm just sort of pleading a case for you in that sense of saying like, let you be the judge of that situation. So you guys gonna help out with the situation? Yeah. We can expect some help. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. They said taking on too much. Taking on too much. Okay. Okay. What timeline can we look at? Because they're like, basically, they're not saying no, they're not going to be getting onto that for you. They're just like, right now, as in literally right now, it's taking on too much. So, what's a feasible timeline that we can sort of like look at with the situation? Sorry. What's a feasible timeline that we can look at with the situation for this remote career situation manifesting? Talk to me, guys. What's a more feasible timeline? Because you guys are saying it's, she still needs some time to be able to kind of like focus and not take on too much, because of what you guys need her to focus on. She's just submitted a project, right? So she's clearly doing her work. What's a timeline that you guys have in mind to be able to help in executing? What's the timeline that you guys have in mind in terms of being able to execute on getting something more remote for her? Come on, guys, don't be like that. Please share. It's funny, right? Because when I asked, they were like, oh, I stopped preaching that to me, family. Okay. They said the moment that you let it go, that's the compromise, basically, because you're manifesting it. And there may be some sort of like attachment as well, as you're sort of like because the manifesting happens a lot more quicker, basically, when you stop holding on to it. So they said let it go, because you're still holding on to it a little bit tightly. Let it go in the next couple of weeks, and then there may be more room for them to be able to start organizing and facilitating space for the right job, when it comes to that situation. Yeah. And within the next few months, the right peaceful situation, you'll be in a different place with the dynamics of what it is that you're navigating through. So in a couple of weeks, things are going to start clearing out in the space for you there. So you may start having offers come in. I'm not going to lie, it's going to take a minute. I'm seeing 5 weeks. I'm not going to lie, girl. You'll see like offers that aligns with what it is that you're looking for, really. Sort of starting to present themselves around about that timeline. And you'll be able to be in a different dynamic or a different space in the next few months when it comes to the situation. Okay. I'd like a guy to come in. Oh, girl. I'm getting into profession of helping folks. Oh, yes, beautiful. Hell yeah. Definitely. We need more, destiny helpers positioning themselves in the place that they're supposed to be, basically, for the souls that they're contracted to in this lifetime. So that's what's up. Snaps for you on that, girl. We love that. I stopped reaching out to new family. Why was it getting a little bit exhausting? Yeah. But yeah, they said give it a good 5 weeks, I guess. 2 weeks, things are going to start moving, I guess, and it takes a good 5 weeks for them to be able to find the right alignment of a situation for you. I'm sure he's still observing because I feel him. Oh, that's the guy from the work situation, right? Yeah, the family stuff got overwhelming. Oh no, I can imagine, girl. Like, seriously. When you start going into the unpacking of all that, you're like, oh God, I don't even know if I got enough room for the lineage hard drive type dynamic. So I fully get you on that. And him, sorry. Oh, then we got Thai Goddess. Thank you, Mina. Look at you. So good. So good. I felt I wasn't moving fast enough. Yeah, they're asking me to actually move on to the next person. I don't know if you guys clocked the flashing of the light there, but yeah. Felt you wasn't moving fast enough with what exactly, beautiful? In terms of like the career stuff that you're doing? Because you're doing pretty well. I think thank you, Mina. I think that they're just trying to make sure that you're organized and allowing as well for your downloads to be able to kind of like flow through in certain aspects. So I think, yeah, you're doing okay. Trust me, you're doing okay. I've got assignments that I'm manifesting right now from like 2016, girl. Okay. You're doing good. Trust me. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it takes a little bit of time, I guess, for certain things to really be able to come all the way into fruition. So everything happens in stages. But you're doing good. You are definitely doing good. That's what I'd say. But I hope that that was useful for you. I feel like you were sort of speaking something on the guide stuff, but for some reason I'm not getting I don't have access to same circles. Oh no, Ty's actually next. Ty's on the donation list, and I went to Kay on the free list, but then she ended up doing a donation for an extra question. So yeah, it's actually back to Thai Goddess. And then we're back to Ash. I'm gonna sort of have a little snacking in between. I've even got some chocolates here as well. I have to keep my energy up. So a lot of the times I bring like sugar-based stuff in here. Because now it's after 2 in the morning. So my energy's having a come down. Anything about that guy come up? I figured he hasn't learned his lesson. The information is very distorted, to be honest with you, when you're speaking about the guy situation. Obviously, because you know how you're telling the story, it all seems like it aligns, but in terms of being able to like receive it and put it into context, it's not that clear, to be honest. So there wasn't really much that I was actually really picking up on anything when it comes to him. Because that's why I was saying, like, I feel like I'm missing out on something there, but they were like telling me to move on. And again, That's because we still got the whole list to sort of like navigate through. But um, I think I missed the whole point and context of what the situation was when it comes to the guy. Not gonna lie to you. It just went over my head. Yeah, it just went over my head. I'm like going back to the messages to see. I wasn't able to put it together in time, beautiful. Sorry. That's why I probably struggled with the even being able to sort of get any context of anything to do with him, unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry. I didn't really get anything on his situation. I was kind of like focused in the channels. But that's why I came out of this space feeling like, okay, I feel like I missed something here. Because there were other stuff basically in there, right? With this situation. The one who created the phone number reached out to me. We discussed him before. Oh God, all these comments further down. I forgot. It's been a while. Basically, I need to focus on me. Oh, yeah. No, there was nothing that was really sort of like coming through for him, to be fair. I didn't really get anything on the space. I was actually kind of like focusing on the like that the visuals on that was like very distorted. I wasn't really getting anything on it. Sorry. My bad, girl. And then they asked me to move on as well. If my altar's actually over onto that side, that's why you guys see the lights flicker over there, because that's literally where the energy source is. Like literally, my altar's over there. So that's why you'll see whenever you see that there, it's like when they're engaging. Yeah, there was not really much. There was not really much that I was sort of like getting there. The stuff is still pretty distorted. But I'll process it separately on a one away, and if I get anything, I'll kind of like let you know next time I come into the space, I guess, and see. Because it felt I wasn't able to process it basically. It's not necessarily that there wasn't necessarily anything there, it was just very distorted. So I wasn't able to process it to be able to interpret. Sorry if it's all over the place. Oh God, Thai goddess, you're funny. All right, let's go and dive into Thai goddess's situation. You're funny, beautiful. Jay is connected with people that are bad for him. Will he go back to his past self, even though he changed? We rented a house. I'm 6 months with our first baby. I don't want my baby around their energy. Okay. You're not all over the place, beautiful. You gave me a little bit of context to the story as well. Thank you for putting it out there, because that was the main thing that they kept saying. Okay. I think what's happening where you're procrastinating in certain places, the energy may be so with you stopping the procrastinating in other places, basically. Sorry, I'm going back to K quickly. Thai goddess, don't worry, I got you, girl. Just stick a pin in it. Coming back, because that was one of the main things that they were sort of like saying about like the little bit of procrastination. That energy may be bleeding over into other spaces, so that may be what's causing some of the delays on certain things as well. I know that with the project situation, they were like, okay, we need her to focus. You're saying that I can do both. I pleaded that case for you because I literally had to plead to even get this place myself. So I know what that's like when they want you to be like focused, and they're like, come out of the metric system of the matrix so that you can focus on what you came here to do, which is your purpose. They just want you to kind of like focus on that. And I'm like, bruh, I still need to survive in this reality, because this is the reality I'm living in. Okay, I got a whole body and everything. So, if you tweak the procrastination situation, I think that it may eradicate some of these delays that you're experiencing as well, because it may be bleeding over into other areas and different spaces as well. Yeah, ancestors told me. Ancestors told her new men coming in. want instability. Makes sense. Yeah. 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 But clean it up and I'm sure you'll be cool. Okay. Right. Um, Thai goddess. Ancestor told her new men coming in won't want instability. Don't know what that's for, okay? I'm not sure. I don't know what is going on with my neck here, actually. I find myself itching it. Okay, so Jay's connected with people that are bad for him. Will he go back to his past self? So that's really the question. Will he go back to his past self? Even though he changed, we rented a house. I'm 6 months with our first baby. I don't want my baby around their energy. Okay. So, question, guys. We want to sort of have a discussion about Jay. Okay. How do you see things playing out with his current circle of people that our girl Ty here feels aren't necessarily the best for their new family dynamic? How do you see things kind of like playing out between Ty and Jay actually being able to, focus on the reality that they're manifesting together? Talk to me about it. Give me all the stuff we need to know, because I think she has her own concerns, thank you, about how it's going to impact the family they're building together. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Elaborate for me. Put it into context. Fall from grace high. Fall from grace high. Question to you, Kay. Hear me, Kay. Thai goddess. Is Jay's dad around in his life? I have to ask you that question because they're talking to me about some stuff. So I just want to, answer me that question whilst I continue to elaborate. Thank you. Okay. 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 Interesting. Okay. The reason why I asked you the question, right? Basically, at the time, they were basically talking to me and they were saying to me that with the situation, so basically, I'm just going to be completely honest with you about everything that I see with the cards and the situation, because guys, I'm never going to sugarcoat anything to you guys. I'm always going to tell it to you guys as they give it to me. So what they were showing me on the cards is that basically he has a fall from grace. He has a moment where basically he trips over his own ego, pretty much. And that basically creates a little bit of negative karma for him. Why I asked about the daddy situation is because when I elaborated on that to be able to clarify, well, why is he going to have a fall from grace? Like really, really put that into context for me. They're like, he's doing this shit on his own. He's figuring it out on his own. He doesn't have a blueprint to work with. There's no exemplary for him to go by, which is where he trips up at, because what is supposed to be common knowledge or common understanding isn't necessarily the case for him. So where he's making it up as he goes along, he's also making up his own rules as he goes along. And he's actually quite very double standard. Basically, his rules apply for whatever situation it most fits at that time, basically. And that's the thing that he's pretty much kind of like navigating through. And that's the thing that he's basically going to find himself tripping up on. That double standard belief system is a thing that's pretty much going to trip him up. So what I saw is that a friend, I use the term loosely, okay? A friend, even when I say the word again, I don't feel like a friend would sort of like put you in this position, but he considers this as his friend. So his friend basically goes through the, I'm not going to lie, you guys. After Ty's reading, I'm going to go and quickly make a little banana fritter. I've already got my bats already. I'm just going to pop them in real quick and come back because your girl's getting hungry. I'm 4 hours into the shift, y'all. Okay. And dinner wasn't a big dinner or nothing. I just made like some chips and goujon. Okay. To be able to just get my ass in here. So just a little disclaimer, just letting y'all know. It's gonna take me like a good 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the most. I promise I won't be long. Because I'm hungry. But I will be back. But yes, Ty. His friend is basically going to he's going to advise him poorly on a situation to be able to make money with a situation that may end up not necessarily being the best thing for him. Yeah. That's where the fall from grace happens, and that's where the quote unquote negative karma. So basically where he wasn't necessarily in where his dad wasn't in his life. I don't know if he's processed that by the look, feel, and seem of his neurology. I guess not. He's just gotten on with life. And he hasn't really taken the time to fully process that situation. And if he's not careful, he's going to give the same sickness to his own child, basically, is what I'm seeing. That sickness of fatherlessness. I don't know, when you speak about like bad for him, I don't know exactly how bad they may be for him, but if he's not careful, he may find himself ending up in a legal situation if he's not careful. And that's just me being completely honest with you about what I see with the situation. Let's see, in terms of advice for you on navigating the situation. Because he had one particular friend who basically has very poor judgment just in general, just very, very poor judgment in general. So yeah, let me get some energy cards to see what they would advise you do when it comes to the situation. What do you guys advise our girl Ty to do then? Okay, figure out how to strategize, but how? How does she strategize in navigating through the situation? Okay. Crown chakra, okay. Okay. Okay, so basically, what is going to be the motivation for him in getting himself entangled in this really big web of just a legal situation is the financial situation. I do mention it to him that if he does act like them, I'm leaving him. Yeah, but either way, okay. So basically, because his dad was like non-existent in his life, and he hadn't necessarily processed that trauma, right? Because that's what it is. It's a trauma. Whether we understand it or not, it's a trauma. Where he hasn't taken the time to basically process that, he's liable to pretty much give that to his kids. his friend has 5 baby mamas and don't care about none of his kids, but he argues with me saying he's not like them. And he's not to some degree, but he can be influenced by them, which is why I understand that's why you're kind of like telling him this friend he's known for a long time, right? This friend and him goes back like a good, I want to say like a good decade, maybe even 15 years plus. Right? The friend and him, because I think that that's basically what it is, because they basically he has changed for a couple of years. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where like he used to be a certain type of way when he was younger. Obviously, as he's matured, he's outgrown certain types of ways about himself. But oh, I was in the picture before the friend. Okay, 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 okay. 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 Your focus, basically, my love, the one thing that can potentially assist him not making poor decisions, because this friend influences him, that's the least of your problems, girl. Like, no offense, but the friend could influence him in a position where he's not even around to be there for you or make any more baby mamas. Like, real talk. That's me being completely blunt with you. So yeah, the main thing is just kind of like, because he's basically like going to be navigating through his own financial pressures, basically. And the friend is going to make a suggestion that is not necessarily the best suggestion in terms of navigating that space. And I think for yourself, when that conversation comes up, because it will, shut it down, but be respectful about it. Like, be understanding to him and come with resolutions, not just shut it down and be like, oh, that's stupid. Why would you think of doing that? You're doing this. You're doing, like, it can't be a telling off, because that's just going to push him to do it, basically. His ego is just going to revert. You kind of have to approach the situation in a way where it's like, that's not necessarily the way that we're going to find ourselves out of this situation. This is more how that situation is going to play out. How about we try and do this situation instead? And if we do this, and so you have to break it down basically in terms of the plan that you may have. Or a plan that you could see potentially in terms of like a means for you guys to be able to navigate through some of the financial pressure that he's going to be feeling that he's under, because his friend's just going to come with like a stupid situation. When I say stupid situation, I mean like the risk factor versus the reward. It doesn't match up. It doesn't align. So it is stupid. Literally, that's the card I got. Full card. Okay. When we were talking about what the friend was going to be presenting, it was a full foolish situation, but it was basically going to be something potentially that was done spontaneously. So he mentioned something on a fly to you, but where we are with the legal system, because we're having certain updates, he doesn't want to get caught up in nothing to do with that. So yeah, he may share with you. I'm concerned if he doesn't share with you how that situation would go, actually, because then he might just tell you after the fact, is also how I'm seeing that he may navigate that space. And by then you guys are already in a situation that could potentially not necessarily end well in either of you guys' favor. But what can she do when it comes to like this friend? Like, what can she do as well when it comes to like the friend situation, just in general, guys? Because I think that's the real concern, actually. Okay. She or he? Thank you. I'm not gonna lie, babe. That ultimatum that you gave may actually, yeah, it may eventually sort of be tested, I guess. Yeah, the ultimatum may eventually be tested because basically when I was asking about like what you can do with that situation in terms of this friend that he's kind of like navigating with, they're saying you like release being all tied up in the whole situation, right? But you've already sort of like presented an ultimatum. That's why I wanted to clarify who needs to release being tied up, you or you need to kind of like get him, I guess, out of the picture, right? They're like, nah, you stand your grounds on the situation, and it's not for you to take any action, but the friend will have to go. The friend will have to go. Um, and do you see the friend basically going? Do you see the friend going? Talk to me about that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Cool. The friend does go. Yeah, the friend does go. The friend does go. The friend does go. He does kind of like fade out and stuff like that. They're still in communication, but it's not a situation as far as like what it was. So do you see Jay being able to kind of like stay grounded in his current version then? Because obviously they're building a family together, guys. That's our main concern. Thank you. Okay. 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 It's not going to be easy. Yeah, I know, girl. I know. What'd you say? The friend doesn't come around as much as he did in the past, which I'm happy about. Jay has changed on that part, but I want him completely out of his life, girl. I know, and I see why, because he is like a little demon. No offense, I'm just saying, like, he doesn't, his moral compass is just all skewed. Like, he literally lives on demon time for the most part. Like, he's more so darkness than he is light. And I think for the most part, Jay actually like sees, I think, some of his dad in him actually, which is why he gravitates toward him. The friend used him, steal from him, and he jealous of him. I just want his friend to block Jay Blessing. I just don't want his friend to block Jay Blessing. He keeps him stuck, girl. I know those. I fully know those. Yeah, yeah, he's very, the fact that you've even put that across, like, this is why I said that he's more dark than any light that's there, actually. Um, uh, okay. Okay. I'll put down a little prayer for you in the morning. Who else do I have on the prayer list? There was somebody else that I said I was going to be praying for. I can't actually quite even remember. The stuff gets like kept in the hard drive. When I start to go into prayer, it will come back up. But I'll put that on the prayer list for you as far as the dynamic with the friend. I'm not going to lie, when my guides work, sometimes it can be a little bit catastrophic in terms of the end of a situation, but I'm gonna pray for more of a peaceful transitioning when it comes to that situation, because I'm like, I was about to start like telling you what to pray and like what psalm and stuff to read and all that stuff. But I'll put down a little situation for you when I get some time. Don't worry. But yeah, my last question in terms of like him being able to sort of like stay in his current version or stabilizing like the version that he's at the minute. It's going to take a lot of love. I think once the baby gets here, what are you having as well? Do you know? Let me know. Let me know. I sense a certain energy, but I just want to confirm from you what you're having, if you know. But that's definitely going to be like a catalyst for his continued change, but you guys are still going to experience some hostilities. Like there's still going to be some situations that you guys are going to have to continue to talk about moving forward, because like as he changes in one area, I'm sure that you'll find other areas that he still needs to grow and optimize and everything like that as well. Okay. I'm having a boy, that's why I don't want him to influence my son, and I get you on that. Because it's the next generation now. He needs to be able to obviously give him an insight into who he can potentially be, not necessarily the genetic predisposition of his absentee granddad, basically. But yeah, gonna be a little bit of like, back and forth moving forward, but stay in the vibration of love. Let love be the focus of what it is that you do. And you should be fine. You should be fine. It takes a while because he's healing from a lot of this stuff. Like I said, with the situation, what you're asking for, he's still healing from his own like fatherlessness, so there's still a lot of dynamics of the situation there to be unearthed. But yeah, I'm gonna close out the space and ask what's the overall guidance for you in navigating the situation. Okay, what's the overall guidance for our girl? Okay. Overall guidance is, thank you. Okay. 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 Yeah. I want my son to be completely different from his friend. No, definitely, definitely. And I think that there's definitely a turnaround in that situation in the next 7 weeks. I guess 7 weeks, you'll really be able to see the shift that has really sort of like taken place, and how you guys are actually going to be moving through some of the situations that you guys are navigating through now. You'll get a little bit more clarity, and you'll be reassured basically on the 7-week timeline. Yeah, it's not like a full-on like no when it comes to the situation with the friend. Okay, let's see, 7 weeks, we got 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so we're looking at like 17th of 17th of March. Okay, that's good. I feel like Jason is going to change for the better when the baby is actually born. Exactly that. It's literally once he gets here, that's when it actually hits him, basically. Before then, it's kind of like, it's a theory, if you will, like all the stuff that he's trying to do. But once the baby gets here, it's kind of like, yeah. Because I do want to break the generational curse, girl. And the fact that you have the desire and willingness enough to do that alone is exactly why it shall come to pass. Give it time. But he's growing. He is growing. And albeit slowly but surely, he has a tendency to be a little bit spontaneous. So he needs to kind of like redirect his impetuous energy. But yeah, he's good. That would be his Uranus, his yeah, his Uranus energy, that he needs to, you know. Yes, he does tell me this feel like a dream. Yeah. And he'll get into the reality of it once the reality is here. Don't worry. Okay. So I hope that that was useful for you then, my love. Really. And with the friend situation, I think once the child's here, he won't necessarily be in a position to do much of anything um, with said friend as well. So, all good, beautiful. I will give you the link. I'm literally just going to go and pop my little batter on, okay? And I shall be back in a minute. I'm going to put myself on mute as well. But I'm going to send the link in. Thank you, Thai Goddess. Thank you for stopping into the space, and safe delivery and everything as well. I'll put a little prayer out there for you tomorrow, my love. Let me resend the link. I'm going to go and check as well. Might have to top up my gas because I've got my heater on as well. I'll put my heater off, actually. One of the two. I've got to do something. There you go, Ash. I'll be back. And then we've got this is the list that we've got moving. We've got Ash, we've got User Master, Mina, Sammy, Manor, and Sister Girl. And then we're closing out the space. Donation list is closed. We're literally just going to be following up with, we've got 2, 4, we got 6 basically on the free list. Okay. And we're going to get it done, guys. Let you go. I'll just go and grab. It's break time. Okay, we've been on live almost 5 hours, so go get a snack, like a proper snack. I need something warm. I'm gonna go make a fritter or two quickly. Oh, Ash is definitely here, beautiful. I love the fact that you put your question out there as well. We're gonna start that so I can sort of present it. Ash is basically going to be coming in on the live. I'm gonna go and grab my fritters. I've got them frying. I literally just topped up my gas and electric on my app at the minute as well because that was running low. A girl has been having to multitask these days, y'all. So forgive me. That's just the kind of era that we're living in on these 2024 timelines. But Ash is definitely in the back of the room. Say hi to everybody, Ash. Keep them company whilst I go and get my fritters.
Hello,
Hello, Ash,
everyone.
everyone.
Happy New Year.
Multitasking, y'all. Don't judge me. The girl's gonna eat. Oh, Ash, we ended off
Hi.
last time on a whole bunch of chaos. What's been going on in your world, girl?
More chaos. Unfortunately, around
Well,
that same situation,
no,
actually.
I figured I could sense that there was still some unraveling basically that was going to occur. So what's been going on since the last
You could
situation
have
that you
warned me.
had?
You could have warned me about it.
My bad, girl. I've been out here. Like, that's why I was literally like, I need to get into these YouTube streets because these 2024 timelines are like mad, crazy. But what's been going on so far this year, like with everything?
A lot. Because remember, last time I
Yeah,
left you,
yeah,
we spoke about me doing the chopping boards for
yeah,
Sean, Leo.
yeah.
And
Mm-hmm,
he did not pay me. And
mm-hmm,
I ended up calling his dad and stuff like
yeah,
that, right?
yeah, yeah.
Um, he after he gave me the money, he was angry and stuff.
Mm-hmm,
He seemed angry at least. But he said he was not. He was just upset that I called his dad, right? But
mm-hmm,
that was, and then I haven't heard from him, so I still tried to send him a Happy New Year message to let him know that I'm not upset about the
mm-hmm.
situation because I realized he
Yeah,
probably didn't have the money at the time to pay or something.
exactly.
Because I know you
Yeah.
go to school, right?
Mm-hmm,
So he did not respond. Well, I mean, he didn't reply. So I'm like, all right, cool. I waited till about because, but the thing is, he did not
mm-hmm.
reply. He read the message as soon as
Yeah.
I sent it. Like literally, as soon as I sent it, he read it. So I'm like, okay. But
Okay.
but for spite, I kind of like have my status for him only to see. So every time I
Okay.
post up, it's basically for him to see. It's like a trap, basically. And as soon as you post it up, it's like as soon as I post it up, the very next second, he's on watch it already. I'm like, oh what? So I'm like responding, but you're looking at my status as soon as I post it, like
Looks like a common
every
thing.
time.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
So
I'm like,
come
what
again.
is going on here? So I
Yeah.
still tried to reach out to him on the
Yeah.
10th, right? The
Mm-hmm.
10th of
Mm-hmm.
January. He
Mm-hmm.
read it. I sent him a
Mm-hmm.
voice note saying that I know how things ended last time with us, with the whole situation. I'm not angry with you. I'm just sending you this to reassure you that I'm not angry with you. I have beef. I just wanted to make sure that you're okay and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And he listened and he did not respond. So I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. However, I was
Mm-hmm.
getting the sense that I needed to unblock some people for the new year,
Mm-hmm.
actually.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
two of those people was associated with him, right? That I blocked.
Okay.
One is the guy that he used to work with. I unblocked
Yeah.
him, but apparently he
Mm-hmm.
does. I don't think he uses that number anymore. And the
Mm-hmm.
other one is the guy that he told to come to me about doing some stencils for him work wise, right?
Mm-hmm.
I told you he kept hitting on me. Remember? I told you his friend kept
Mm-hmm.
hitting on me. He was more concerned
Yeah.
about hitting on me than actually getting work done, right? So
Mm-hmm.
when I unblocked that particular friend, we started to talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I brought up some stuff. Actually, I told him that Sean and I we really not really talking to me, but before I
Mm-hmm.
could tell him the reason why,
Yeah.
he told me the friend told me, right. He said well, I realized something was going on because I realized I got blocked and I don't know why I got blocked from you, right. He told me he
Mm-hmm.
didn't know why I blocked him, and he was like but I saw Sean earlier this year
Mm-hmm.
um
Mm-hmm.
in a week, and Sean, he asked Sean about me. He told Sean that, I haven't heard from your friend for a while. I realized she blocked me or whatever. And he said Sean told him that he ordered some chopping boards from me and that I I actually owed him money. Yeah, the friend said Sean said that I owed him money for some lights that he bought for me that I asked him to buy, but I didn't pay for it. Now I know the friend, cause how the friend know about the punch or cram though. I'll get to that part. And the
Mm-hmm.
lights that he was referring to is lights that I did ask Sean to purchase for me, and I would give him back the money for it. But he every time I asked if he buy it, he said he forgot. I need to remind him, but he did not buy any because he didn't give me any, right? So I know the friend wasn't lying about that part. And then he comes and he says, Sean said that I didn't have the money to pay for the lights. So I wanted to pay him back by giving him 2 bottles of puncher creme. And I'm
Okay.
like, but that's ridiculous because I mean, at the end of the day, if that was the case, right? Don't you think the smart thing would have been for me to deduct the money out of what he owed me for the chopping boards? That would have
Mm-hmm.
been one. Number two, the cost of the ingredients to make the panchagram would have cost way more than those lights. So I think the
That's
wise
what I'm
thing to do would
thinking.
have given him the money instead of giving him 2 bottles of panchagram.
That's what I'm thinking.
And
Okay.
I know, right? So I'm like, and I felt some type of way when I heard that because I'm like, he
Mm.
now making me look like the bad one that
Yeah.
I owe him money.
Yeah. He's
This was true
projecting
stuff. He
himself
didn't
onto
say.
you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did not say that he didn't pay for the chopping boards. No, he lied
Yeah.
and said that I
Yeah.
owe him money now. And
Mm-hmm.
he's upset with me because I called his dad and I told his dad a whole set of things about him. And I told the friend, I was like, no, that is not what happened actually. I explained what happened. And he's like, no, Sean didn't say that after. It's like, okay, that's all right then. So
I'm sure he
then
didn't.
the friend now
Mm-hmm.
comes and we start talking. And I realized like Sean's intuition was on point. I realized that his intuition was like, going off now. Because guess
Mm-hmm.
what?
Mm-hmm.
That was the 11th that I talked to the friend into the
Mm-hmm.
12th in the morning because we talked for hours.
Mm-hmm.
Sean messages me on the 12th to ask me if
Okay.
I'm okay. Yeah, he was like, no, sorry. He said, I'm fine. He responded to the voice note and he's like, I'm fine and stuff like that. And I was like, okay. But I didn't respond though because I was upset.
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
upset of what I
Yeah.
heard. I'm like,
Naturally, you're still
bro.
processing that. You're still processing that.
Yeah,
That's new information.
I'm upset now that the friend heard that because I did mention to the friends like Sean messaged me, and he's like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. So now he comes now and tells me if I don't realize that Sean doesn't want me, according to the friend, Sean doesn't want
Mm-hmm.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Sean has a girlfriend, a
Mm-hmm.
mean girlfriend apparently, and
Mm-hmm.
Sean has another girlfriend. Um, but the first girlfriend, the main girlfriend, she's going to UE, right? So she's
Mm-hmm.
not around. She's not around the area. She's out of the area. And the other girl that he's seeing is working in the bank, and apparently he's in love. No, this is according to the friend. He's in love with this girl that he actually goes to pick her up from work and bring her home, and every day they meet, and every day they do stuff. You understand what I mean? Big people thing. And
Mm-hmm.
how Sean told him that he took the girl in some back road somewhere and did adult things, I talking about in the car
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and all these things. And I'm like, okay, all right. And then he mentioned that Sean uh which one did again? Oh, Sean was with some girl that he is in class with. He's going to school, so Sean was with this girl in class, and Sean get through with
Mm-hmm.
that girl, and it's like those kind of things he telling me. And then Sean went to party with his friends, and the friend lost the key, and they tried to call him to bail him out and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, it was a lot to take in.
I can
Trust me, it was a
imagine because
lot
he's
to
giving
take
you
in.
all the tea.
Yeah, so now I'm like overloaded with all these things. I'm like, and then
Mm-hmm.
oh, if that wasn't bad enough,
Mm-hmm.
Sean, because we have an influx of Venezuelan in our country, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So a lot of these Venezuelan do, you know, work in brothels and stuff. So
Okay.
Sean now goes to these places, and Sean and his friends do these things, and but the friend doesn't. This particular friend who I'm talking to, he doesn't
Yeah.
do those things. He's a religious person and he does not do those things at all. He's a saint basically. And I'm realizing this man is telling me half truths here now.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Obviously.
catching on that the friend is trying to make himself look good, make Sean look bad. So I could go for the friend because he keeps saying,
Mm-hmm.
forget Sean and I will take care of you and I'll treat you better. And I'm like, okay, what the hell going on here now?
What a scum. Sorry.
I know. So now I realize, okay, now because every time I say something and he realizes
Yeah.
I'm bringing up Sean, he will try
Yeah.
to sidetrack it now and sort of like bad talking more and more things did. So now he tells me Sean and his friend put a snake in a bag and dropped it by his gate and stuff like that and called him and told him and there was a package for him and there was a snake in there. Apparently that was true. The snake thing was true.
Yeah.
But I mean
Because he's a snake.
the
Shit.
so
What does
I'm
he
like,
want?
what the hell? So I'm like, what? Oh, and you know how I catch him lying as well? I caught him
Mm-hmm.
more than one time lying, but when I really caught him actually
Yeah.
lying to me is
Yeah.
when he made a mistake to tell me that Sean is interested in my friend, right? Sean has a big crush on my friend. I'm aware that he actually likes my friend. It's been a
Mm-hmm.
while. I know he likes my friend. It's a known fact. But I think he
Mm-hmm.
would take it that level with my friend. And even if he does take it that level, my friend wouldn't actually go with Sean. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? But
Yeah.
I understand dynamics between those two. So when he
Yeah.
said, and this is how I caught him lying, when he said
Mm-hmm.
that Sean is interested in my friend, and my friend, as soon as my friend posts up something,
Mm-hmm.
anything on she Facebook page, Sean likes it, right? So I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
really? And he
Yeah.
making me now the way he make it sound, and he made it sound like two of them in something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that is not true. It's not sounding
Mm.
right to me, right? I'm like,
Mm.
what he's saying is not sounding like it is something real. It would sound like makeup stuff. So I'm like, all right,
Mm.
cool. What I did, I went on her Facebook page because I'm friends with her.
Mm.
And I looked through her posts and stuff, and I'm like, every post that she posts, he did not like any. He didn't even
Mm.
message she for she birthday, and she birthday was just last week, Tuesday.
Mm. Mhm.
He didn't post up anything to say happy birthday or anything.
Yeah.
Normally, if that was the case, he would have say something. He did not.
Mm.
So I'm like,
Mm.
ah, so now I know the friend is lying too.
That
You
part.
understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, what now? So anyway, Sean again, when I noticed like when his friends start saying really, really bad stuff, Sean messages, right? So Sean comes and
Okay.
message me again and he asked me if
Yeah.
I'm good. That was last week
Yeah.
Friday actually.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm actually fine. Because this time I'm like, all right, well, you know what? Probably this is a lesson. And,
Mm.
you know, I will really go towards, because I did say I will teach him, right? I will teach him. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
all right, fine. You want to play that game? Because I was going with what the friends said at the time. I was like, all right,
Mm-hmm.
fine. I'll play that game, right? So I was like, I'm
Mm-hmm.
fine, babe. And I call him babe, I think, and he was like, okay. Stop back. Because normally he was like, boy, you're good. But then, because he tested the waters to see how vexed I was. And
Mm-hmm.
from the time I
Mm-hmm.
said babe, he's like, okay, love. I'm like, oh, so
Mm-hmm.
now the love thing's not all right, cool, no problem. Went
Okay.
on that road then. So
Mm-hmm.
full moon was Tuesday, right? Full moon was
Yeah.
in Leo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. He's a Leo, by the way.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
he asked to come over
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday. No, actually he asked, sorry, he really asked to come over Tuesday.
Yeah.
And I kept putting it off, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean his friend was really, whatever he's feeding me this revelations, I was getting really upset. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to keep my distance. But I was like, you know what? I need to teach Sean a lesson, so I will definitely say yes.
Yeah, bro.
So Tuesday now, I decided, I was like, yeah, all right, fine. Fine, we'll do this Tuesday. You know
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Tuesday comes and so
Mm-hmm.
happened he did not message. So I'm like, all right, well, I guess
Okay. So what happened since Thursday? Oh, what's going on with Ash? Oh, beautiful. What happened to your audio? Yeah, put it back on now. Put back on your mic.
I'm oh
There we go. We
sorry.
can hear you
I don't
now.
know.
There we go.
It just came off by itself.
That's
I
so
didn't even
random.
touch my phone. That's the
That's
thing.
so random.
Okay.
Oh no, go on.
Yeah. So yeah, so when Tuesday came,
Thursday. Mm-hmm.
yeah, that was Tuesday self. He
Mm-hmm.
messaged kind of late because he said that he finished work late. So I'm like, all right, cool. He said if he could still come over, I was like, all right, no problem. I said no problem. So he came over, right? But when he came
Mm-hmm.
over, I told him the excuse I'll tell my mom was that he came to get some work done, and he actually bring a glass to get some work done. So I actually did the
Yeah.
work. I printed some stickers and stuff. So he was probably like, wait, I came over to see her for, whatever, and she's printing stickers. And I realized like he getting a little, a little
Mm-hmm.
like dammature and a little agitated. He probably going, "Well, why is she not making that move on, man?" Like why
Yeah.
she not even paying attention? Why she not? I don't know. Like he pick up on it. I realized he pick up on the vibes kind of way. But I was like, all right,
Yeah.
fine, let me do this. Let me actually
Mm-hmm.
mess with him a little bit. So I did decide. I did commit sin. I'm telling you up
Mm-hmm.
front. I committed sin.
Okay.
I committed sin, and then when I finished commit sin, then I told him
Mm-hmm.
what I had to tell him. I was like, here what nah. Apparently, remember when I told you. And I did get
Mm-hmm.
this message intuitively.
Mm-hmm.
Before like last year. I told him, I
Mm-hmm.
said there are people around you that you need to be careful of. There's
Mm-hmm.
some certain friends that you need to be careful of. And he
Yeah.
like he just brushed it off apparently. So when I
Mm-hmm.
told him, I didn't tell him who it was, right? I just told him what I
Yeah.
heard.
Mm-hmm.
He now started to think, okay, which one of my friends it is now? So he tried to call friends' names, and I was like, you don't
Yeah.
need to know that. You just need to know that apparently one of your friends said all these
Mm-hmm.
things, and he was like, what now? And then when
Mm-hmm.
he realized that some of them was lies, he's like, well, that didn't happen, right? I said, yeah, I realized that,
Yeah.
especially the one with my friend
Yeah.
and him,
Yeah.
like any stuff. He's like, but I didn't even
Mm-hmm.
like she stuff. I didn't even message
Yeah.
you for she birthday. I'm like, I know. I you don't have to, worry about
Yeah.
that. But just
Yeah.
telling you, I'm on point is I just telling you what went on. But he figured it out on his own who it was. Right?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not gonna confirm
Okay.
anything, but you will, you know. He got angry though, and he
Okay.
obviously he left. I was like, all right, cool.
Okay.
So now the friend come and messages me
Okay.
late in the night to
Okay.
ask me what I was doing. So I told Sean, I said, I'm sorry for actually this is before I saw the message, right? I told
Mm,
Sean when he
mm,
left, I said, I'm sorry for what happened earlier, but I just needed to let you know what's going on, right? I'm
mm,
sorry if I triggered you as well, but you need to
mm.
know who you is friends with, right? And who you need to trust and who not. So
Yeah.
he's like, you need to block him. I was like, speak of the devil. Look who I saw message.
Mm,
And then he like,
mm.
you know what? Don't block him yet. Talk to him. I want to see what he could say, right? He want to see if
Okay.
I was probably lying or what. But the friend
Mm,
kind of picked up on the fact that, you know, I was back with Sean. Well, I mean, talking to Sean. Because I did tell him,
okay.
I said, Sean was here earlier. He's like, oh, I saw it back together. I'm like, no, we're not back together. He's like, don't lie. And then
Okay.
he
Yeah.
said, call me ASAP. The friend was like, call me ASAP. So I'm like, I need him to message. I don't need him to call me. Let's
Okay.
see what's going on.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I didn't answer when he called though. I didn't answer. So like he really
Okay.
picked up now what was going on. So I believe
Okay.
Sean called him or messaged him or something and told him whatever he told him and he stopped messaging me after completely. Like, alright, cool. So
Okay.
now
Yeah.
I don't know what question to ask it. I just basically tell you the rundown of what happened. I guess in the question will be what is
Mm.
really going to happen? What's going to transpire with this situation between me, Sean, and the friend, or at the end of the day? Or what do I need to
Girl,
know? I don't know.
that part,
Because
because
I
I
don't know, to
think.
be honest, I don't
Mhm.
know who lying from who not lying. Because I mean,
Mm,
I was like, what to believe?
mm,
I'm confused.
mm,
Seriously, I am confused. Because remember, when I had asked you earlier, when I asked
mhm.
you some time back, if he has any girlfriends and stuff like that, you told me no, he was talking to girls, but nothing serious. It was just like it was
That's
just
why I was just
talking
gonna
while
say,
passing.
like, what the friend was talking about. There's no way man has two girlfriends, firstly. Okay, either he has a girlfriend or he don't. So what I was talking about is in terms of him talking to people, I think that that's probably the dynamic of stuff where he's talking to people, basically. Um,
Uh-huh.
but I don't think he has like an official relationship situation per se. He's a little bit of a flirt as well, I guess. That's just like his natural
Yeah, I know. I
personality.
know about the flirting. I'm aware of the flirting. So I was like, well, I know about the flirting, but the actual girlfriend or relationship, I was kind of like, where did this come up from though?
No, no,
So I
no,
was like,
he's not girlfriend relationship or no. That's not really his situation. He does talk to people, I guess, because he likes to, how can I put it?
he likes attention.
He
I know
does.
that
He
one. He likes
does.
attention.
He
He is an
does.
attention seeker. He is.
Okay,
He
a
is.
whole
I picked
attention
up on
whore
that.
girl. Okay, he seeps that shit up. But that's about it. As far as like a relationship, the friend was doing the most. That was a bit of a stretch. But I guess I get why he said what he said because it's not like relationships, but I guess from the outside looking in, that's probably what you would naturally want to label these things. But he's not in a relationship. Um, so you want to see kind of like how things are going to play out between the three of you guys now that the situation's like even more messy.
Unraveled? Yeah.
Okay, let's dive into it. Damn,
Anything I
girl.
need to be warned about? I mean, is there anything I should I be scared?
We got to go and unpack it to go and see what's about to go down. But let's have a look, guys. Okay, so
Yes, spill the tea according to everybody. Just spill the tea
you
for
know
me.
we wanna get some insight into how things are going to unfold in terms of the dynamics with Ash, Sean, and the friend. Right? Give me some insights. Let's put it all into context because the friend's doing the most. Okay. Okay. This is really his friend though. What are they friends? To what capacity? Like how did they become friends? What's the situation there?
Actually,
Is this?
one of his friends is okay. Sean,
Mm.
his really close friend, is this guy's cousin. And
Okay.
also
Okay.
his other close friend is actually this guy's neighbor. So they live close. This guy lives close to his two close friends in the
Okay.
same area. And is actually
Okay.
related to one. So yeah.
Okay.
That's how they know each other.
Okay. Because he's not really his friend. He really isn't his friend at all. That's why I had to ask the question because I don't get friend energy from him. He's not even friendly
Oh,
towards him.
I forgot to
Mm,
tell you this part though. He told me, right? Remember
mm,
when I told you Sean put him on to me to get the stencils printed and stuff, but basically
yeah,
he got me to like do work for him. He told
yeah.
me that Sean never wanted him to do any stencils. But I mean, Sean basically pawned me off to his this guy. That's what he was trying to say. Because he said that Sean told him that he'd already got what he wanted, and I was easy, apparently.
Mm,
Because when he
mm,
came over, he got through with me, and I'm like, what? Yeah, that's what he said.
mm,
And
mm.
Sean told him that when he comes to me, he will get through with me very easily. So basically, what he's trying to say was Sean trying to pimp me out. I'm like,
Thoughts
oh.
on that situation, guys?
And also, Sean gave him my address, apparently.
Sean gave him your address.
Well, that's what he said.
Sorry, I'm like getting some clarity. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He didn't tell him anything about the situation when it comes to like, oh, he can move through. That's not true. That's a lie. Um, like I literally have the cards here saying that no, like literally that's a lie. No.
Okay.
Um, he didn't tell him to take any such action. He's lying on certain things. He's basically tarnishing. You see what he's doing, anyways. He's tarnishing Sean's character to basically be able to get an in for himself, which is really filthy and dusty. Ugh, who wants that for a
I know,
man?
I
No
was getting
offense.
that vibes from him. I was actually getting that vibes from him from the first time he messaged me ever. I
Yeah,
realized this guy has, not good vibes, and that's really why I
yeah.
blocked him too,
That's
And I was
that's
like, ugh.
that's vibrating so low. I'm sorry. Like, even if one was to sort of like get into a situation with somebody, you don't want it to be under the basis that they're basically downplaying somebody else to get their way in. That's literally a whole demon that you're getting into a relationship with. So you don't even want that. But yeah, no, he was lying on that situation. Shaw never sort of gave him any such go ahead when it comes to that situation. I just wanted to clarify that in particular because that was a little bit hazy because he was like the way that the energy was coming across, it was that it was distorted because he told him information in terms of like the business side of things. He did say stuff about that, but when it comes to the romance side of things, he never gave any such order like you're okay to go and try your luck type thing. Never was a thing. So he's lying there again. He just wants it to, again, it's like he's basically trying to plant seed. Reverse psychology. He's trying to plant seeds so that he can basically manipulate you. But basically, even in that situation, he would pretty much be activating your demons, and it's his demon that's basically trying to trigger your demon so that the demons can get into a relationship and have a relationship, really. Like, none of the light gets to actually have a relationship. And the stuff that you guys respectfully, he's not even a nice person, no offense, but like he's very selfish, he's very conniving, he's very much like a person that does things very narcissistic, like bad energy. Sorry, like his aura just stinks. That's what I'm fanning out of the room. Okay. No, I'm just gonna be completely honest with you, babe. I'm always gonna keep it real with you. It's a no. Very, very like he's more dark than he is light. So he's probably okay, let me not say that. He's about 52% darkness in comparison to his light. Okay, so it's a small little scale.
Yeah,
So
I
he's
picked that
not,
up though.
yeah,
I
he's not
actually picked
really.
that up because when I talk to him, I'm like, because the more he says he wants to be with me, because the thing is, he bad
Mm.
talking Sean, but yet, if I was your boyfriend, I'd treat you good and I'll carry you here, and I'm not like Sean and this thing and that thing. And more he says it, the more I get turned off. I'm like, oh God, no. I just wanted to throw up when he says it.
That part. And
I
also,
even
no,
tried
he's
to,
not. No, he's not. He's not
I
a nice
even,
boyfriend. He's boring. He's lazy. He's not romantic. He doesn't put an effort into the relationship. He's the type of person to give you all the talks and don't even know how to materialize any actions towards those intentions of things that he says he wants to do. He's a procrastinator. No, sorry. Sorry. I got passionate there. No.
hey, you don't need to apologize, You just see, because I like the truth. I'm blunt.
No,
I
I'm
like
just being
being
honest. He's not
really
good
blunt.
enough for a girl, Ash. I mean, Sean's got his own issues and stuff, but like he's a complete downgrade. So no. Um, yeah. The situation though, like in terms of like how things are going to be sort of like playing out with you guys. Okay, going back into the space because that friend is not a friend, and Sean needs to lose that zero. Okay, respectfully, or at least like, yeah, I don't think he just said that. That's not a friend. He is a acquaintance of friends. Okay, he's friend by association. That's what makes him a friend because he's not. He doesn't know how to be anybody's friends. Like he's just a dog all around. No offense. Like Sean isn't even the only one that he does this to. He does this to people that he's actually friends with. He's a horrible person.
What?
He's a horrible
Oh my God.
person. Not like that, in terms of like, he's not a serial killer or anything like that, but he's just a horrible in terms of like, he's deeply insecure, so he projects a lot onto people himself as well. He's very lonely, and miserable, to be honest. He's lonely and miserable. Which is why he doesn't actually have a partner, because those are the very same qualities that are basically like keeping females at bay, because they're just like, oh my God, he don't even realize he actually needs to become a better person. Um, and the stuff that he says that he would do, he might do that for like a month or two, but that's not a regular occurrence, actually. He falls off very quickly. Yeah, very, very quickly. Stick a pin in him because he's a whole sidebar. He's irrelevant, trying to make himself relevant. Respectfully. Okay. The situation with you and Sean, the dynamics that you guys are kind of like going through here, there's going to be a bit of a spiritual renewal in terms of the dynamics with you guys, because obviously you guys have been going through like a little bit of a dark situation, based on the past circumstances that you guys are kind of like navigating through, but now you're kind of like coming back into a place of being able to kind of prioritize, right, what's going on in this space and in this situation. I think what's going to happen to Mr. Friend Man? Sorry, because I want to see that in this dynamic. What's happening to Mr. Friend Man? Ooh, he's such a low down, dirty little betrayer. Okay. And okay, sorry, I'm trying to get some situation. Okay. So how will he be left in this space once how will he be left in this space from Sean's end, at least? Because that's really where it counts, because as long as Sean's in. Okay, let's see. How will it be left? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, interesting. Okay, there's going to be some blocked emotions when it comes to the situation. Okay. Have you blocked him again? Let me ask you that
Who, the
question.
friend?
Yeah.
The friend? No, I
Yeah.
have not as yet. I have not
Oh,
as yet. I will block him after this conversation, though.
oh no, I know that you will because the fact that you even finished that in as yet, because that's inevitably how I see like the dynamic going into like I see you blocking him. I
Yes, I
see,
will block him.
yeah,
I
I
just
see
wanted
Sean.
to clarify, make sure. That's why I came to you with the question, and then I will decide from here what I'm doing with both of them.
No, I figured, babe. I figured that's why I was trying to see where I am with like the dynamics of that timeline. Like if we've arrived at the timeline where he's already like back to being blocked just yet, because I can see him like, but no words are coming out, so he's not able to communicate directly with you. Um, but Sean will definitely be doing the communicating with him as well. And I think like he's now kept at an arm's length, I guess. Sean actually starts to like really wake up and really see and understand what's going on with that situation. And I think beyond that, actually, this year he starts to see at least three other people in his friendship circle, okay, because I'm using that term loosely, in his space. I don't know, in terms of how, yeah, three other people he's gonna lose basically. This situation with this friend's a catalyst for them basically being uprooted as well, because that situation with this friend basically sets the new precedent, and it's going to start unearthing some of the other bad mind people that he's got around him as well. And three
Oh
of them
my
are going
God,
to be
I'm so
very,
happy to
yeah,
hear that, sir. You have no idea. Because I
yeah,
did tell him that up till when he was here, I said, make sure
yeah,
and check who your friends are. I want you.
yeah,
I didn't tell you this. I told him. I said I didn't tell you this because I wanted to hurt you. I told you this because you needed to wake up and see who your real friends are, and I
yeah.
want you to evaluate who your friends are in your friends group. So my guest then
Mhm,
actually got through to him. Oh my God, I feel so proud of myself.
mhm. Mhm. Yeah, and I think as well with the situation because of how everything kind of like played out with the friend as well, right? And him seeing that situation, um, the hurt from that basically actually like continues to pull in more situations. So anybody that's capable of the same level of hurt and betrayal will be on masks basically. So by the end of this year, he's four people liar in his friendship circle, which he needs not like worry about. If anything, God's doing a cleanup on aisle five. Okay, clean up on aisle five, please. Okay, God's doing a cleanup on aisle five. Okay, because these people like they didn't
That's true.
have any good intentions for him anyways as well. So this situation is going to sort of like it's going to play itself out. I think you guys then start to fall back into prioritizing, I guess, you guys' space for the most part. And I think that potentially this whole dynamic with a friend has actually been a good little distraction, I guess, because Sean was still in some hurt feelings about the calling his dad situation, bypassing the reason why he called his dad in the first place. But, you know, yeah, the situation is going to kind of play out where the friend and the dynamics there actually gives you guys an opportunity to realign and come close again, whereas the friend is phased out, and with him by the end of this year there'll be three others as well. So yeah, not a bad situation, I guess. um yeah, not a bad situation. Let's see, what's the advice for you? What's the advice for our girl Ash? Okay, let me split the deck and see what's the advice for our girl Ash in navigating all of this stuff, because clearly the friend's just out here spinning lies and Sean's learning how to navigate the jungle. Can't even trust your own friends. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Okay, they advise you're going through a recovery period when it comes to this situation with Sean. It's not necessarily about a peaceful resolution because you guys aren't necessarily at that point, because you guys are kind of like what happened with you guys is nothing to resolve there. Like you've got your money, um, you went to his dad, but that's just what it was. So that whole situation's kind of wrapped itself up with this new situation presenting itself. So yeah, you're going through a recovery period. I guess they're saying just kind of like receive this. This is an opportunity, I guess, for the situation to kind of go through a recourse. Yeah. Damn, girl. That friend is no friend to anyone. But I hope that that was useful for you, beautiful, because it seems like even once you sort of like, I guess, got in contact with the, oh, she's gone. What happened there? Oh, damn. Once you got in contact with a friend, it all just kind of got even more chaotic from there. It was just like, damn. Um, but yes, guys, we're on a long shift tonight, isn't it? We're like 5 hours in, but I hope that that was useful for you, Ash. Beautiful. Who have we still got in the room? Who's in the room? Can I get like a hi in the chat so that we know who we've got here with us at the minute? Because we're going to sort of like close out the space. I know user master is next. So I'm going to go and find your question because I start it and I'll present it if you're still here as well. And then we've got Mina as well. Okay, Ash is here, Mina's here. Who else is here? I think User Master was here earlier. How long ago was that? That was like a good almost 20 minutes ago. I don't know if they're still in the space. Oh, you couldn't hear me. Oh, girl. I was actually what was I saying? I was saying that yeah, they're saying that you're going through a bit of a recovery period, basically, with Sean, and things are kind of like going back into the focus where what you guys are doing is a priority, basically, and it's a case of balancing everything out. Oh, User Master, that's what's up. Look at you. You conquered. You know what, User Master? I'm gonna pop your question on the screen because you're next. I think it's then just you, Mina, after that, and that's it. Because I don't think that Manor, I forgot to tell you, Sean ain't blocked me as yet. And he won't, because you guys are basically going to actually be coming together. Basically, what's going on with a friend was a great distraction to actually bring you guys back together. And there's going to be a little bit of a close tie that kind of like comes as a result of that. So, yeah, you're good though. I don't think the rest of them are here as well. Is Sammy here? I don't think I've seen. I told Sammy I would message her when her time is up. Okay, I figured as much. Yeah, you guys are gonna kind of come together on the situation, and you're actually going to be a part of guiding him through the three people that are going to get eliminated, basically. Their time's up. Okay, that was me hitting an elimination button. I wanted to make a bigger sound effect, but Martin will have a problem because he's sleeping. It's like almost 4 a.m. So yeah. Okay, cool. So we're gonna go to user master's question. Then we've got Mina, and then we've got Sammy. We're gonna Ash is gonna call Sammy. Oh, well, girl, you'll be there to be able to help him navigate through the process of it as they show their asses. Okay. You'll be able to be there to assist them in figuring out the appropriate plan of action to take. I know we're not ready for Sammy yet. I know that you'll call Sammy when it's time. I figured. But okay, let's go and dive into user master's question. And then that's it. That's it, Mina. I don't think the other two are here. So we're just going to close out the list with yourself and Sammy, if that's okay. And we'll just end it there. It's like almost 4 a.m. here as well, actually. My ass needs to go to bed. I'm up at like 9 to pre-prep for my Bible studies as well. Okay, so we're going to block the demon. Yes, please, girl. Okay, because he's more demon than he is light. Like 52%, that's a lot. His hard drive, because he's so selfish, his narcissist is really what's taking up a lot of the drive. That's why he's so dark. But yeah, your turn. Yes. You did well, okay? You lasted a whole 5 hours and 30 minutes. That's amazing, okay? That will show you patience right there. If I were to go to prom with Kay, how would it go? I'm not familiar with anybody from his school. My biggest fear is feeling left out. Oh, girl, hell no. No, 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 no. Don't worry. He's actually, I guess, integrated enough so you won't have any room to be left out. But we'll go and dive into. I think that's more of a your situation. I guess internally you have to deal with your own insecurities there. Do you have any social anxiety? Let me ask you that. Do you have like social anxiety, like being in large crowds and stuff? Because that's, if anything, that's the thing I'm picking up. But that's really more or less the thing, actually. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. That's really the issue. It's not that you're going to be left out, it's that you actually withdraw yourself. So you won't be left out, but you do have to work on managing not withdrawing yourself because of your social anxiety. Okay, my love. But let's go and unpack it. I'm gonna give you the spread, okay, of what the actual experience is going to sort of be like. Okay. And his name is Kawan. Okay, what do you see with the prom experience for our user master and Kawan? What do you sort of like see with that situation with user master and Kawan? As clearly as you can, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. No, and I get that. Okay. Okay, that's nice. Sorry, we're going to go and elaborate on that. Put it into context for me, guys, because we've got major arcana here. I know it's a major little, you know, milestone in life. So put it into context for me. Oh, he rolls out the chariot. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What do you guys see in terms of the situation then? Thank you. Okay. Okay. So, for the most part, like Kawan, he's got a lot of charisma. He's actually fairly well known within his little circuits in his school situation. So, if anything, I think like because he's constantly going to be moving from group to group and crowd to crowd, like he works the room basically, right? That's just the kind of personality that he has, type thing. And you have to basically be yeah, you just need to show up basically. Don't take that too personal. Don't feel like, oh, he's just left me and I'm just here on my own. No, he's just enjoying himself. Let me go and enjoy myself too, right? And I guess you get to be able to kind, because people naturally start to gravitate towards you as you are, they associate the two of you together, basically you and him. So people do gravitate towards you because he's moving into these different crowds and stuff and engaging with people. So it's just up to you to kind of like keep conversation flowing and stuff like that. I do see that you overthink things quite a bit and you kind of like, you know, sometimes you second guess yourself in communication, like, oh, did I say the right thing? What should I say in response? Like there's a lot of overthinking it. Just be, babe. Just be. You're good. It'll be a nice time. He'll have a great time. And you as well would actually really appreciate how much it challenges you to come out of your character. Okay. I know, think that you're, you know, introverted, but you're actually quite the ambivert. You can be quite a social butterfly, but you live in your head a little bit about how to navigate some of these spaces, which is why I think that he's a good little fit to be able to sort of challenge you in this way, right? Why not you, girl? Why not you? Okay, let's go and unpack it. Because I see you over there being like your energy's full of static when it comes to certain situations. Why does he want to take our girl user master to prom? Okay, elaborate on that for me. We're going to unpack it, girl. For the most part, it's like a less headache situation. You're not really the type, basically, to give him too much headache, I guess, on the situation. He's just trying to look for like an easy path in navigating through his own prom experience, to be fair. Okay, that's a temple path for him. So that's a path that is like a path of least resistance. It doesn't cut like you're not the type of person to be like rude and disrespectful. Chances are you probably would have said yes. So for him, he went with that notion as well. And also, you're just not the type of female, basically, in his mind, that's going to be like too shallow, essentially, which is a part of the situation that he appreciates about you. But let's unpack it, okay? Why? Elaborate on this temple path. Put it into some context for me. I know that I just said, but give me more, okay? Please, thank you. Thank you. Oh, they're funny. Oh, dude. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Do you guys have history? Just to sort of ask user master, do you and them have history, romantically speaking? I have to ask you that question so I can put it into context in terms of, okay. So one of the things that I did just say to you about the situation was that there's I can believe you on the man whore situation, okay, because he was working the room like a proper attention whore. So I can believe you on the man whore thing. That part, okay. It was a path of least resistance. That's the main thing that they're sort of like giving me with the situation. It was a path of least resistance, which was kind of one of the reasons, again, like I said, he mainly wanted to be able to sort of, I guess, not have the stress, I guess. Okay, what's his intentions? Sorry, I want to go a little bit deeper. What's his intentions in asking user master to attend prom with him? Okay, what's his intentions in asking user master to attend prom? Thank you. Okay. In what way? In what way? Elaborate on this for me. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So what I was seeing with the situation when I was like asking for like what's his actual intention in inviting you to attend, I guess the main thing that I saw with that situation was he was open, I guess, to doing things differently. Again, because I said to you that he was like looking for an easy path when it comes to that. Like I said, um, likelihood when he asks is that you would potentially say yes. There was a high probability, so that's why he sort of like put it out there. And then he also figured that with the situation, you're not necessarily going to be somebody that's too high maintenance to some degree in terms of him having to be able to kind of like, you're not going to be too controlling basically, in terms of like, you know, the dynamics of him being there on the day. Did he say that he wants to go as more than friends? Because I don't even know if his intention involved like a friendship situation at the best of it. I think it's more a case of him being able to kind of like secure himself a date, really. No, he just asked to go with me. Yeah, it was more a case of him being able to secure himself a date. It was more an opportunity of him being able to secure himself a date. But um, hmm, interesting. What do you guys advise her to do then when it comes to the situation? What do you guys advise? Use a master to do. What do you guys advise? Thank you. Okay, they said take action with the situation. They're not necessarily against it. Yeah. Do you trust this person? Let me ask you that question. Do you trust them? What happens in taking action? Okay. Okay. It might actually it might work out better than you anticipate. I think that it's more a situation where it could possibly grow into something. I don't think that he's at a place. So basically, I'll put it to you like this. I don't think he knows yet how he feels about you, to be honest. That's just me being like completely honest with you. I think he feels like, in comparison to what he usually goes for, he's not really into that. He's kind of like moving away from that. I think he, not to say you're low maintenance, babe, okay, because you're not. It's just you're a little bit more like you're not so shallow basically and caught up in a lot of some of the other stuff that he's used to, some of the other, I guess, people that he engages with, romantically speaking, right? So I think where he's kind of done with that aspect of things a little bit, I think he's kind of like trying to figure something out. And I think he feels like your personality, in all honesty, is passive enough where he can basically spend time with you to figure out whether or not he wants to go this way with things, basically. Because I think the other people that he's kind of like been with has pretty much, yeah, it's not necessarily he can't get into relationship like that. It's a little bit too shallow basically, and I don't even think he wants or knows how deep he is, because he's shallow as hell himself. So I don't know what he's out here like making it out like, you know, he's so deep and, you know, but yeah, I think he's not necessarily sure if he does have romantic feelings just yet. So for right now, it is just platonic. And yeah, I guess he's going to decide. Don't be pressured, BTW, as well, in terms of like prom situation, because we know what goes down on prom night, girl. Okay, no pressure on that space. Even if he is, what's his name? Kawan. Okay. Yeah, because I think with the situation there, he's learning how to. Okay, let's see. Future of the situation. What do you guys see? Okay. Interesting. Okay. Slow moving process. Slow moving process. I think it's something that may not necessarily materialize into a full blown relationship or anything like that. Yeah, well, here we are to that point, right? Here we are as far as him asking you to the prom situation. But in terms of it materializing into like a full-blown relationship situation, that's still a little bit sketchy because I think whilst he kind of figures out what it is that he actually really wants, because this is the thing, he's battling with himself internally. That's why this is such a question mark for you, because he plays up to like a public image that he's created, but he's actually like himself. His actual desires are something else. And I think that's kind of the battle, if you will, that he's kind of like going through. Girl, to the point where I don't even know when people come back to me, I'm like, oh, you've arrived on the timeline. I'm like, okay, let's check it out, okay? Because half the time I'll put some stuff out there, but it may not look like the current timeline, but there's a time for these things to materialize, right? But yeah, I think he's still figuring it out, basically. I think he's still figuring it out exactly what it is that he does want with the situation. And I think he's still figuring out exactly. Trust me, Mina, I'm telling you the truth. I'm like, oh God, I've arrived on the timeline as well. What do I do now, guys? Okay. What do you mean when you said he's battling? So what I mean is that he's battling against societal pressures on who he thinks he should be versus who he actually is. That's what I mean. Who he is actually. He's such a vivacious character in terms of his personality and everything like that. But it's just one of those things where he thinks that he has to be a certain way for people, basically. He plays up to certain stereotypes just because, like, I guess he feels like that's a way for him to be liked by people. And that's his thing. He doesn't necessarily like not being liked by people, and he doesn't know how to navigate not being liked by people, basically. Like, popularity means quite a bit to him. And when I say popularity, it's not like everybody, but he likes to be known. Okay. So yeah, I think it's one of those situations where he's battling between himself, the mask that he wears versus the reality of who he actually is. That's what that is going on internally. I don't think he's clear about what he feels for you just yet, because he's still navigating through that battle. That's so funny, because he started talking to me about popularity. Yeah, it's a little bit of an addictive drug for him. I'm not gonna lie, you know. That's really the drug. That's really the drug for him. He pretends to be that guy, but that's really not who he is. And every time he does it, he sells a little bit of his soul, like each time. But yeah, I don't think he's clear about how he feels about you just yet, because he's not clear about who he wants to be. That's why it was hard for me to sort of like answer that question. The part of him that isn't the Mr. Popularity guy really likes you. And it's because you're not that like high maintenance, like bitchy girl, for lack of a better way of putting it, right? But then there's the other part of himself, that popularity guy, that's really all about the image. And that part of him is trying to figure out like if you fit that image, basically. I think that this is what this is for him to be able to see how well you actually fit that image. And I think if you go in there and like really actually like, you know, show him, yeah, his ego girl. Okay. If you really actually go in there and show him that you can, I guess, hang with the Jonases type thing, hang with the Joneses. I think that's what they say, hang with the Joneses. Um, he'll be able to see that, like, he can, I guess, have you in that social setting. But I don't know if you want to be in that social setting, do you? Question to you. Do you want to be in that social setting? Yeah, see, that's precisely it. I don't see the world like that, and I hear you. I hear you. The world really actually isn't like that. That's a little bubble that they create for themselves. Okay. The world really actually isn't like that. So I fully get you on that. I think that that's precisely it. Like he questions because I like I said, the popularity drug is a drug that he's actually so in other words, does he think I'm a loser? No, he doesn't think you're a loser, my love. When I say that it's a case of you not necessarily being like high maintenance, that's because a lot of those other girls like are bitchy. The girls that are like that are bitchy, and he doesn't want that headache, especially for his experience, I guess, for prom. It's not that he thinks that you're a loser, it's that he can't actually accept who he is, may be perceived to be a loser, seeing as you're putting yourself in that same sort of like bracket, because that's probably why he doesn't allow himself to be that person. But neither of those versions of you guys are losers, guys. Those are just your authentic representation, free from the shackles of societal pressures or anything else for that matter. That's you guys just being yourselves. Okay, you're not a loser, he's not a loser. Everybody is just literally being their authentic representation of themselves. Okay. But no, seriously. He's a Scorpio and you're also a Scorpio. Okay. Well, both of you guys are like transitional sort of like beings. Scorpio is very transformative. It's that, you know, it's the one sort of sign, the zodiac, that actually goes deep into the unconscious layers of the dynamics of situations, much like Pisces as well. But Scorpio does it differently in terms of their ability to move through. I'm scared of him leaving me behind. No, girl, you're good. You're good. I think if anything, you know, he has to manage his addiction to the popularity. Like when I speak to you about like the him leaving you behind, I don't think that, because it's strange, but you're kind of like a comforter to him. When I say a comforter to him, it like as long as you're around, he knows that his moral compass is still somewhat intact, basically, because in the popularity crowd, they have no moral compass. Okay, their moral compass is all skewed. Okay, depending on the situation. So as long as you're still in his orbit, it kind of like gives him a sense of relief that he's still a decent enough person, basically, and he's not all the way gone. And like sold his soul all the way into popularity. So I don't think it's a case of him sort of like leaving you behind. I think he has to manage his addiction to popularity, actually. Yeah. But yeah, your advice, girl, is to take action. Okay, it's gonna be a good time. You guys are gonna enjoy. Okay, we spoke about this prior to. How does he feel about being seen with me? He's actually okay about being seen with you. Like, it's not a situation that he's worried about, to be honest with you. I think obviously during the whole prom thing, that's what I was sort of like saying. During the whole prom thing, it's kind of like a rollout for him to basically see how you are in that sort of social setting and stuff like that. Just so that you can see how you feel about it and everything as well. But He's okay about being seen with you. I think as well because it's a prom situation, like you're gonna be sort of, glitzing and glamming to some degree as well. He doesn't feel any type of way about it. He's actually like happy that it's going to be one of those situations. Oh, it's unfortunate, my love. I'm actually going to be going. I'm going to be going. I've been in here for like 6 hours. Beautiful nails by Monet. I am going to be back on here. I presume next weekend. We'll see. Okay, it took me a minute. The list is closed at the minute. So yeah, we're actually going to be closing out the space. I might just take a girlfriend. Honestly, I'm too much of a nervous wreck. And I get that. I do understand. That's okay, beautiful. Tune in though. Like I'll be around next week. So yeah, sorry about that. Um, yeah, if you want to take a friend with you, beautiful, cool. That's why I asked about the social anxiety thing, because that was one of the things that I was like seeing. It's not that people aren't going to like speak to you, it's more so that you're going to be withdrawing yourself because your social anxiety is going to be taking over. But you'll manage that. Just breathe. Just breathe. When the anxiety starts to come on, just breathe through the space. And before you know it, you'll actually be able to allow for your personality, you know, to come out. He kept on trying to ask me differently, but not in a direct way to me. He also asked to get Starbucks with me. So that's why I asked if he wanted something romantic. He's not sure yet. He's not sure yet. I think after this whole situation here is when he'll be a little bit more clear about it. And why I said that he's not sure yet is because he doesn't know. And it's so funny that you're questioning whether or not like you're like basically almost good enough for him, because I know that that's a question that you're indirectly asking but not asking at the same time. But he's asking himself that question when it comes to you. Okay. So yeah, he's asking himself that question because he feels a little bit like a not so nice guy, basically, because the popularity comes with some really like some questionable things that he does, basically, right? It comes with some questionable things that he does to appease the people that are a part of this popularity sect, right? So that's what that is. You're not delusional. He's still just kind of trying to figure out like him, who he is, like that person, not the person that's addicted to the popularity, but the person who he is actually may have some feelings for you that he may want to explore. But the popularity person, that personality that he plays, he doesn't know if he can basically continue to be that person and be in relationship or have any sort of romantic situation going on with you. Do you think he thinks that I'm into him? I hope he doesn't see the signs of how intimidated I am when I get with it. Don't be intimidated, my love. Don't be intimidated. Trust me. There's nothing to be intimidated about when it comes to the situation. This is just somebody who knew how to position themselves in social circles. There's nothing to be intimidated by. You'll be fine. I think he knows that you do like him, I guess. He knows that you do like him. And I think for him, he wants to be able to maybe see, I guess, maybe see if he can actually sort of meet some sort of standards, basically, if he can be a decent person to somebody. This is say he's not a nice person. It's just, again, the requirements of his popularity gig requires that he has certain attributes, which he's not all the way sure about. But yeah, that part. Okay. But I hope that that was useful for you. It seems like you guys are going to have an okay time and things do. He does know, girl. He does know. Yeah, he does know. So I think, yeah, it's just a case of you being able to kind of just navigate the space. Okay. I'll just navigate the space. Listen, this was already pre-written. He doesn't know that, like, I'll put it like this. He doesn't know how much you like him. Okay. He doesn't know how much you like him, but he knows that you like him. And I think that that's one of the things where it's kind of like a situation for him where he then gets to decide what's more important, if you will, because he's kind of getting, I guess, tired of the popularity game and what sort of like comes along with it. In what way? So basically, like, he knows that you like him, he doesn't know how much you like him, basically. So he doesn't know that you like him to the degree that you like him, but he knows that you like him. I think a part of him wants to be able to impress you. The funny thing about it is he actually, like, isn't sure that he's in your league, type thing. So quit, like, thinking, overthinking the situation for the most part. Okay. Because the situation's arrived, you're finally on the timeline, you guys are going to go and do the whole prom thing, and things can develop from there, but it's a case of taking it slow, because I think he has to basically unmask himself first to really be able to be in something with you romantically. That's why I say what I'm saying when it comes to the romance situation. He has to be willing to let go of the popularity mask that he wears to really actually be able to sort of like engage in a relationship situation with you. So yeah, decisions, basically is what I'd say with that. He'll have some decisions to make. I think you guys going together, clearly he doesn't have a problem with being seen with you because he's asked you to come. Okay. Go and enjoy yourself. Don't overthink it. Take someone with you if that will make you feel more comfortable. But yeah, it's not worth overthinking. You'll be good. Okay? You'll be cool. Don't worry about it. I hope that was useful for you then, my love. And thank you for coming back to let me know that you're finally on the timeline that they said. Because half the time, another tarot reader said that he felt sexually attracted to me. Well, this is the thing. This is why I said to you, manage the space at prom. I just said to you, we know what goes down at prom. So manage the space. Okay, manage the space. Don't get caught up in the whirlwind of what's going on. If you're not necessarily in that space, you're not in that space. If you are, that's cool too, but just manage yourself in the space, okay? Because there will be opportunities presenting itself to you. What did you see in terms of manage the space? I see opportunities presenting themselves, okay? Like talks of basically being able to sort of be alone and stuff like that. So you have to manage the space. If you're not there and that's not what you're looking to do, manage the space. If you are and you're open and you're okay, so I guess go to new lengths and stuff, then do so tactfully, okay? When I say tactfully, just make sure that you're absolutely ready. If you do bring a friend with you, make sure the friend's okay to go wherever they're going. Just manage the space. You're good. But opportunity will present itself. It's definitely going to be spoken about. I'll tell you that much. Okay. If you do decide to sort of go into that situation because you have clear feelings invested and he's still confused about his feelings, take the time to clarify exactly what it is that he wants from you. Okay. Take the time to clarify exactly what it is that he would want from you moving forward in terms of that situation. And don't just take his words for it. continue to ask questions. Girl, you're funny. I'm going to go on to Mina's question, but I'm going to answer this clearly on that situation. Prom night, there'll be options presenting itself in terms of intimacy. You decide what you want to do with the situation there and then. Don't just take his word for it. Ask questions, okay? Hotel, potentially. A hotel is going to be presented as one option. A friend's house is going to be presented as another option, because there's a friend's house where there's going to be other friends doing other stuff. Okay, and it's a whole little situation. But you decide what you want to do. Don't let yourself give in to peer pressure. If you're not ready, that's fine. If you are ready, just make sure that you clarify to him, what does he want? Because you know that you might be like, you're clearly invested. He is distortedly invested, because, you know, he's not really sure of his feelings, basically. So yeah, just clarify, just spare yourself some heartbreak. Okay. Because he's navigating through his addiction to popularity, he may find himself like reverting to old behavior. That's why I'm giving you this warning. Okay. Consider it a warning. When the opportunity presents itself to you, it's ultimately your decision to make. Okay. Yeah. I hope that was useful for you. You're funny. And put some respect on your name, girl. Okay? Own that ish. Right. We are going to go and dive into Mina's little reading, and then I don't know if Ash is still here, but you might want to get Sammy to come into the space afterwards. And then after that, your girl's gonna go sleep at almost 5 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God. I might need to even no, I need to start when I start. Okay. I'm gonna go and dive into your reading, Mina. Sorry, we're like 6 hours in, but you know how it is out here in these YouTube streets, girl. Okay. Okay. Oh, wow. May I please know current feelings or intentions of Fahad towards me? We lately met after 2 years or more. Thank you, my love, for your precious time and energy. All good. Oh, Mina. That means you've been up with us since 3 a.m., Mina. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you, Mina. Oh, dude. That's so cool that you even see, now I have to get up and do my Bible studies. Like, if Mina can be up at like 3 in the morning to come and sit here with us till 9 in the morning to get her reading and help us assist the space, I can wake up after about 4 hours. I don't know how much stuff I'm going to get done, but I might come back to a good nap. I'm telling you, 2024 is going to be the year of napping. We're going to adapt a lot of the sentiments that China has in terms of the way that they do things, 100%. But let's go ahead and dive into it. Mina wants to know. Mina wants to know the current feelings. We'll start with the feelings of Fahad towards her. They've recently sort of realigned, guys. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay, elaborate for me. We've got some major arcanas here, beautiful. So this was definitely a major situation as far as this being realigned, actually. Okay. Put that into context for me. Did he have romantic feelings towards you, Fahad, at some point? I have to ask you that question because I'm clarifying some stuff at the minute and they're giving me some downloads. That one's like coming through with a little bit of static. Have to ask that question. If you ever expressed any romantic feelings. Okay, because what I'm seeing with the situation is that he's reclaiming basically his power from being in a position where yeah, he's recovering. He's reclaiming his power from being in a position of being rejected, basically, because that's what they're showing me. Did you recently reject him as well then? I have to ask you that question because they're showing me that it's a case of reclaiming power with the situation that comes with a lot of contentious conflict with the situation. So I'm presuming that that made a little bit of, yeah, 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 yeah. He's recovering from that. I'm sorry. I'm just laughing because you guys will ask me like, just a nice, cool, calm, cute little like question, and then they just lay all the shit there. I'm like, oh, what's his feelings towards Mina? They're like, well, he's regaining his power and he's recovering from the recent rejection that he's experienced with her. I'm like, no, friend, no. But yes, that's how he feels right now. And when I elaborated on it, this is really how he feels. That ten of swords energy. Okay, he's in recovery mode. Basically, he's recovering from the rejection of his romantic feelings towards you. Right. Let's dive into it and see. What's his actual like intentions then towards our girl Mina? We see that he's like recovering from the rejection recently, but what's his intentions really towards our girl Mina? Thank you. He knows I do have something for him, but I know I confused him by friend zoning him. Girl, I can tell, okay, because he's like, I mean, he's still talking, right? But it really hit hard for the most part. But yeah, I think in terms of his intentions on the situation, let me see and take this in. Okay. Okay, so his intentions on the situation is to basically like, he wants to actually like learn you, interestingly enough. In the situation, he wants to learn you so that he can understand what is causing the stagnation. That's his main thing at the minute. He wants to learn you to understand what's causing the stagnation, what does he need to do to be able to kind of like break through some of these barriers, if you will, right? Because he's like treating these as like, oh, she, maybe I need to do this, or maybe if I did that, like he's literally just pondering to himself what it is that he'd basically need to do to get through some of the barriers. I guess his friend zone barrier, mainly. And that's like he has a wife and son, and basically I'm trying to avoid him due to that. I still have concern and care for him, though. No, and I hear you on that, beautiful. Because this is why I said that he's trying to navigate around the barriers. Said barrier would be a wife and son. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. He's funny though. He's funny. Because he really is proper like trying to see, like, basically he thinks that if he gets to know you, right? He thinks that if he gets to know you well enough, he'll have the code Um, yeah, well, this is the thing. He's like, if he gets to know you well enough, basically, he wants to see what it is that it's going to take. Because, like, you're somebody that like keeps your moral compass like intact for the most part, I guess. So he's trying to see like what it is that he would basically need to do to be able to weaken some of these strengths of these barriers, right? Yeah. Does he ever come to you and tell you that he's got problems with the wife and his son is a challenge? Does he ever come to you with those stories? Because trust me, he's gonna keep coming with new stories all the time. Some of them are going to be like sympathy cards that he tries to use to basically like see if he can get you in a position where, you know, you're sympathizing with him and he's funny. And in that moment of sympathy, when he's got you, sympathizing with him, then he can bring the romantic talks as well. He never told me his issues with his wife, but his son was sick lately, so he shared those details. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Listen, he is hilarious, definitely. That's why he needs to be around, if his son's sick and stuff. He needs to basically be able to be around, but I think he's mostly just figuring out how he can get better at actually getting past the barriers that is prohibiting him from being in union with you. I'll put it like that. Oh my God, he is a funny little character. He is funny. Oh. He pleaded that I meet him. He especially visited my city to meet me. No, I believe you, girl. I believe you. I believe you. This is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like he will literally try and figure out the code to the situation so that he can basically, like, get past that barrier. And even now, he's still like, he's willing to be like patient and methodical with the process. Like, that's why I said that he's willing to learn you when it comes to the situation. I'm not gonna lie. There's some emotional manipulation involved as well. He wants to learn you so that he can learn how to manipulate the situation emotionally. Yeah, well, his intentions are to emotionally manipulate you, basically. His intentions are to manipulate you emotionally to be able to get you in a position that he wants, which is clearly to be in something romantic. Yeah, that's really what he wants. That's his true intentions. He wants something romantic. But he doesn't have the capacity for anything romantically, so I don't know what he's getting himself into. Yes, you are. And he really doesn't have the capacity for it, babe. I don't know why he wants to like get himself into like hard work that he's not really willing to do, but I guess that's where he's at. That's where he's at, y'all. Um, let's have a look and see. What do you guys advise Mina to do with the situation with Fahad? We had feelings for one another when he wasn't married. I hear you there, beautiful. So why didn't that basically materialize into something when there wasn't necessarily a connection on his end then? Oh, thank you. He was forced into a marriage by okay. I hear you, my love. I hear you. Okay. So what they're saying, and I know that that's something that happens actually quite a lot in the culture as well, because a lot of I have situations where majority of the people that I speak to are like females who basically like find themselves in situations where the man's basically been forced into an arranged marriage. So I do understand that there's a lot going on. Yeah, she probably did fall asleep. That's okay. The guys were telling me that it's almost time to sort of head off. Who else is still in the room? I've got Ash here. I'm doing Mina's reading. Are the other two guys here? Do we have Sister Girl and what was the other one? Oh, I don't even have one of them lists. I didn't save any of the other lists. Okay, what do you say? Okay, Manor and Sister Girl. I don't think any of them are here, but I'm gonna go to bed as well anyways. Do you sense if he wants to marry me or something? Because anything other than that is futile, and he knows I will never invest in this nonsense. Well, see, this is the thing. This is why I'm like, no. I'm gonna be honest with you, my love. They're saying that with the situation in terms of marriage, I don't necessarily sort of like see it, because I don't, to be honest with you, I don't see him like standing up to his family to really be able to kind of like allow for that situation to actually materialize. Good night, Ash. Thank you again, beautiful. But what I will say is that they're saying that um, what wasn't a yes previously, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a yes moving forward, just because the situation now is what it is. And because he doesn't necessarily have the cojones, right? He hasn't got the balls to really stand up against his family when it comes to the situation. So because of that, the only thing that he can provide to you, like I said, which he's figuring out how to work around, is the barriers. Basically, he would be willing to engage you in his current situation. Yeah. Yeah, he does. He does struggle with the spirit of cowardliness. Um, but damn, his mom be firm. Okay, his mom be firm. So I fully get that. Hey Rika, my love. Damn, girl, it's been a minute. Where have you? Oh, it's 9 o'clock now. I've been out here until like it's light morning time. I get that part. How are you doing, beautiful? But no, the only thing that he does have to offer really is actually just being in a situation there, in that dynamic, basically. Nothing that's like, oh, let me transition from this situation and actually like make this an honest space. So yeah. But like, question, and that doesn't actually necessarily like mean that things will always pan out how you do, but I have to ask the question, obviously, because you guys are Muslim. Uh there's like second wife dynamics and stuff like that that gets to, oh, okay, his first wife wouldn't necessarily go for that. Okay, so why get married then? That's like normal in Islamic culture, to be able to sort of like have a second wife as well. He is having issues with, hello girl, he's definitely having issues with a wife. Why do you think he's trying to like, you know, attach to you, basically? I didn't get his point of returning. Look, well, his point of returning was to see what he could get with his current situation being what it is. That was his point of returning, beautiful. He's like, nothing tried, nothing gained. You don't give it a good old try, you never know. That's what that was, but he's not happy in his current situation. That's what that is as well. Like, they clash a lot. They actually do have a lot of like differences in opinion. They're both quite passive. So for the most part, when they do have like disagreements, there's no conflict resolution. They both just don't speak to each other until they need to speak to each other again about something, and then they just move past whatever issue there was. They don't actually like resolve anything. So they have lots of problems, girl. Lots. That's all I can say to you on that situation, really. But yeah, that's what that situation is. I think he thought in coming back in, it might be a bit of a smooth situation, but it just wasn't as smooth as he thought, because I don't think he thought that one through, really. Yeah. He tried to act very composed in front of me, and I sense he's just trying to act sophisticated. Yeah, for sure. For sure. He's trying to see what part of himself he needs to present to make himself appealing to you, basically, so that, like, you can, I guess, soften your barriers, basically. Like, because it's like, oh, I don't want to be in relationship with you. You've got a wife. I don't want to be in relationship with you. Obviously, you've got a child in that union and stuff like that. It's all a lot of different stuff, right? Yeah, no, honestly, it's definitely been a minute. It's really, it's interesting because with the situation with, like, you know, Mr. Fahad's little act, I think he thought that if he presented himself like he has it all together, at least that would give him an opportunity to be able to kind of get, how can I put it? Give you the impression that he can manage, basically, that he can manage juggling the situation, which would basically like disarm you and make you feel like, okay, I can potentially like go and try this out type thing. I think that was like his intentions behind that little situation, but nobody's buying the shit that he's selling, quite frankly, respectfully. I mean, you know, I don't think he was going to the market that day for that, were you, Mina? I didn't think so. That part, honestly, like, people are funny because his whole thing is trying to get around the situation rather than, and this is what he does with his wife's situation. So, like, you can't be surprised, I guess, that this is how he manages this, because this is how they deal with situations internally as well. They don't deal with anything. They actually just try and figure out how to get around the very thing that they need to figure out how to get through, actually. So, yeah, you'll just be dealing with a lot of that kind of energy, to be honest with you. To be honest. I took a donation read from you long ago in which you said he will never be able to love his wife because he truly loved you, and him coming back proved it, girl. Okay. We've arrived on said timeline. This is what I'm telling you guys. Half the time, okay, when I'm putting some of this stuff out there, I'm like, yeah, that's why I tell you guys to keep me posted, okay? Because I never know when the timeline actually timelines. Sometimes it's just one of those things, okay? Welcome to the timeline, babe. That's what that is. But no, Rika, you trying to fish for a quick reading? I'll give you something nice and quick for like 13 minutes because it's going to be 5 a.m. here soon and I've got Bible studies in the morning. You fishing for a quick one? Give me a nice quick question. I'll put it across and see what I can get for you. Because I don't think Sammy's here. I don't think the other two are here. And luckily for you, it is now just light enough in the morning for you to be able to be up and in the space. So, yeah, 2 years later. That part, Mina, that part, trust me. I literally never know. Like, yeah, because what happens a lot of the times is that we detour a lot of stuff as well, like a lot of stuff. So yeah, sometimes the detours will kind of like take some time for it to manifest, because they can basically see, so they, like, the spirits have access. We used to, but we don't anymore. And I guess we do have access, because sometimes I'm able to sort of like navigate through there. But basically, in the realm of probability, that's usually where the spirits look, really, to be able to kind of like, understand a lot of these things that we ask. And they usually speak about the thing that's most highly probable, basically, the thing that has the highest percentile of being able to manifest itself. It's just whenever we reach to that timeline. Did you sense genuine love or just trickery? No, do you know what? I'll tell you what, he does like love you. He really is just like very pussy, no offense. Like when it comes to his family situation and family dynamic. So that continues to be his biggest hindrance in the situation. And with the wife, that was something that he did to basically appease his family. You laughed, Mina, but I was so serious. Yeah, he's just too pussy. That's all it comes down to, which is sad. But the truth is, like, he really does actually love you, in a way that he's still not to this day experienced love before. I mean, he hasn't experienced a love like it since either. So, yeah, it's one of those things, beautiful. It's unfortunate, but I think, for him, he has to learn how to use his voice and learn how to be okay with having his own desires, even if it doesn't align with people's desires for him. So that's potentially one of the biggest lessons that he's here to learn, actually. And the moment he does, his throat chakra gets activated on another level. It's ridiculous. Okay? Like, yeah. I'm seeing just one on live, so I don't know if Rika's still in this space. But I'm going to be wrapping up, beautiful Rika. So if you are here and you're looking to sort of do a quick little read, let me know. If not, I'm going to head off to bed for 4 hours, Kip. And I don't expect anything from this. No, I would advise you not to expect anything. To be honest, because all he's going to try and do again is he's just going to try and figure out what it is going to take for him to be able to navigate around this space. But again, like I said, because he knows your moral compass, yeah, that's why he's trying to figure out what it's going to take for him to basically be able to get in there. But there's nothing he knows, really. That's why he moves about the situation the way that he does, because he knows, like, you're not that way inclined. This is so helpful and lovely coming back to this space. I call home. Girl, it was so good to have you back, okay? The chat flowed as far as us being able to, like, organize. You should have seen the chaos with the list when you was not around, okay? We did what we could, but we weren't Mina. This is why that is your job, girl. And I see why they got you doing it. You're really good at it. It was just chaos. Okay, week on, week off. We did manage. Ash helped out where she could as well, which was really good. But you know how, like, you're literally like, oh, such and such post, such and such, you're up next. Who's here? Like, that's why you've got the gig. Like, you're amazing. No, you're good, beautiful. You're good. Like, we learn just how much you actually do in this way. At least I did. I don't know about anybody else, because I don't know if they realized the level of chaos that we was dealing with. But I definitely learned. I was like, damn, y'all. I can't wait for Mina to be back so that we can flow, because it was causing some disruptions quite a bit. So you ain't got to apologize, beautiful. Trust me, life was lifing. So I fully get it. But no. Oh girl, I love you too, man. Like literally. I was just like, oh my God, guys. Whatever's going on with Mina, I pray that like she's able to come through whatever. Because we need her in this space. Not selfishly. Just honestly, we understood like your value, basically, which was really nice. Actually, it was really nice to understand the value of the part that we all play in this little, you know, orchestration that Spirit's got going on here. So, yeah. Oh, girl, trust me. Trust me. It's like, yo, come on, man. Mina's our girl. Like, she puts in work for us. Like, whatever dark forces are coming, like, they stand nothing against her. Like, I was out here putting down some serious prayers for you, girl. Don't worry. I got you. I got you. I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna go now as well. It's almost like 5 minutes to 9. But tell Rika I said hey. Okay, and I guess I'll catch you guys next week. I think I'm definitely gonna be on here. Oh no, I'm gonna have my nephews next week, so I'm not gonna be here, guys. Actually, Mina, I'll put out a word on the community tab. But yeah, I'm not gonna be here until the following week because I've got my nephews next weekend. Okay, guys, I'm gonna love you guys and leave it there. Mwah. It's been awesome as always. First of 2024. Okay. Welcome back, y'all. We back in these YouTube streets. On that note, we're gonna drop some mic.
Things they said to hold her back, they never seem to leave her head and tend to keep her mind at war. All the things they said to hold her back, they keep her locked inside of all the times when she's been hurt before.
Oh, on that note, guys, I will catch you guys in a couple of weeks by the looks of it. Take care, my favorite human. God bless you. Oh, God bless you too, Mina. Okay. I love you guys. Mwah. Night night. Ta-ra.